Dang, it'd be like that sometimes.
You just got to hold that.
Just gotta hold that. You just gotta hold that. Sometimes that happens.
Now, this is, if there is a character that can do this against King K. Rool, that can actually like really make this huge comeback for their school, it's going to be No Tag, especially with Mario. If you consider a lot of King K. Rool's options, the number one thing in neutral, aside from Cannonball, aside from his dash attack, he sets up space with Crown. He sets up space with Crown to force you to pick an option, and then he takes that space away from you to shove you into the corner. Mario, simply by virtue of having Cape, nice and accessible little option, you can shoot that Crown all the way back to King K. Rool before he can pop out a down B of his own and deflect it. Also, hey, it's Mario versus a super heavy. It's going to be combo central. As soon as No Tag finds that one opening, if No Tag gets the stage counter pick again, man, big combos, big damage, big stocks off the top.
I imagine we're going back to Yoshi's for something like this, right? Or either Yoshi's
I heard the
Battlefield?
Pokemon music.
Okay, Pokemon stage, Pokemon Stadium, excuse me. Now, I kind of want to guess, my crazy prediction is we're going to see some double reflector shenanigans and somebody's going to die in like 5. Because
Somebody's
K.
going
Rool
to get
can
hit by
also-
something silly.
Something silly's going to happen. Calling that right now.
Oh, yeah. But right now, No Tag just being so patient with this opening.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay, nice little forward, but not enough knockback to launch the Meteor Blast line, which is that like secret blast zone that happens if you get spiked early. But this one, not going to be able to do it either. But look at all of this damage from No Tag.
Yeah, No Tag is playing amazing. Copel has not been able to find his way to the center. Just getting trapped by these falling up airs, these nairs, forward airs. Honestly, everything Mario wants is just happening over and over again. Rolling in, every option is just being systematically punished one by one, and No Tag is playing phenomenal on this first stop.
And look at how much just No Tag is not pressing immediately, always saying, hey, I can double jump, I can delay, I can stall this option a little tiny bit. No Tag, taking that first stock off, only 47% to his name, being so patient for this next opening, but now you're going to be stuck at the ledge against King K. Rool, but that down is so much shield stuff.
Oh my god. Look, I don't know if No Tag has like a Sharingan or something. I don't know what's going on with his eyes, but he's reading everything. He punished every single ledge option you can choose.
No
from
Tag is so
Copel.
good.
He's so good. He's so solid. Oh, but he SD'd, was a little bit too low on that recovery.
The idea was cute. The idea was cute to be able to still punish King K. Rool coming back onto the stage after going for an edge guard attempt. I liked it. Alas, No Tag did lose a stock for it, but this
That's
could
it.
be a forward, and
That's it.
that's going to be the Meteor Blast line. That second secret blast zone that's a little bit higher up. That's like, hey, why did I die to that spike? Because Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, baby.
I'm glad you bring that up because I have a lot of trauma from dying real early to some down airs in this game. So
Yep.
yeah, that must be why. That's got to be it.
It's rough out here. There's really nothing that you can do about that. But
Ooh.
what an optimal punish. Copel, as soon as he finds that opening with the side B into the jab, they already have that combo ready.
Into the what? Into the forward air? Getting walked all the way around the stage. No Tag bringing this back, playing amazing, using PS2, the least scary Mario stage, I thought, and just running wild on that stock. Phenomenal play. 3 stocks to 2 for Winthrop. What a way to stay alive, and what a way to assert dominance if you're No Tag right now.
That was not supposed to happen.
No.
Did you smell an up B? I smelled an up B. I smell maybe perhaps another up air. The idea of going for, was that forward air fake? Kind of. I do believe that you're able to air dodge out of that, but No Tag has established the amount of shield resets that he has gone for, the amount of times that he's waited for that kind of a defensive option, and damn, that was incredible.
That's
that was so good.
It's so smart, too, because if you're the person on the receiving end of that, you're drifting away to make sure up B and down air, the 2 most threatening things, do not connect. But as you're drifting away, you know what was in position? That forward air. That was insanely smart from No Tag. I am loving this match.
Yeah, this is cool.
This is so good.
This is a good crew battle. I am thoroughly enjoying myself. So now No Tag, of course, going to have to forfeit one of these stocks, and the stakes are high. You need to win this. This is so doable compared to last time around, but if Winthrop loses this, if No Tag loses this, that's going to be it, and that's going to be Northwood going up over them.
Yeah, a lot resting on your shoulders right now. And Frostbite is no easy player to just sneak up on. He's very, very good, as we saw earlier.
Especially against somebody like Roy. At some point, with one good goal lead, he can just take your stock off at 50, but that's going to be the down air as a bit of a DI check, and somebody failed that DI check, but luckily, a couple percent too early to get cheesed.
Yeah, he was literally maybe 5% maximum away from dying right there. But finds the side B,
The
of
jive
course.
B?
The jive B, right. Frostbite just making up some new stuff here. Okay. had just enough rage to really make that count, too. That was incredibly important.
Yeah, beautiful down tilt into the back hill. Tries to use the fireball. Goes out there. No Tag is really committing to these edge guards. Such optimal little punishes as well. Gets that up smash call out. Beautiful use of it as an anti-air. But now you're down 1 to 2 stocks. You're getting hit by the neutral air. You're getting tech chase and you're eating so much more. No Tag. How do you get out of this advantage?
Yeah, what do you do? And how do you stay safe against a character like this? Because honestly, Roy's advantage is so easy to start. He gets so much damage every time. No shot. No shot. Okay, that better not kill his 68%.
That early up B was so smart, just still able to just barely clip Frostbite. No Tag is still alive. Rolls out that time around. This is so tense, man.
I'm so scared. No Tag, what do you do? He's in the house, No Tag. Where do you go? This is so scary.
But look how patient Frostbite is in disadvantage as well. Not going for any hasty directional air dodges. Tries to go for a bit of a cheeky tech chase on that platform that was unsuccessful. No Tag. Dashing in, dashing out. Beautiful neutral air. Reset, but not able to find it.
I like the patience, though. Oh, but the up tilt out of shield is actually going to do it. And as hard-fought as everything was, and as incredible as this crew battle was, and you definitely see a little bit of disappointment on No Tag's face, Northwood takes it, and honestly, I had a blast watching that. That was just some phenomenal Smash Brothers.
My heart is racing. I'm like trying to take a second to just breathe after that set because I wanted to see that set 3 so bad. I wanted to see that third crew battle so bad. But alas, it is going to go to them. Beautiful, beautiful stuff to Frostbite for being able to hold that down. And you could even feel the fear. Despite how good No Tag was playing, you could tell that he was a little bit afraid. You can tell a little bit of like those like whiff dash grabs, a lot of those like whiffed options, and those like attempted resets and maybe not able to actually get those platform extensions. Everybody played so good this crew battle.
And what I love is that, like, it wasn't like No Tag made, like, big, cheesy mistakes, like, you know, up B the wrong way or did something. It was really, really subtle stuff, like landing a little bit too close to the ledge while Frostbite was looking for side Bs. It was just, you know, hitting his shield and not being safe because up tilt out of shield could take a stock. These were both very talented players that I think were just looking for the smallest mistakes. Honestly, I know I would have got cooked against either of them personally. There's no way. They were on the hunt for the smallest mistakes.
They're so good. But before we do actually jump on over to Paulie, I just have one like quick little mention. I want to talk about that jab from Frostbite for a second. That jab from Frostbite into the side B, I don't think that was real. I just want to talk about like that situation that it kind of put No Tag in. You get jabbed by Roy. A lot of the times they're trying to condition you to maybe like air dodge so they can pop out like with an F smash read. So even if that jab into the side B wasn't necessarily true, it is not necessarily in No Tag's favor to be mashing air dodge out of a situation like that, right? Because hey, you could get led really hard, and that is a very common thing for Roy to mix up between.
Yeah, it's actually insane how much conditioning this character gets off of a single button because it was just a situation before. You get jabbed, you think you're going to get hit with the back air, and you're DIing away before it comes and trying to make sure it misses. You're looking for like the most optimal punish, but he knows that No Tag doesn't want to be in that position, so going for the side B, which is an even stronger punish, was just incredibly smart by Frostbite.
Yeah. Well, it was a true combo. Whichever option it was. But with that being said, we're going to quickly jump on over to Paulie for the player interview. Paulie, take it away.
Take it away.
Thank you so much. Welcome. I am here with Frostbite from Northwood University. You just upset the 4 seed there as the 5. Please tell everybody in the crowd, take us through the emotion, what the team's talking about, and the mindset through that match.
Oh gosh. Okay, so we knew going in that it was going to be pretty difficult. You know, there's a lot of good players on that team, but I thought we had a pretty good like character spread going into it. So before the event, we made a plan and we stuck to the plan, and plan worked out. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, you're advancing on, you're practiced, you're well rehearsed. Tell the team here and tell the crowd a little bit of what went into the practice regimen coming into the CECC for Northwood.
Well, we just made sure to play, you know, all week. Make sure that we weren't rusty. You know, we've been slacking some weeks, but not this week. You know, because this is a big event, very important to us. And you know, we made sure that we knew which characters we wanted to go into or which characters we wanted to avoid, and we made plans based around that. And yeah, just stuck to it.
All right, well, good luck, Northwood and Frostbite and the rest of the competition. They're just getting started here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Des, back to you. But when we come back, me and Kari are going to head on down to the pit and show you around the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Des, back to you.
Thank you, Paulie. And wow, what a series it was. I thought that was going to go the distance. I thought we were going to get a third set, but sadly not the case. A beautiful run from both of these teams, and I definitely want to get into the mix of it. And I think it comes down to a little bit of the composition, but more importantly, the lineup and the order of matches. Miles, kicking it over to you to start things off. What is the importance of player lineup in a crew battle?
Well, in a crew battle, you're going to be seeing a lot of counterpicks because whoever counterpicks, they get to choose the stage that they're going to be playing on. Simple rule set stuff right there. This comes down to data. You're going to be seeing people preparing specifically to take on certain players, and if they beat that player, great. You did what you were supposed to. But anytime that plan goes off the rails, then all of a sudden you're going to be seeing improvisation from these teams. You're going to be seeing these teams scramble to try to find an answer to this mislaid plan, get back on track. And as we saw right there, Northwood just was able to force Winthrop just a little bit too far off that track.
And how do we really set things off? What's the tone? What is the importance of the first matchup in the entire set? Chixa.
You know, as you saw in Northwood, that Wii Fit trainer came out both times to start it off by So Good Pop, and he constantly was pushing his agenda onto that Winthrop team. He was getting really good early kills, really good stock, really out of him in particular, getting entire 3 stocks at a time that the other team would have to counterpick, like Miles was saying, and that counterpick advantage constantly was on Northwood's side because the first pick was always won on the side of Northwood. So it was really cool to see that Wii Fit trainer do a lot of work on the field. I was thoroughly impressed by just his consistency throughout game 1 and game number 2.
I want to dig deeper into that, a little bit further into the counterpick, specifically from Winthrop and the versatility that we saw. I believe it was from Luna who was shaking up the system. Artie, what did you see that you liked from the counterpicks?
Well, in the first series, we saw the Lucia pick, and we swapped over instead to the Sephiroth in the second game, which I felt like definitely demonstrated just the depth of characters that Winthrop could actually pull out. But more importantly, not just Winthrop, but coming in from the side of Northwood, we had that final matchup, Frostbite again going against No Tag, and honestly, like, Mario is the character that you get in a combo, you're going to die at any point in time. You need to be able to anticipate that combo and counter it. But what I really liked seeing from Frostbite in that situation was Frostbite's counterplay was, I'm going to play patiently and wait for you to fall into my own trap, and I'm not letting you get your hands on me. And that type of patience, not only in Series 1, but to go into Series 2 and kind of set No Tag into this panic mode of, I have to make something happen because you're not going to do it for me, is really what I think allowed Frostbite to turn things in his favor.
And that speaks a bit more on the importance of player order. If you have Frostbite, the final boss waiting for you at the end of the series, you want to keep as many stocks as you can. And I think we did see the good moment of No Tag faced off against Koppel. Heavy character against Mario. That's going to be a bad time all around. But aside from No Tag and Frostbite, there is one player I would like to discuss and give a little bit of flowers, though there was a struggle of a performance early on, and it's got to be Tips. Tips had one job, and that was to survive, take a stock, do whatever you can to try and set up the rest of Winthrop to walk out of this one. And I gotta give my flowers. That's who I'm saying is third in line for MVP.
I can agree with that.
Tips really was dealt a very rough hand to try and work with. They didn't really have any matchups they clearly won. They didn't really have any opportunities to get early kills, and every single player on Northwood demonstrated the ability to score those early KOs, early points for their team. And the fact that Tips just wasn't able to find any opportunities to do it, they tried. They tried really hard, but it was always a war of attrition, and when you're just randomly losing a battle, you're never going to lose the war or win the war in the long run.
Well, at the end of the day, I feel like we have to crown our MVP for this crew battle. And, I just want to say, I hate to be right. It's heavy lies the crown on my head of the correct predictions. It was Northwood who came out on top. You're staring at me like you hate me right now, Artie. I don't know why you're doing that.
Such a heavy burden to be right is what this person is oozing over here right now.
of making a pick that some people would have expected. But I got to say, from Northwood, we have to chalk it up. Frostbite MVP of this series. Absolute 6 stocks from the first series. And just to lock it down in set number 2, who else is going to take it away?
Yeah, Frostbite was so immensely impactful because of the answer they provided to No Tag. No Tag, I mean, talk about the king. We saw how deadly Copel was, but Copel was kept in check because they couldn't put Copel out because they knew as soon as Copel came out, No Tag would follow and wipe that K-roll off the board. We saw that in the second crew battle. They tried so hard to hold on to Copel because as soon as Copel came out, No Tag was to follow. No Tag took them out, only dropping one stock. Then the answer becomes, how do you deal with this incredibly powerful counter pick that is No Tag? And in this arms race, Frostbite was the ultimate trump card. Was not only able to handle No Tag, was able to handle that player who's dictating the entire flow of counter picks, but was also able to take 6 stocks on their own, going past their initial usefulness in the first crew battle. Clutching out at the end, making a big impact in the first crew battle. You cannot ask for more from a player. Frostbite is our MVP from Northwood.
Without a doubt. I mean, if there was someone else in contention, we were debating while the match was going on, it's like, if this goes the way of Winthrop, it's got to be No Tag. If this goes the way of Northwood, it has to be Frostbite. And I think it was almost like the duel of fates, having them at the very end. And you spoke to, with the lack of resources behind, it's so tough to try and stay alive, and we have this matchup once again. This is the Smoothie King Cool replay of the match. Now, this certainly was a devastating moment.
Oh. Yeah, that one right there, hard read from Frostbite. They just demolished them because they caught No Tag in a panic situation. And here's even more from Frostbite, showing what they got. That was a 3 stock, by the way. We only saw the last stock, but that was Frostbite running house.
Yeah, there he is. A little replay of the, not a huge celebration, just a minor confirmation of, yeah, we did it.
Well, there's more to play. Absolutely. Got to keep going. If you get too hyped up right now, if you get to Paulie's level of hype off your first game, you're going to be running into some problems later on.
I think so. And you know, I want to take a look to the future, Miles. How do you think this bracket is really going to run out? How far do you expect Northwood to take this?
I think Winthrop still has a serious chance at making it out, but Northwood has shown that they are able to punch above their weight. I mean, even though it's a difference of like 4 or 5 seed, this is still upsetting someone slightly above you. Northwood is known for that, and we talked about sometimes inconsistencies, and they talked about in the interview. Sometimes during the school year, during the regular season, they didn't always have time to get fully prepared, but here they are, they're prepared. They played through a lot of finals recently, and here is the king of them all. They're looking to take their throne, but it's not going to be easy. They have still yet, they've done the closest to ever taking down Fisher College, but they haven't actually done it yet. A lot of other teams pose major problems for them, and now Northwood, because they've just been on stream, have a target on their backs. People have just seen that they are a major threat here. The rest of this weekend is going to be hard, but I think Northwood might have what it takes.
I mean, you know, that was such an empowering speech. I feel like, I guess this is, I was right. I had to pick them.
No one can argue. You're just, hey, have you ever gotten anything wrong? No one has the broadcast, so no one can tell, so you can just be honest.
You know, if I'm going to keep it a buck, a stack 100 and real, no. I've always had the correct predictions. I think we only did predictions one time on the desk, so I think we got that 100% win rate, right?
Sure. And the sauce, too.
The sauce? Was this a ranch game? Do you feel that it was ranch? Would you guys agree?
I think it was more on the tangy barbecue side.
Yeah, this was the meat, because this could have, in another world, in another seating, this could have very easily been finals. And the fact that this is happening so early speaks to how stacked this entire tournament is with good players. The fact that these teams are meeting so early on in the bracket. Pools are so competitive. Bracket tomorrow is going to be even more competitive, and I can't wait to see it. Tangy barbecue.
I mean, as you said, this is the 4th and 5th seed. We don't know. We haven't seen on broadcast 1, 2, and 3 the top teams to make it into this amazing situation, these finals, these land opportunities, and I can't wait to throw them on the stage, watch them duke it out. There's so much more fun to be had here at the CECC 2023 finals here in Texas, presented by McDonald's of North Texas. But we're going to head over to that McDonald's booth in just a touch, so don't go anywhere. There's plenty of action here at the arena. We're kicking it to Paulie Hype.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola. Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Seems so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
All right, welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I'm here with Space Ghost. Space Ghost, we've entered the pit. We've come down to the public. Let's go around. What's the plan here?
All right, listen, we tried to find some volunteers, but they need to be voluntold. So we voluntold somebody from Shriner University. Come on down, my friend. Let's give it a look. What is your name, sir?
My name is David Girls.
All right. What do you do for Shriner?
Sure, I'm the director of the esports program there. So I hire the coaches and make sure that we have the program set where it needs to be.
Absolutely. You got any questions here, Polly, for this man?
I saw you were recruiting for a ton of different scholarships across games as well as production. Can you just take us through some of those opportunities that are lying here at Shriner?
Sure. So we scholarship our players like a lot of schools do. In our 5 games that we're doing right now, League of Legends, Rocket League, Apex, Smash, and Valorant. But we also, we do something kind of a lot of schools I'm not sure do, but we also scholarship our production team. So our streamers, our casters, all of our social media experts, just the same way. So it's a business that we're running because it's a business that you guys are wanting to get into. So we treat you very much like a brand. You're your own brand. You guys are branded, right? And the more that you guys are at events, you boost the brand of the event, right? So it's the same thing with our esports program. We're going to build into you and teach you how to stream, get you on Twitch, get you out there in the populace, and then you use that to build our brand, and then we're working together as a big symbiotic kind of thing.
Wow, excellent stuff right there. Space Ghost?
Yeah, actually incredible. Can you tell me just a little bit more about the history of the program, how you got started, and where you're at now?
Sure. Yeah, we started in 2018. We had a club on our campus for a bunch of gamers. They didn't have anywhere to go. We weren't meeting their needs. And so we started an event called PopCon. It's our own little internal video game competition that we do. We had 100-something students come out of our small town that we had never seen before. And so we built a club around that. We had a competitive version, a non-competitive version. And then we started entering them into tournaments. And then the next thing you know, we hired a coach. Now we're giving scholarships for our players and content teams, and just built it into a varsity program.
Very good. Space Ghost, I actually want to ask you to stay here. I'm going to go grab our next guest really quick, okay? So excuse me.
All right. How can we get in touch with you before we send you off?
Super cool. Yeah, you can come. If you're here today, come over to our booth right here by the bouncer table. Get to know us there. If not, you can find us all over social media, all over everywhere through Shriner Esports. So it's SCHREINER. It's kind of weird. Esports, look that up. You'll find us anywhere. We also have links to our link tree and everything. Find us on Twitch, YouTube, we're everywhere.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for talking about your program, and I'm really excited to see the future of it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. All righty, we got our next guest coming up here. Paul, why don't you do the...
I'll let them go in the middle so we can both interview
Alrighty.
here. So we have 2 guests coming up here, Space Ghost. Boise State mom and dad. Now tell people who you are, and you actually have 2 sons competing in college esports. Here you go.
Yep. Older son goes to Wichita State, plays on the team there, and the younger son, Hoosh, is with Boise State.
Wow. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I love esports parents. They're so supportive. What actually... there's always that hump, where parents don't quite understand esports sometimes. Where was that aha moment where you knew it was viable?
Well, these kids started in high school. They played together, and they won their state championship, and so we've been on board for years. Yeah.
That's really incredible. Did they have to do, a PowerPoint presentation to convince you, or was it, pretty easy to understand how passionate they were?
I married a gamer, so no, they grew up with it.
That makes perfect sense.
And Jamie, can you tell everyone? Carol just said she's married to you in terms of the acceptance of video games and that culture. Can you just tell everyone maybe what it was like transitioning and learning about college esports and turning that accepting leaf and teaching it to the rest of the family?
Yeah, it was easy. They've been playing since they could move a mouse on a computer because I've been playing since video games have been available.
What are your favorite games, real quick?
I like strategy, War Tales, Mountain Blade Bannerlord. Those are my games.
Excellent. And so you saw them playing the game early. They're getting into it. At one point, did it really click that they can make a college scholarship from this?
It was when they were in high school. They were state champs in Rocket League a couple of times, so we knew.
And you had one college and one go to another. How come they didn't get on the same team?
They're their own people.
All right, fair enough. Well, it's great to have parents that support esports just like yourselves, and there's a ton more here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carol. So nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you both so much.
All right, the question is, who next? There's a lot of people to choose from down here in the pit. Where do we go to?
Should we just grab a guy?
We can grab anyone.
Let's just grab a guy. All right. Let's see here. What do we got?
I was looking for Victor from Army West Point Esports. Where'd he go?
Victor, are you around?
Victor, report to the center of the arena.
You've become a fixture on camera here. I mean, we could probably find a.
Let's grab someone.
Let's
grab
grab
someone.
a guy. Tap that guy on the shoulder. Oh wait, no, that's our PR guy. We can't.
Oh, no.
Not that one. Here, this guy. Would you be okay with doing an interview right now? Come on over, my friend.
All right, Coug Esports in the building. Let's go.
More esports. Yeah. All right, go ahead and introduce yourself. What's your name? What school? And what's your goal here?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Alex Nile. I'm from the University of Houston, Coug Esports, and I'm a grad student there.
Nice. So are you just here to support the team, or are you actually playing?
No, I'm just helping the team today. I'm on the Rocket League team. We didn't qualify, but yeah, I'm the marketing coordinator, so I'm just here running socials today.
You know, we've seen Coug often. They've been one of the booming teams here in college esports. How has it been not only managing them, but seeing their success, their growth? What's it been like to go along for that journey?
Yeah, it's been up and downs. We have like 3 teams here this week. We've got our women's team in the Paeta Cup. Sure. We've also got our Super Smash Bros. Team, and then we've also got our Overwatch 2 team. So we've had a lot of success, at least this weekend. We're hoping we do well.
Well, we're wishing you do well as well.
All right, tell me a little bit more about your women's Valorant team. I'm going to be hosting that thing later here at 4 p.m., so please do not miss it. But can we get some details?
Yeah, I mean, they're really good. They're playing, I think they're just playing right now against Powerpuff Girls. We're hoping they make it to play against Carleton. They're 0-2 against Carleton, but they've been really close matches. So we're hoping the experience we played against them can hopefully lead us to a win this weekend.
Man, you are wide-eyed and bushy-tailed about this, aren't you? You excited to be here?
Excited, yeah, for sure.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. And Paulie, you got any more questions for this man?
I'm good. We're going to keep moving.
All right, we're going to keep moving. Thank you so much.
Blessed to have you.
All right, we're on the move, folks. Well, we're not on the move, technically, but we're just going to grab a guy. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to find a guy. I'll just keep following the other guy.
I'm back in the mix.
We have to find a willing victim, but people have, left us. They know that they're going to be on the line here in a minute.
Let's see. Let's take a look here. Aha! My man Ebrahm's right here. Yes, USF.
Hi. Do you have a minute to talk, sir? Of course. All right. Come on down, USF. Will you get in the middle of us, please? Yes.
All right, so we've entered the player pit. We're now intruding on the tournament. However, we have USF here. Please introduce yourself to the crowd.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Ross, and I'm the program coordinator for USF Esports.
All right.
Yeah.
Welcome. What do you think so far of the CECC?
Yeah, no, the venue's amazing. You know, last year in Atlanta was a lot of fun. This is an incredible building, huh? So shout out, I want to thank all the Esports U staff, everybody working today. Can we give a big round of applause for everybody working today, please?
Yes,
Let's go. That's not good enough. This man said, give us a round of applause. Let's go, everybody in the arena. Let's make some noise. All right, thank you.
I'm going to give that one a little woo. Let's go. How are your teams doing?
Yeah, so we have Valorant competing today. They're actually in their second series right now. Dropped a really close one to Winthrop, GG's to Winthrop, and now they're taking on UNLV. So fighting through the lower bracket, and they're up to 11-7 now, so hopefully they'll close out the series, and we'll keep making noise.
I like your eagle eyes. You're still watching the game, even though you're interviewing right now. Incredible multitasking skills.
Well, that's going to do it from Paulie, and Space goes down in the CECC pit. We'll be back for some more antics right here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Paulie Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Paulie Hype Meal?
You know, the Paulie Hype Meal.
The official Paulie Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seems so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
And we are back with the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas. But right now, we're chowing down. We're actually cooling down because this is the Smoothie King Bowl break. We all got some nice, delicious Smoothie King Bowls right here on the desk. I personally am enjoying the goji berry crunch right now. It's delicious. I was choked on it. Artie, what are you eating?
I'm eating the exact same thing as you, but I'm not going to attempt on-desk ASMR and fail in a both that absolutely fabulous but tragic fashion. We don't need anyone choking on desk, and if anyone is going to, it's probably going to be Los.
Probably. Chicks up.
PB Swizzle Bowl. We got the peanut butter drizzle, which for me, I like it. I like peanut butter. It's great. Bananas, blueberries, granola. We got all the jazz. It's yummy, and I'm excited to chow down more instead of talk.
It sounds very hearty. That sounds very good. But I have something a little more fruity. I've got the High Five Bowl. It's got banana. It got mango. Oh, it's so refreshing. And that's exactly what I need right here on this little smoothie break.
Certainly. All right, well, break time's done. Time to get back into the action here. We have more Smash coming at you. Now that we have had the group decider in our previous matchup of Winthrop and Northwood University, we do have some updates in the bracket, and we are going to be heading into the round of 8. Coming up in just a few moments, I believe it's going to be UT Arlington versus Manchester, an exciting one. Round 3 of groups. So it is Manchester versus UT Arlington. It's time to decide who will actually make it into the next level of gameplay. Miles, you have some experience. You have the knowledge of these two teams. Could you kind of set the stage of what these two teams are bringing to the table?
Let's start out with Manchester, who just won their last match against Sac State to even get here. They are known for their preparation. At the head of their team is Pars, one of the best coaches in Smash Brothers. And they're going to make sure that every single team in this group is fully accounted for. All the players are fully ready for them. UT Arlington, on the other hand, they are one of the best teams. I'll say it. They're the best Smash team in Texas, unless someone here wants to prove me otherwise. UT Arlington has demonstrated victories throughout many leagues, and they have come so close to beating a lot of these top echelon teams. This, on their home turf, is their opportunity to prove it right in their hometown.
I was enjoying the smoothie king ball. I'm still breaking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Manchester, I mean, we have a big brain on Manchester. We have pars. But does that skill translate into the actual game, Artie?
I mean, it can and it can't. If you do your research, you do your homework, you become as prepared as humanly possible. The Batman, so to speak, in this instance, you can fight any bad guys so long as you have all the details necessary and can bring everything you need, then yes. But at the end of the day, this is not going to be easy. It's going to be a Herculean task. It's David versus Goliath. You know, everything's bigger in Texas, including the skill of their Smash players, because honestly, we have not only regional ranked players, but these ranked players are known nationally as being, well, people you never want to run into in Smash. Yeah, you'd love to learn from them, but playing against them, you want to cry. With that being said, I have to give best of luck to Manchester, but UTA right now is just looking absolutely spicy, and I love spice.
That's why we often saw that in the saucy predictions. But Chixa, this has been said, or at least there have been whisperings. UT Arlington, such an incredibly strong team. Do they have any weaknesses?
You know, at the captain of the ship is that Army Ollie player, and he is the one that we look at that has no weakness. So if he's starting it off or either anchoring, I would be completely afraid of what he's going to put on. Since even Miles said he has no weaknesses, or at least seemingly. And if Miles could break it down and say that somebody is potentially unbreakable, that to me is holy grail Miles. I take what he says pretty seriously. So I think if Manchester U and Pars in particular has prepared and has found some sort of break in the armor against Army Ollie, I'll be very impressed. I mean, that's what he's there to do. He's there to captain. He's there to coach. He's there to prep his team as much as possible. But I don't know. If everyone's so ranked and so unbeatable, then maybe it's just not possible.
A daunting task, but Miles, looks like your face tells me you've got more to the story.
This team is a very intricate puzzle box because, like you said, there's no clear weaknesses and also no clear strengths, and that's not because they're not good, but because everyone is so high, so around the same level that they all have different peaks in different areas. Phenom is flashy and unpredictable. Army Ollie is stable and consistent. Curry is dynamic and, well, we'll turn the swing of a match in an instant. We saw Copel earlier, Curry in very much the same vein in that heavyweight category. So many different strengths on one roster. It falls to Manchester to be prepared because I think going in blind, Manchester, you might be right, it could possibly be impossible if they went in blind, but they're not going in blind. They are going in prepared. They are going in knowing that this is their last chance to make it into this bracket. This is the decider. So if Manchester is ever going to pull all that knowledge, have a strategy for every single scenario, this is that time.
You know, I want to dig a little bit deeper on strategy in terms of that. So, Pars, one of the greatest coaches in Smash right now, but does that have the biggest impact? If you have the strategy, how well does it translate when you're going up against strong players with just great fundies?
In theory, it works out great because everyone, even the highest level of players, have weaknesses, have habits that you can exploit. And if you choose the right time and place to exploit those habits, you can get massive rewards from it. However, as the saying goes, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. And if you're too flustered, too disrupted to find the win condition, to find the way to implement this plan, then all the planning in the world is going to be for naught.
Well, I feel that once I get punched in the face, I kind of just start flailing. We'll see if that's going to be the case for UT Arlington, if there is a major strike coming from Manchester. But I want to just get some predictions off the rip. Based on what you're saying, I'm a believer in no think, just go. So based off of the strategies that may be employed by Manchester, I think when it comes to the end of the day, if it is regionally ranked players up on this roster, I got to go with my prediction on UT Arlington.
I am also going to be siding with the side of UT Arlington on this one.
Chixa.
I hate stacking the desk, but I have to go with UT Arlington. They're just scary.
Prove us wrong.
They're no clear weakness, quote unquote. We said David v. Goliath. At this point, Arlington's the clear pick.
I mean, David did win at the end of the day, but
David did win.
David did win. Miles.
Yeah, sorry, Manchester. It's gonna be UT Arlington. There is a scenario. There are scenarios in which Manchester wins this. There is never an unwinnable game, but this is going to be tough. This is going to be an uphill battle, especially just getting off another match, because you still have the other team's patterns in your head. You still remember what you were doing to beat them. Completely different change of pace. Now, it is important to note, UTA is actually coming off of a loss. It is a seeded loss, but Fisher College East did take them down earlier in this bracket. UTA is not unbeatable, but it's pretty hard.
So I actually want to dig a little bit deeper in terms of consistency in competing. What is the effect going to be when you just came off of a loss, you're still competing pretty much all day? How will this affect our players going forward into this last chance to make it into the playoffs, Artie?
Well, I mean, when it comes to competing in any tournament, in any day that you have back-to-back games, it's really important to maintain a positive mental attitude, leave it all on the, virtual field, so to speak. And one of the biggest things also is it's not GG until you hit that final screen and you stand up and walk away from that desk. So you have to go as hard as you possibly can. Try to stay as positive as possible. This is the game instance where you don't have a teammate in your ear talking your ear off or saying anything to you that could theoretically tilt you. It's all really just you by yourself in your own head. It is up to you to be your own foundation and support. And we have Los over here who wants to just keep digging deeper until we hit bedrock. Well, you have to dig deep into your own self and make sure that you are able to keep your mentals calm and collected going through all this. And at the end of the day, you have to know you tried your best.
At the end of the day, I mean, that also may be a bit of a stronger tilting factor if there is no one to pass the blame onto, right? Chixa, in the 1v1s, how do you feel that will establish or demolish mental for a player?
Yeah, I think, again, it's having that advantage. If you are that anchor player or that person that people are relying on, you do need to dig deep and make sure you find the opportunity that you can to play your best. Just overall, keep yourself in check. You need to be reasonable with yourself. You need to have a short memory from game to game. This is a best of 3 at the end of the day. So even if you had a bad first round, then your team adjusts according to you. There's a lot of factors that I think in that scenario when you're sitting by yourself, you have to just keep on breathing, keep on playing, and do the best that you can.
And finally, Miles, what do you think, end of the day, consistently competing, how do you think that's going to affect both UT Arlington and Manchester?
Well, when you get put in these high-pressure situations over and over again, you develop a kind of resistance to the roar of the crowd. We talked a little bit about the experience on UT Arlington. I mean, Army Ali's been in this game for over a decade, and while I know a lot of people have been playing this game a while, that's how long Army Ali has been well known, since he was pretty young, I think, all the way back when Super Smash Bros. Brawl was a thing. So he is not going to get flustered, even by this massive venue, the biggest stage. He has the experience to weather this out. And I'll be honest, I don't know how long Manchester has been going at this. I know they have preparation, but do they have the experience and strategy to put it into practice right here?
I'm just curious now, a little bit of a sidebar. Have you competed previously, Miles?
I have. I would not say I competed well, but I competed.
Can we get some more information on that one? I want to hear about the Miles competition series.
All right. You know what? I'll say it loud and proud. I am a 2-2er, and I know it. I go out to my local, I support my scene, and I get bodied, 2 rounds into the bracket. I try my best. I really do. But at the end of the day, Caster John, that's all I got.
just a caster. Being an analyst doesn't help.
Okay, so this is kind of demolishing our argument for why pars might kind of swing this, but even knowing a lot about the game doesn't always mean you can put it into practice. But these players are not me. This is pars instructing other players on how to be good. And pars is also good.
How far does coaching go? I know that you have taken some, leadership roles in your own esports team back at Boise. Can you speak more to that?
So I did graduate from Boise. I'm still attending and getting another degree, but I coach at George Fox University for Overwatch. And what Miles said is kind of like the epitome of do as I say, not as I do, because you're still going to make the mistakes you point out to your own players. And then additionally, it's the taking theory and putting it into practice is not as easy as any coach or any player that's trying to help out someone who's new to the game is going to make it ever seem like. Everyone has their own challenges to face. Some things come super duper easy to them, and then other things just don't make any sense. And so you have to fight your own battles and learn how to overcome each challenge individually. Yes, there's a foundation and a bedrock that everyone has to start from and work their way up, but some are just really fast builders and get a hold of a game, whereas others, they really struggle. They're going to hit those, they need to go get a diamond pickaxe, so to speak, because they don't have the right material currently to go where they need to go. And honestly, Miles, I commend you for being honest on desk about your experience as a player. And yes, while you can analyze the living daylights out of a game and be really good at looking at strategy and telling people what is and is not the right thing to do, it does not always translate into in-game skill. But coaches and analysts in general, when it comes to the team environment, it's not your job to be good at the game. It's your job to be the bedrock for someone else, to be their support, give them the materials that they need, and build them up, not yourself.
Now, at the same time, how does it affect being a coach and trying to do that same thing while also being a player within that roster?
It kind of beats on your own mental a little bit because you're a perfectionist. You are trying to, if you are in the roster itself, you need to fight the urge to understand that you are not always going to be the best at the game, and also at the same time trying to be that best player, because it's like, if I'm the coach, I therefore need to be perfect. I therefore need to be the one taking the most stocks in these situations. But at the end of the day, you're still human. You can't do that. You have to admit that at the end of the day, someone is going to best you in these situations. One of your players might best you. You might get 3-0'd, and then your next player is going to take 6 stocks. You do not know. There's too many variables, and it ultimately comes down to your own mental ability to fight back those, the intrusive thoughts that are telling you you're not good enough, you lost, you shouldn't be coaching, to tell yourself, no, I deserve to be here, and so does that person who ended up 3-0ing me, and they just showed up a little bit more than I did today. I'm going to go back, VOD review, figure out what I did wrong, and fix it.
I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that answer, Artie. And you know what? It's time for me to come clean as well. I've gotten bodied at any local I've attended. It was just for fun. But I'm also throwing Pauly Hype under the bus. And me and him competed at a Halo tournament. We got 0-2'd. It was a quick exit. A quick exit for that one. And I just feel like through that speech, Artie, I need to let the people know. Chixa, if you have any failures, you could go ahead.
I of course, in Rocket League, I've competed in the women's scene. Unfortunately, it's hard to compete and cast at the same time a lot, but I have competed whenever I'm not casting, and I competed earlier on. Actually, my first time as captain, I won a season. So I'm pretty successful. I'm 1-0 as being a captain in Rocket League. But in the women's scene, my most recent tournament, we went 2-3. We almost made it to the group stages. So there's certainly a lot of adjustments that you have to make in that captain role. You have to decide whether or not, at that point, I was building a roster, trying people out. So I think Pars is going to do his best in the captain role to place people in the correct order and such like that on Manchester. That'll help them out in the long run. So I'm excited to see if they do kind of have that same counter pick that we saw in our first series of the day. If they can counter pick correctly, every player makes mistakes. No matter the level, the spectrum of play, everybody will make a mistake at the end of the day. So if you can utilize it and counterattack on those mistakes, then you just may have the advantage in David v. Goliath.
Well, let's find out as we turn our eyes over toward the stage for the player walkout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in Group C of competition for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, please welcome the starting lineups. As the 6th seed, please welcome the University of Texas at Arlington. Army Ollie, Curry, Beastly, Davey. and their opponents, the 11th seed, Manchester University. Augment, Park, Fleetwood, Mitch. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Woo! Learn to love it. All right. We are here for, once again, another amazing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate collegiate match. So please, team reps, head to the middle of the floor here. We have Manchester, of course. Come on over, UTA. Manchester versus UTA. UTA at the 6, Manchester at the 11. Please give us a little something going into this match.
I'm excited to play. I'm just glad our team doesn't have Hungry Box DI like yours does.
Woo! Woo, woo! Gotta love it. All right, UTA, last words over here to Manchester.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play. We played earlier. Y'all play a lot of cool, fun characters. It's going to be a cool set.
You guys are so polite. All right, well, we're getting ready for some more collegiate esports Commissioner's Cup Super Smash Bros. Action. Casters, over to you.
All right, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC May Madness presented by McDonald's, North Texas. I am Sai, of course, being joined by the lovely, the irreplaceable, the flawless Dara. How are you feeling right now getting into our second set?
I'm feeling pretty excited. I'm excited to be able to cast a little bit of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, but I have two things I want to talk about. I think that was an incredible call-out to say that, hey, you got a Hungry Box DI, and the other school's just like, hey, man, we got some cool, fun, I hope to get, like, a cool, fun match. My heart broke a little tiny bit, but such is the nature of competition. So I do have a little something that I wanted to say, something I wanted to talk about. UT Arlington, fantastic school, fantastic team. They got a player they have a little bit of history with. Army Ollie, CEO 21. I got whopped. I got schooled. I was going into that matchup. I was like, yeah, I'm excited for pools. I'm excited to compete today. Man, Army Ollie is good. Annoyingly so. I think that's going to be a really, really difficult opponent. That is, like, in my mind, like, one of the shining stars of UT Arlington. I remember that match, and I remember my desperation as I was getting hit by all sorts of Pikmin, all sorts of all of my stuff, that I'm like, wow, I got to remember that matchup. That does not matter. That's not the players that we have sitting down in front of us. Everybody, I am excited to bring to you UT Arlington versus Manchester. It's going to be a fantastic set.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Manchester roster, and it looks like a lot of FGC characters. I see they have Pars running Kazuya. They have Augment running Terry. Right now, we got Tamaki up there with the Kin, and Fleetwood, no Mac, is going to be running Steve. So all FGC characters and Steve. So that is really, really tough. Meanwhile, on the UTA Arlington team, they've got a lot of their character pool. We've got Fox, Incineroar, Inkling, of course, Army Ollie, the Pokemon trainer, or Army Ollie, the Olimar, and a couple Pokemon trainers.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you love seeing a top player and then you just, like, start trauma dumping about how much they've hurt you?
Yeah, sometimes
Feels
you
bad.
just, like, you remember all of the pain that which you've once felt. But now we're going to be jumping into the match, so I do believe the Ken is going to be Tamaki. As for the Aegis, we're going to get some info on that ASAP.
Ooh.
But already the spike coming out there, catching the up B back onto the stage successfully, and that's already one stock gone, 24 seconds into the match.
Now, if this stays consistent, this could be really huge for UT Arlington because, like, I thought she might die. So obviously that was a really early stock to take. Aegis is an incredible character. If Aegis is specifically good against the Shotos like we're seeing, this could be a huge problem for them because their roster is almost one character archetype entirely. But right now, okay, it is Army Ollie coming in. Yeah, Army Ollie's Aegis, not Olimar, is crazy to see because that was such a fast stock. I think that was not even 30 seconds off the clock. So taking a stock that quickly is so detrimental. We're starting to see Mitch fight back. We're seeing these Shoryus. None of them are actually connecting and getting the early kill that we need. So gonna have to be really careful about this. But yeah, as long as Army Ollie just continues spacing carefully, as they get back here in the face, I will end that sentence right there because Mitch is here to play too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was just like a really good call out. That's like one of the only ways that Pilot can like consistently get back on, just by popping out that side B to give yourself a little bit of coverage. But if you're able to slip in there, whoa.
I'm speechless. I can't believe that Hadouken was able to stop that charged Pyro neutral B. An incredible moment of clanking because a lot of characters died in that exact position.
Okay, so it is going to be Davey. It's not going to be Ollie.
Okay,
This is Davey coming in with the Aegis here. And I got to say, Davey is putting on a fantastic performance. That was such a good bait. Dash in, dash out to bait the ledge roll. Then you're able to get that up smash, and then a beautiful whiff punish from Davey. This Aegis is looking clean, solid, and just really fun D's heavy.
Yeah, speaking of dash out, dash in, that's exactly what took that second stock right there. Like that fake out, Mitch was fully committed to the focus attack, and honestly, you kind of got to keep charging it to see what happens, see if they interact with it incorrectly. But unfortunately for them, Mythra and Pyra both have a lot of multi-hits, so they're able to like break through that armor, and that's not the get out of jail free card it normally is in a lot of matchups. This is looking really good for Davey. Huge combos coming from Mitch, not able to confirm into the Shoryu just yet, but even at these tender only 80%, being near these platforms is really, really scary. So David is going to have to be very careful when it comes to stage positioning against a character like Ken.
Oh yeah,
oh,
was going for the hard punish, but
The
unless
SDI?
the SDI absolutely out of the up B, able to get out of there, looking for something funny. Davey just wants to get rid of the stock expeditiously.
Wow, this is not normally a thing I see being like accented on a crew battle like DI, but like UT Arlington not only made fun of their DI, they're SDIing out of Ken kills, and that takes a lot. Now they don't have a jump, so I think this is going to be their stock regardless. Got tapped out of the jump and sent horizontal, and that is just a death sentence at nearly any percentage for a character like Aegis. So we have one stock each of incredible spot dodge, making sure that that focus attack does not connect. Mitch is going to have to dig really, really deep to be able to bring this back.
But if there's anybody that can do it, it's actually going to be Aegis. That's definitely what I was going to say. That was my exact thought process. Thank you so much, Aegis, for cleaning up that stock with another up tilt. What I was going to say, classic stuff that we've always been talking about since Smash 4. Ken and Ryu, a little bit of rage, all of a sudden they're taking stocks off of up tilts at 60%. But in this case, that's not going to happen. Davey able to clutch that one out. Not clutch that one out. That was like a confident like stock lead win. They're going to be going into this next match with just one stock to the name. But what we saw like thus far, we just saw like good spacing, we saw good ledge trapping, just overall really solid Aegis play.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that both players played really well. Davey got that surprise stock right off the top of the match under like 20 seconds. Surprised all of us.
Yeah.
And as we keep saying, if you can find those, those weird setups that don't work more than once, but they will work once, fantastic to pull it out in a crew battle. But Mitch really clawed his way back, really did a really good job of taking the momentum back to their side and made it pretty close, pretty competitive, but that up tilt out of shield. Pyra's I love that we have the kill screen on that. Pyra's up tilt is enormous and people never talk about it. It's huge.
I mean, I just feel like there's so many other things going on with Aegis that you're like, wow, all of these options are, to put it lightly, really good. That you just sometimes forget about the things like up tilt and F tilt, and you're like, wow, these are huge safe buttons that cover from behind all the way to in front. She can be back like a mile away and still be able to connect some of those. So Davey just really exploiting the most out of those options, just able to play back space well. Just going to be waiting to see what the next opponent has in store. I do believe that this is going to be Pars, the Kazuya that we've all spoken about.
Yes, Pars, one of the top coaches on Metafy, somewhere in like the top 3 as far as like consistently being able to get sessions. Playing Kazuya, one of the scariest characters in the game. Remember we were talking earlier, we saw like Lucina and Roy, we're like, okay, it's kind of honest. And this is what I meant by comparison, because Kazuya and Aegis are both incredible characters.
Yep, that's a very light way to put it. We cannot actually overstate what is happening. Fellas, it is time for the battle of the DLC. Already a trip into the side B. Oh my god, this is a lab monster. Pars was waiting his whole life to be able to press buttons like this today.
My god, I literally was just like, is this the stock? Like, Kazuya leaves so little room for error when he actually does get going. But incredible ledge trapping coming out from Davey's Aegis right there. That's looking really good.
In the scene, we call that the American air dodge. The big old directional air dodge right back onto the stage, and Davey took some advantage of that, was able to get a couple of hits out of it, but there was just so much pressure that Kazuya always exudes. You have to keep up the juggle, you have to keep up the disadvantage, and Davey able to now really get just perfect returns, cleaning up that stock with an up smash.
What I love, Davey has been hit a single, okay. Davey got hit by a single mistake, took 43%, it was like, you will never touch me again.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Mythra is such a good character. Honestly, both of them are a pretty good character for like keeping Kazuya at bay. Crazy option. I cannot believe that beat that laser. But such a good character, keeping Kazuya at bay. And rarely edge guarding Kazuya. We don't see a lot of that. But I would describe Pyra's down air as the size of, let's say, a 1993 Toyota Camry. And
that thing is
unfortunately,
massive, clunky.
Maybe even a little bigger than that. And Kazuya was not able to avoid it. Davey playing amazing. Is Davey going to 3-stock Pars?
Pars is just not able to land right now, just taking so much damage, waiting a little bit, delaying, making sure that, hey, you know what, you can spike me once like that, not going to get spiked the same way twice. Patrolling the ground a little bit, going to be looking for that electric, which can't combo into an up B, but just looks for the first tech on the platform, but doesn't actually set up the tech chase. Davey was a little bit too far to the left and did not land on the plat.
This means so much for Manchester, because they lose the stock right now. They're going in with a huge deficit. Aegis is a character that takes stocks very quickly.
Oh, yeah. Was that a little up throw? Oh, my
No
God.
way.
Davey.
And there it is. Davey getting the 3 stock, which is not only difficult in itself, but landing that against Kazuya is very hard. That means you made no mistakes because it only takes 1-2 mishaps at most for Kazuya to just obliterate a stock from you.
Yeah, I really just want to like boil down to a lot of this play was, hey, Davey's advantage was super solid. The juggling was really solid. Kazuya cannot combo you. Kazuya cannot do Kazuya things if his feet are not on the ground. Very simply put, if he is on the ground, whoa, buddy, you're going to be looking out for an electric. You're looking out for all of these funny little Kazuya things. But Davey just, you know, that was not an option for a good chunk of that game. Now, the times that Pars was on the ground, feet planted, we saw something in the beginning that could have been something huge. But alas, not getting the full combo out of it, there was a second misplay, and that was going to be the electric that was on the platform, or rather that sent towards the platform, and Pars decided to go for the flip stack, the double jump cancel, auto cancel neutral, right? Landed, but alas, Davey was all the way behind him, didn't actually set up tech chase as intended, did not result in the kill. So there was a couple of moments where that could have gone super differently in favor of Pars, but you clean up a couple of those stocks with those spikes like that, Davey just keeping themselves just alive and getting so many stocks for their trouble.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that moment was such a key deciding moment in that set because even if it may not have killed, honestly, all that rage on Kazuya, if Pars just pulled the trigger and just gone for an up B instead, just to see if it would kill, things could have been different.
At least you could set up a juggle. At the very least, you might be able to catch a landing, but that's just like one little tiny misplay. Happens to the besties of us.
Yeah, but you're completely right. Davey's entire game plan was hanging out on the left and right platforms and just waiting for Pars to just make a mistake. Because you saw Pars at center stage, feet planted, being Kazuya, being scary.
Yep.
So you're not interacting with that zone, and Davey was like, I'll never be down there. I'm never going to be where you want me to be. And honestly, it's eventually Pars got a little impatient, would try to like chase Davey down, and trying to chase Mithra with her speed and her frame data, not the best option for most characters.
Today's a good day for DLC.
Yes, it is.
Man,
yes,
oh man, we are getting a whole lot of it. And
gross. Gross.
That even looked a little bit too far back for the min-min dash
Yes.
grab. I was like, whoa, that's a little bit much.
All right. And we see a political statement in Save Steve, and I have to staunchly disagree. But Min Min coming through 103 to only 23%, playing fantastic, really taking a lot of stage control away from Davey quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Landing against Pyro on PS2 was pretty tough. Fleetwood finds their way down, though, but they have to take the stock, and they have to retain this because it is
But
currently
look how
10-2-6.
patient Fleetwood is, right? Not landing immediately with a button, just waiting, not even fast falling immediately either. Looking to get this jump call out with the neutral, doesn't actually find it. Davey slowing down the pace of the game just a little tiny bit. We're seeing a good chunk of empty movement from the both of these. Against Min Min, a lot of your game plan, is just waiting until both of her arms are out. Then she can't punch anymore. That's when you go in.
Ooh, nice spot dodge in the down smash. Davey was correct on getting the roll read, just misspaced it a little bit, just needed to back up 1 or 2 steps more, or maybe go for an up smash instead. But that was crucial for Min Min to take that game because 10 stocks to 6 it's quite the deficit already, but now we're going in 9-6. Min Min, I think, is a very good character overall. Great cruise character. Great, A, matchup check. B, great at keeping you out and preserving those stocks. Min Min's recovery is a little bit lackluster, but once Min Min is in center stage, you are playing a really tough minigame. It does not matter who's on the character select screen.
Matchup check, and most importantly of all, if you're anything like me, that is a huge psychology check.
Oh,
you have to be like mentally stable to fight Min Min well, right? Because that is somebody that deals active psychic damage over the course of a match. You get hit with a couple of arms, and then you're getting edge guard, and you're like, wow, I have no double jump off stage. Am I just gone? And the answer is yes. So you have to be okay with accepting life and all of its brutal circumstances that it throws at you. Fighting Min Min is difficult for just about anybody.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's almost an ADHD check, too. I get a little impatient, and honestly, something like that, I'm like, stop hitting me with your arms. Like, I get impatient.
Yeah.
I run in. I try to, like, force stuff, take more damage.
Fighting Zonos for us is hard.
It's hard.
Really
It's
difficult,
hard.
okay? We have a medical diagnosis proving it, damn it.
As soon as I got my ADHD meds, I started performing better in tournament. I'm like, wow, look at that. Anyway.
Anyways.
So we got Diddy versus Min Min. This is an interesting one. So Diddy, if he can stay up close, has great frame data, can really pressure you, can do a lot of ledge pressure, and her recovery is very bad in this matchup. And so far, it looks like we're seeing some really good play here. Not really getting zoned out too far, but I do see that kind of coming down the road.
And so I think something that is so important in this matchup, we have to talk about Banana. Banana is not a regular projectile. For all of those that are uninitiated, it is a transcendent one. What does that mean? That means you cannot hit it. You can catch it, you can deflect it, but you cannot hit it away. Min Min does an excellent job with dealing with projectiles when she can hit them, but Banana, you know, for the sake of a bad pun, is able to really slip in there and actually interrupt Min Min for whatever she's doing.
Yeah, Min Min can't really ever rest comfortably. Even if Diddy gets a little bit further past mid-range, Monkey Flip Kick is an incredibly good tool.
Yes.
Obviously, it is either a command grab or an attack, and it is up to the Diddy Kong to decide which one he's going to do. And typically, I'm a Diddy main right now, and I just wait for the opponent to choose either shield or attack and just choose the opposite option. It's an incredibly good move. I like earlier that we saw some solid edge guard attempts. We saw an attempt at a ledge trump back air from Beastly. And the forward tilt, great range, disjointed, very safe, excellent for killing.
It's a really good button.
It's a very good button.
It's
Very
nice and safe, and you look at this patience from Beastly as well, mixing up some of these timings. Hey, be careful. Okay, you know what? Beastly just going to be cutting the losses at that point in time. Now Fleetwood just going to be backing off a little bit. But look at that burst range from Diddy Kong. He is jumping in. He is side being in. Up throw. Not going to be able to do it, but maybe Fleetwood can't actually catch that landing.
Oh, this is beautiful play. And Beastly was doing something very subtle and sneaky there. If you see Diddy Kong going for those, neutral airs at the corner, they are trying to find a down air. They're trying to take a stock under 50%, and that is exactly what Manchester needs right now.
Absolutely. You just have to set up an edge guard against Diddy Kong. That is one of the best ways that Min Min can cheese Diddy Kong. You knock him out of those barrels with any one of your buttons, honestly, and that's going to be a dead Diddy Kong.
Ooh, down throw into side B. I love it. That's a little bit of the advanced Diddy sauce right there. Oh, that was a forward smash. Misinput from Beastly, but there we go. Going into the down air. I don't want to be biased. I just love watching good Diddy Kong play, but Beastly is running all over Fleetwood at this point.
Yeah, Beastly just so much pressure, so much confidence, so much maneuverability around the stage. Fleetwood just wants to back up, wants to be able to get some space.
Nice.
But look at that Banana coming on into Beastly, going through those high-tech, high-execution combos. Not actually fully able to get it, but still able to cut through losses and get a good amount of damage.
I can tell you, I actually was labbing that specific combo out. If you do it right, it can lead up to like 70%, but it's actually very frame tight. It takes a very specific window for that down air to give you enough hit stun to get that combo. So it's tough. It's like a 1 or 2 frame blink, honestly, to get it.
Yeah, that shield pressure from Beastly, super tight. Hit shield, back off a little bit. Oh, you pressed up smash out of shield. Fantastic. I'm going to be able to get a nice, delicious little punish. Fleetwood, again, always a little bit too late on catching Beastly coming back down. Beastly has been escaping disadvantage against Fleetwood, able to slip in there between both the hits, and finally Megawatt is going to be able to do it, but 95%, you're down a little bit deep. Can Fleetwood pull this one undo?
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Monkey Flip Kick is doing exactly what you said earlier. As soon as Min Min doesn't have arms, Monkey Flip, doesn't matter if it's going to be the command grab or the kick, it's just going to shut Min Min down consistently. She's never able to play her game. And now, dancing for her life at the ledge, Z-drop Banana, not going to do it just yet, but very uncomfortable situation for Min Min to be in.
That should do it. That's a huge risk that Beastly took, but no, Min Min actually going to be a little bit too heavy for that. Now just going to be looking for another way to get back down. Excellent get-up attack to be able to interrupt that F-tilt. Not going to be able to get it again.
This is big.
This is big. This is huge, but goes through the high recovery, making sure that they can't get stuffed out.
I can't believe that forward air didn't kill either. If he went for the RAR back here, I think that would have done it. Great coverage. Great patience from Fleetwood, though. Fleetwood has been in ledge trap hell. Oh, and the back throw of all things is what does it. That's crazy.
If you're dying to Diddy Kong backfield, you have been alive for too long. That should not be happening. You're like, okay, you're 170, 180. Okay, it's time for you to go. Pack it up.
Right.
My goodness.
Now, if you don't know about Min Min, when she gets a throw, it powers up the Dragon Arm, and those Dragon Arm smash attacks are incredibly strong. We've seen a lot of really early stocks just from like back throw to back air, and as soon as I saw that happen,
it's the day one check.
And crew battles are where you pull that stuff out. So with all that rage and having Diddy be off the stage, even at like 40%, both of us, we're like, oh, we've seen this movie before. Diddy could die right now. But Beastly held strong. I loved Beastly's game plan. I loved how efficient the ledge trapping was, especially considering how kind of awkward Min Min is at getting off the ledge.
Yeah.
And
that's when she definitely struggles, right? She loves having stage control. She loves having space. She loves being able to edge guard. She is so comfortable in so many places besides getting off the ledge. She has one of the most exploitable jumps from the ledge in the entire game. She has a fairly exploitable ledge hang. Her recovery isn't all the best. And let me tell you, Diddy Kong, he tosses out a peanut. He tosses out a banana as well. He just is able to apply so much pressure, and aha, You thought that you could wait. You thought that you could be patient. Alas, I have an F tilt with your name on it. So this is going to be, I believe, Manchester's last play. That is going to be Augment, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
A lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. Now, Terry, a very good character. He does have all 3 stocks, so of course he's going to get access to Go, and that's really powerful. 7 stocks with the Shoto is tough, because somewhere in there's going to be a counter pick, even if you make it out of this. And Beastly is playing amazing. 49% right off rip. We're going to see some big punishes here. One of the big things that Terry gets is jab is really important to him. He gets a whole lot of damage out of it. But Beastly has yet to even be touched. 108% uncontested. This is looking fantastic for the UT Arlington team.
Oh, absolutely. Go is already on deck. Tries to go for a little something. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. Backing off a little bit at the ledge. That F tilt is putting in work. No double jump off stage. This should, for all intents and purposes, be a dead Terry.
That's it.
That should be it.
That's it. Yep, back air
Damn.
just in case. Perfect play from Beastly. Got hit by a single move, spelling even more disaster for the Manchester team. They really needed a huge comeback, and Beastly is not giving an inch.
Beastly is enforcing his own game plan. He knows his own win condition at this point, and just going all the way with it. Augment is just struggling to find a single, clean, consistent opening. When Terry does so, I mean, that damage output is egregious, but when you're not letting him in, man, it's tough.
I am literally just watching the strings of how this could get dangerous just because I'm playing so much Diddy. And honestly, that situation with that down tilt to dare, I thought that was going to do it.
That was supposed to be it, right? That was supposed to be the jump call out. But alas, again, now has to use up the double jump yet again, using the power wave to stall. But just the last hitbox of that forward is going to be connecting. Man, this is brutal.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. I remember watching Tweak versus Riddles. One of the main places that Tweak was able to find stocks, you can rinse and repeat. Ooh! Never mind.
Okay.
Let me finish that thought, but that was crazy. That was hype. Manchester needed that. But you can rinse and repeat your edge guard against the Shotos because all 3 of them have to do a side B to get back to the stage, and there's so much lag between that. Diddy can just send you back out with forward air. He can send you back out with back air. And honestly, once you do get close to the ledge, that 2-frame from the F tilt is incredibly tough to deal with. So you saw Augment was really just in that rinse and repeat cycle for a long time, but coming back with the spot dodge cancel into the power gazer was very smart.
Absolutely. Something I also do want to bring up in the context of a greater crew battle format, Terry is actually a fantastic pick. Why? Well, first of all, I would like to say that he has a lot of survivability. Compared to a lot of similar characters in his archetype, he has a lot of recovery mix-ups. Every single one of his specials do something for him, and he has a surprising amount of horizontal distance and a ridiculous amount of hitboxes all around him. So he is able to survive thanks to that also being a super heavy, or a heavyweight rather. 132% in a crew battle means you're still going in with 2 stocks instead of 1. It can make all the difference. But now you're going up against Incineroar, a character that's been putting out so much work recently thanks to the likes of SkyJ.
Woo! Big SkyJ fan over here.
Big SkyJ fan. If you're not, then come on, what are you doing?
Oh, exactly.
SkyJ's
How could you not be? He's one of the most dudes rock dad energy players I've ever seen in my entire life. I promise. But yeah, so now we have heavy versus heavy. Incineroar can live a long time, but if Incineroar revenges anything from Terry, we can spell disaster for the Manchester team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But right now, trying to get that second up, barely able to find a couple of those. And oh, buddy, somebody almost air dodged right into the back hit of Incineroar's up smash. That thing, that is the golf swing that takes you all the way off the top. Jumping Tomahawk neutral B as well. Augment needs to adapt ASAP.
Yes, and also because Incineroar kills so early, Go is almost less of a factor because it's very common to see a character like Terry die sub 100. Looks like he made it to the promised land. He's got 100, so he has options like Buster Wolf. He has Power Gazer, so Curry has to be extra careful.
Okay, a little bit of backfield, going to be able to get some stage control.
Nice.
Tries to go for the power geyser, but alas, that's not going to be able to do it. It does not connect. You give up a lot of stage. Little spaghetti, little tomato sauce. Oh, mamma mia, buddy.
A little bit there, yeah. We're seeing some big haymakers. Oh, I thought we were going to see the Power Gazer. He was trapped on the ledge. That could have been an easy stock for Augment, but unfortunately, Curry's going to survive that and come in. 1 stock remaining for the Manchester team. What can Augment do about this?
I felt like that should have been the auto-cancel down B, but oh my gosh, the down air actually going to be tripping, such as ultimate and everything having a chance to trip, of course. Augment is just looking for a way to take the stock off, but Curry is not giving it up quite yet.
See, even right there, like a key neutral tool in Terry down tilt, getting revenge, and now Augment honestly might die right here. Oh no, that's it.
That was the most masculine exchange of all time. That's just 2 dudes swinging at once. That's all that was happening. They were swinging and whiffing, Curry able to get stage control, able to get that edge guard with the neutral B. My goodness, that's going to be set 1 going to their school, or game 1, excuse me. They were looking super good.
Yeah, UTA looking fantastic. I don't know if it's the power-up. I don't know if it's the McDonald's jersey. Shout out to you all, McDonald's, North Texas, of course. But they played amazing. Speaking of masculine kills, running off for a suicide lariat kill just to finish off the first set, or first game. Dang it, now I did it. Just to finish off the first game was fantastic.
It was cute. It was a cute way to
very
finish off
cute.
that game.
I like
Absolutely.
it. Mm-hmm.
Now,
Press the slay button. I'm here for it.
I would like some clarification. Which school was it in the beginning that talked all that smack?
I think that might have been Manchester.
That might have been Manchester. If I were them, hey guys, listen, no shade. I'd feel a little silly for that. I'd feel a little silly talking a little bit of smack and then getting, losing a game like that.
That was the 6-stock dub. That was pretty tough. Wouldn't let that happen to me.
Also, really funny to call out Hungry Box DI when he's currently restreaming it. Hello, Hungry Box. Hope you're having a lovely time, as well as all of his chatters. Hope you guys are enjoying the show thus far. This is, of course, the best of 3 crew battle, so we're going to be getting 1 or 2 more potential matches, but Manchester has quite a few adaptations to make.
Yeah, they've got some big changes. So as I said earlier, because so much of their roster is based on like Shotos or FGC characters, it's going to be really tough because if the other team obviously seems like they have deep pockets, if they can beat that archetype, your entire crew is in danger. And we saw it start off really tough. Davey came in with the Aegis and just was cleaning up, taking really early stocks, outmaneuvering everybody, had great stage control. That looked really hard. And honestly, even Curry's Incineroar, Shotos are great. Incineroar, I think, is great against the Shotos because like they need to run in and they need to press buttons. They need to get those jabs, those down tilts to get combos started. But if Incineroar has options like Lariat, it's very hard to get that going. Revenge makes it really tough. And they have so much like damage and knockback on their moves. When he's getting those revenges, it's even scarier to run into him face to face.
Yeah, Davey was just such a strong opening for them. Davey just got so much work, and so that's definitely, you have to keep that in mind. You have to figure out who do we go in against who to be able to like counter that threat, and then you have all of those other players to worry about. I gotta say, UT Arlington is looking like a beast of a team, and that wasn't even their entire roster. They weren't knocked down to the last player. Everybody that we saw, Davey, Beastly, and Curry, they all just looked really solid thus far.
Yeah, speaking of beast of a team, as a Diddy main, Beastly, when you watch this back, I am taking notes. Beastly was playing amazing. Extremely optimal Diddy Kong combos, extremely good stage positioning, tons of crazy ledge traps. This is really tough. Like Manchester, I think their best option might be to start mid-min just because like that could potentially stop the bleeding if they start with Aegis again. But other than that, if they get counterpicked by Davey right off rip, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
And I also have a thought about Beastly specifically as well, right? I love the fact that not only did Beastly like go for like a lot of those optimal routes, but oftentimes did drop them, but then still went for the next level of coverage instead of being like, oh wait, I just dropped my 0 to 90 super technical combo. I guess it's over. You can win this interaction. No. Beastly still dashed back. Beastly still went for like another grab to pick things up. Beastly still kept covering options, and that like oppressive amount of option coverage. I mean, it felt suffocating to watch. Probably equally so, if not more so, to fight against.
It is. So I was explaining this a little bit to a homie a couple weeks ago. So you have your characters like, say, Kazuya, where like you get hit and you're like, okay, it's going to be a death sentence. Diddy Kong does not technically do that, but what he does is he gets a ton of resets, and the scariest thing you can do against a Diddy Kong is panic. Because the Diddy always knows when the combo is dropping, you don't. So if they stop the combo early and you burn that air dodge, here's another 40%, and it spirals so quickly if you don't know how to get out of disadvantage against
You
them.
think I'm studying my disadvantage options? You think I'm thinking about situations? Buddy, I'm mashing. I am playing Ness. I will mash out of it, and you know what? If I connect the neutral, sure, I won that interaction, I guess.
One of these neutral airs is going to do it. I'm going to just keep doing it. One of them
One of them will eventually work out. But yeah, absolutely. Like, there's like so much like depth of knowledge in Smash of just like understanding, not only like basic like fundamentals, but then also specifics of matchups and understanding situations. Your opponent being a main and proficient in that character is probably going to know more about those situations than you find yourself in. There's 80 some odd matchups to think about in this game. They know their advantage, which isn't necessarily always character specific.
Yes, and that's one tough thing about this. If you're on the outside looking in at Smash, not only is there an overwhelming amount of characters, every character has something that you have to be very afraid of.
Yeah.
Not like, okay, this person has a good F tilt. No, everyone's got something insane.
Yeah, and in this case, going up against Army Ollie against going up against Olimar, you're looking at up smash is that early starter, and you already see somebody's looking for it, somebody's fishing for it, and the question is, will he connect it?
I think this is a really potentially good matchup to start with. Not only can Olimar put damage out really quickly. Even just with that one white Pikmin, stocks are already even. Olimar's really small. He has Whistle to get out of combos. It can be really, really tough for Ken to get those big strings that the Shoto character is so known for. In the meantime, he's doing really well. But one thing that's going to be scary for this too, Olimar's grab specifically is probably really good against the Shotos. They're always kind of approaching like the same kind of angle, and there's so much room for that grab to connect before you actually get to Olimar. It could be really disastrous if Mitch isn't careful.
For sure. Now still able to come back onto the stage. Mitch is just definitely holding the gun at this point, but Army Ollie is the one that is kind of controlling the pace. Right, consistently knocking Mitch off stage, consistently controlling center stage.
Nice.
But that's almost the up air into the shorely, but alas, that down B, that whistle that you mentioned, Olimar just able to use that as a means of getting back down to the stage, but the yellow Pikmin not going to be able to do it. Oh my god, what is happening?
What is happening? I don't know how he got out of that situation there, but Army Ollie so far taking a lot of control, looking for the 2-frame on the down air, been a lot of attempts, hasn't found it just yet, but Mitch does have to continue to be careful. Nice chase down. Great play from Mitch.
And that dash-in is so powerful as Ken because most people in that situation, they will almost always air dodge out, right? So it's a really good idea to dash in after that kind of an option. Comes back on with the side B. Army Ollie put themselves off stage, but alas, still able to get that stock off the top, keeping the stock count even. And when it comes to early percent damage, both of these characters are demons.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of demons, getting a jab block, I love that. Throwing the Pikmin and trying to get a roll read, Army Ollie was definitely looking for the biggest reset they possibly could have gotten, but so far, not going to find it just yet. They do have 2 purple Pikmin, which is really, really good for them, but we've seen Mitch absolutely obliterating them. I saw one of the purple get kicked in the face by a full charge Ken down smash.
Oh, yeah.
They're never coming back. They are not seeing Pikmin 4. It's over.
Yo, Mitch just trying to get in there. Mitch just wants to get in there so badly, looking for that falling forward, looking for the up tilts. My goodness, that was almost a huge combo, but Army Ollie treating that disadvantage really well. But again, these Pikmin can actually be counterintuitive in a matchup like this because they can extend Ken's own hitboxes, right? Make some up tilts a little bit more active, ones that normally would not even be able to connect.
One thing I think is really cool too, we saw earlier in no tag, like taking those gaps and trying to force your opponent to like burn a defensive option so you can keep getting those resets. Mitch has made that attempt because we see stuff like Whistle trying to like force Army to Ollie to panic, but they will not panic.
Yo, that fade back with the focus, that was beautiful stuff, right? Just like slowly mixing up the drift a little bit. Army Ollie wasn't able to get that first edge guard. That time around, it did come out though. Mitch did lose his second stock, and now just looking through this next opening, looking for the landing aerial as Ken always does, but Army Ollie not having any of it.
Now this is...
Oh, that's it.
Oh, no jump! I was going to say, Mitch is off to a really good start. Army Ollie, you could consider them probably the biggest threat on that team. Just statistically, I've just seen them do so well for so long. But Army Ollie took that second stock really early. Ken dying at only 60. Just some great edge guarding coming out there, and that is going to put UTA in another big lead.
Yeah, I mean, as a very like basic rule of, you know, all platform fighters, but then specifically when you think about like the Shotos in the context of this, you live and die by that double jump. As soon as you bring that thing off stage, does not matter what percent you are, this game will take your stock, right? And Army Ollie was able to exploit that. That is not something that goes both ways in this kind of a matchup. Olimar is up B. That thing has a lot of mileage on it. That thing has a lot of distance. And Olimar, there is almost no position in the game where he's like, yeah, he's not going to make it back onto the stage unless they just mess up the recovery.
Like earlier we were talking, someone on Twitter, and if you're watching this, you did a very bad job, made a recovery tier list. And I don't remember Olimar being that high on it. Olimar's recovery has insane range. There's tons of mix-ups with it of whether you aren't going to have Pikmin. There's different speeds it's going to be depending on what he had when you sent him out. So it's very hard to predict it. And of course, his hurt box is really, really small. So, and I don't remember if anyone remembers the clip from Coinbox, shout out to y'all while you're watching, where I believe it was Candle versus... Riddles, and Candle went for a suicide up air under the stage while recovering. They would not have made it back, but Riddles wasn't expecting it, didn't get the stage check, and won the game. Olimar's recovery is very hard to predict. Doesn't matter what level of play it's at. Even there at the top level, it's tough to deal with.
A lot of mix-ups. You can throw out the Pikmin to keep it nice and safe, but alas, we will now be seeing the return of Augment. So Augment, last time around, the biggest thing was what? It, like, not able to super like easily find a huge combo opening, and then whenever he really did get in there, never like really taking it too far in. Immediate controller disconnect happens to the best of us. Maybe a little pro controller shenanigans.
Listen, Army has to sacrifice a stock, so Augment decided to do it with the pause rule. Everything's the same. Totally makes sense.
Oh yeah. So one stock gone. Army Ollie 2 stocks, 2-3, still going to be on the first player here. The question is, what is Augment capable of? Right now, capable of taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, yellow up smash being one of the things that hit you at low percents is rough because Olimar gets so much damage off that situation. I see why they sent Augment in my head, I'm like, they're probably going to send Min, and they sent Augment's Terry in. I'm like, I wonder why. But Terry does a very good job of controlling horizontal space, killing Pikmin, and stealing stocks because that burn knuckle off the side of the stage killed at only 72. Massive play, and 40% already right off the start from there.
A saving grace of fighting Olimar is just how light he is. I mean, listen, if you could get him off the stage and into the blast zone ASAP, that's always a good sign. And now just looking for that air dodge reader, perhaps looking for the lead on that whistle, not able to actually punish it in time.
Nice.
Look at those landing mix-ups. That was so clean.
Yeah, Augment is really turning this up this second game, playing fantastic right now. We're seeing Burn Knuckle go through the Pikmin. We're seeing Power Wave be a problem. This looks really good. And, of course, Terry also has access to that disjointed F-tilt that's totally invincible. And now go. So Army Ollie has to be incredibly careful.
Yeah, back through for a bit of stage control yet again, being nice and patient, recovering low, and that hitbox is so generous, catching Army Ollie's attempt to maybe get an edge guard.
Nice!
That up B is going to be able to take it off the top. Augment going to be keeping that stock count even. This is such a different game than last time around.
Yes, this is so much better. And I almost wish I had a whiteboard to show you guys. So as far as what stage control Augment had right there, if they stayed forward, powered up Buster Wolf would have taken the stock. If they jumped and stayed back, Power Gazer had an option to connect. So what they tried to do was jump above, but Augment was crouching, still controlling those two positions, and got not just an up B punish, a fully charged Rage up B punish. So honestly, Army Ollie had almost nowhere good to go. I think the best case scenario would maybe be like run off stage and throw a Pikmin or something, but that specific position was so controlled. And it looks like Manchester's able to even things out, and Augment is playing fantastic right
Option coverage, just quintessential classic option coverage, and just thinking of like threat. When you have so many different options that you're actually worried about, you don't often get to actually see like Terry like up B out of shield, specifically because of its lack of horizontal reach. But then if somebody's landing directly on top of you, forget that. You know, up B goes spin. You go up.
Yeah. Up B go, but I couldn't roll my R's right there. I'm embarrassed. I don't know if I got it. Anyway, Beastly's coming in. We're going to have 9 stocks to 9. We saw Beastly go on a crazy run on that last one, playing phenomenal. Terry, of course, can get bullied by Diddy Kong. We saw Beastly do this really, really well earlier in the previous time they played. Let's see if Augment figures something out about this.
Oh, such a good, that was like almost a mix-up, right? It's interesting to think about like jab 3 from Terry as a mix-up, but the classic is jab, jab, power dunk, right? You saw Beastly actually end up dashing in, probably mashing SDI in, but good DI on the down air, right? Not holding out, not getting spiked to the blast zone. Augment took that damage, but hey, you're still alive, and that's what matters most.
And once again, just like you said the previous time we were watching Beastly play, if Beastly doesn't get the enter of the combo that he wants, immediately goes back to covering stage position.
Oh, that banana almost tripped up Augment. Augment's still going to be stuck off stage, still going to be stuck in disadvantage. Beastly, just so good at the ledge trap.
Gotta wait this out, not gonna be able to make it back. A very underrated move in Diddy Kong's kit, that forward tilt. It sends you at such a completely horizontal range. There are certain characters that just literally cannot recover. And it looks like Terry, after a couple tries, might be on that list. Oh, important tech.
Oh, for sure. Okay, looking for that option out of shield. Not actually going to be able to find it quite yet. Looking for those auto-cancel, mash, spot dodge, power dunks. You know what that is? That is a vibe check. That is saying, hey, you want to hit me, don't you, buddy? You want to whiff punish me? Psych, I have a spot dodge. Beastly was on the other side of the stage, though, so nothing happened.
Right. And it doesn't come into play that often, but since Terry is the only person that has a spot dodge cancel, he was in a really rough trap with that falling banana and the landing up air. Like, there were so many options Beastly had, but being able to spot dodge cancel out totally took that off the table. So he stays alive, but ooh, here comes the edge guard.
Okay, still makes it back on, but I do believe that Augment was able to get the double jump back because they did land atop the stage. Right?
Yo!
But you know what? Incredible trade for Augment. Augment still has go active, up throw into the up air. You're not going to be able to do it quite yet, though.
I think if he had done the reverse and done the other side of the hitbox, he might have had it. You can actually do a little bit of a 50-50 with that, depending on what side you're facing when you do that up air. So Augment was able to survive it, but really kind of going through the blender right here. Taking a lot of damage at the beginning of this. Here we go. Even
Yo,
more.
that footstool, was that a double jump? Does not matter. Into the Z-drop banana. That is pressure, my friend. That was so much pressure that Beastly was exerting. Still able to cover Augment's option with the jab. They're able to get a forward as well. Augment just needs to land. Augment needs to get back onto the stage.
Needs to find something. And there it is. A really rough trap. Banana right at the ledge. You're not able to walk past it, and Monkey Flip Kick is going to punish you for shielding. And once again, rinse repeat on the edge guard. Tries everything he can think of. Now we see him going for like the power dunk, but all that Beastly has to do is wait just a little bit. Whichever option is chosen by Terry is punishable by forward air, back air, or even down air in the right position.
And also that last situation was like a little bit unfortunate because that recovery might have been like a little bit of a hasty attempt. One of the things that Terry is not the best at is actually going to be snapping to the ledge, right?
Yeah.
You have to have very, very specific spacing on that up B to be able to sweet spot to it. That time around was not so lucky, ended up going over the ledge, ended up not touching the ground again. And you know what that means? You don't get your double jump back, baby. So you're just a sitting duck for an F tilt coming your way.
There's so much time to punish that. And Beastly took full advantage. So that puts UTA at 8 stocks to Manchester 6. Still a really good battle. Still anybody's game in here. I don't want to count anybody out. I know that they still have that really strong mid-min player, but Beastly made pretty quick work of the mid-min. So I think we might be seeing Pars come in with the Kazuya. And honestly, Kazuya Diddy Kong seems explosive, but
Kazuya Diddy Kong. I remember this matchup. I remember it specifically at Shine. I remember this matchup. I remember Tweak was playing it, and it was Tweak circle camping for a very long, extended period of time. I already forgot the name of the player who did play the Kazuya. Forgive me. I will remember it at some point after and probably kick myself for it. But this is a matchup where Diddy Kong wants nothing to do with Kazuya, not interacting. I'm running away, and I'm banana camping.
You have to. So this is definitely just going to be a big test of Beastly's movement. Now, we saw earlier Pars was extremely comfortable holding down center stage and like waiting for options. And there it is, unfortunately, going for the monkey flip kick earlier. Gets the down throw, doesn't get the full confirm to Beastly's sake because that easily could have been that first stock taken immediately.
Absolutely. And you see that like Beastly just trying to play back a little bit, play a little bit more in the air, but now Pars able to get the Foops tech, but alas, that banana pickup was not intentional.
Yeah.
It picked it up and kind of messed up his own flow a little bit. And okay, can you make this back?
Rinse and repeat. There it is. Fighting game characters. Diddy can just do this all day.
Okay, able to go up and over Beastly. Beastly whiffing that back uncharacteristically, and
the dragon uppercut, trying to call out that aerial, didn't find it. Great play from Beastly, but now we do have a Rage Drive on deck here. Beastly can't necessarily shield right now because even at just 58%, it could be a stock for Kazuya.
Okay, really good patience. Pars did not go for any preemptive air dodges, right? Beastly wasn't able to find a back heel as a result. Okay, is that going to do it? Wow.
Yep. Yeah. Diddy has a little bit of hoo-ha. You gotta kind of finesse it a little bit, but it's still here. It's still here.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the biggest struggle right now, I'm like watching this and like Pars has just not found like that big opening yet that like Kazuya is like so infamous for, right? Beastly is like successfully zoning them out.
All right, landing with the Nair. We haven't really seen any electrics coming out from Pars.
No, not at all.
And that's like the main tool that everyone is so afraid of from Kazuya. There it is. Oh no, the buffer system being a little bit rough. Yeah, that might have just spelled disaster for the Manchester team. Only dying at around 70%. That's huge for Arlington.
Absolutely. Pars right now just rolling back on. Okay, missing the tech here. That's going to be a huge jab block into the up B.
Yes.
Talk to me. How do you feel about that?
Again? The jab block into the down smash? Oh, I cannot wait. I want to play right now so bad. I'm being so inspired by Beastly right now. This is just phenomenal play. Pars, how can you take this stock? Can you get back to the stage? Maybe the Rage Drive. I don't know. There it is, the Rage Drive, and that will definitely do it at around 90%. So, does at least take that stock, but 7 stocks to 4, and you're already at 115. This is rough. Big opportunity.
Good catch. That double jump forward was huge. Pars, every dodge again. That was a little bit ugly. Pars now needs to find a way to be able to make it back on. Beastly doing the same thing that they've always done. That transcendent banana, able to hit past the up B. Okay, this could be huge. Tries to Foops tech, but alas, the auto turnaround does not come in. The up smash does come out though, and that's going to be yet another stock, yet another name that Beastly takes down.
I think one thing I want to mention is that Pars definitely seemed very committed to like trying to find big punishes from the Ferb stack, but none of them actually worked out. And once, okay, sure, second time, I don't know. But after you miss like the third or the fourth, it's just like, I know this is a strong option. This does cover a lot, but if it's not happening, maybe instead just, you know, slow it down, see how they react if you can't force the punish that you want, and then just go for optimal punishes based on if they roll or get up attack or this, that, and the third.
It happens to the best of us. You think that they're going to, you know, you're really thinking of like, hey, I want to cover this position, and then you end up going the other direction, and then you miss your tech chase. Right? It does indeed happen to the best of us. So that is going to be the end of Pars, and now this is going to be the final teammate for Manchester. We're going to be seeing the return of, I believe, Fleetwood, right?
Yes, Fleetwood was playing Min-Min. Fleetwood, no Mac. But I don't know how they're going to handle this because Beastly still has 2 stocks, and Beastly was very dominant the previous time that they played.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is a tough one.
There's no better way to say it other than this is going to be tough.
Yeah.
You know, of course, like we talked about it before, all of the different options that Diddy Kong has on Min specifically to find like those kinds of openings. You're going to need to outplay a lot of your opponents really hard if you want
Really
to
hard.
stay in this.
Really hard. Now, if he can find his way through this, and maybe we can see some early kills. Of course, you know, Ram's side smash especially is very, very dangerous to deal with Diddy Kong's recovery. I can see him getting gimped early, and you know, the Dragon's Breath could be a potential big threat, but Fleetwood has to make something incredible happen because not only do they still have to go through Beastly, there's still 2 other players looking at them on the other side of that.
You got to just stay focused on the game at hand. You got to do whatever it takes to win with as many stocks as possible. One stock, I mean, this is definitely doable. You just got to space out past that banana, right? Diddy Kong has so much burst range. Look at the distance that which he is able to combo from Beastly from the other side of the stage. Tossed out that banana. Look at his percent all the way up to 52, and Fleetwood needs to come back on. Oh, man, Beastly is playing so good.
Oh, my God. These resets have just been phenomenal. Covering every position, even preemptively having that banana up in the sky, reading that Fleetwood wanted to go for that min dare to get back down.
Oh my
and
God.
banana to forward air. I always say this if you talk to me in person, criminally underrated option from Diddy Kong. It covers an incredible amount of space. No matter what air dodge or jump or resource you choose, banana forward air actually just covers it. So if you're in that zone, it doesn't matter what character you are, you might be dead. Beautiful plays from Beastly. Jesus.
When I'm
Look
at
for the read.
0% and my opponent is hanging on to the ledge, especially with a projectile, a universal rule is that they're up to no good. You're fighting Grob and he's got gyro in hand. You're fighting Pac-Man and he's got the Galaxian. I promise you they have like a 0 to 80 combo.
Yes, they're waiting for you to make that mistake. They're waiting for you to get greedy. And unfortunately, Fleetwood walked into the trap there. Beastly barely really taking too much damage in this set so far, only at 84%. And from a character like Mimian that puts out a lot of damage, that means there's only been a couple mistakes. That's forward smash. That's going to do it.
God,
if Diddy has banana at the ledge, you have to respect it. It's literally the same danger as Diddy ledge trapping you when he's at the ledge. If he has that, he will take those stocks just like that.
Everything that Beastly wants, he's getting. This is like Christmas. You're getting everything that you possibly want and more. Look at these extensions. Look at these combos. And Fleetwood finally able to land with the downing. But the question is, can you close this out with perhaps a little megawatt? Absolutely not. Such is the life of Diddy Kong side B. My God, that is an active hitbox.
That was one of the scariest interactions I've ever seen because if a Monkey Flip Kid can beat that, that means that Min literally just has to like run back and respect it and cannot contest it at all.
Yeah, that's like, you know, you're fighting a bowling ball and suddenly that is somebody that is capable of kicking past a bowling ball.
Also, we saw Fleetwood go for the up throw instead of the back throw. I think back throw would have done it. Up throw's still not going to do it. I think they should have back throw the first time, maybe up throw the second.
Yep.
Now up throw's a little stale. And
Good
Beastly could
patience.
easily take this final stock from Manchester. What do you do?
You know what? Fleetwood's just trying to pull out all the stops here. Mixing up your timing like that, it is definitely helpful. You just need that one hit to have a chance here, but it's not looking so good for Manchester, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is rough. Oh, okay, getting the back throw, or back air, not gonna get the up air instead. Can Fleetwood turn this around? We just need one up smash, one throw, one something. But this is the position where Diddy wins in. What I love about that, he threw the banana at the ledge, which meant that had Fleetwood been able to up B into the ledge in time, it would have been automatically 2-framed. And because he waited, the sweet spot back air killed and said everything was covered. There's nothing Fleetwood could have done.
That coverage was absolutely absurd. I love the fact that you point that out. You toss it to the side, and it's going to go down. You just got to angle it correctly. Got to hit the right side of PS2. And that is an entire lane that is now blocked off, and you have all this traffic that's happening on the rest of it. And all you got to do is, Diddy Kong, you got to position yourself. And, hey, it's Min off stage. What kind of recovery mix-ups does she have? Phenomenal question. Absolutely not. She can maybe stall with a double jump like everybody else at a cast can, but the reality is she has no recovery options other than A, swatting away an opponent maybe with her arms, flailing as she's making it back onto the stage, or B, just up being as you would normally, sometimes barely mixing up your positioning. Beastly took full advantage of Min's disadvantage. This nasty place to be in. Great coverage, great combo games, super optimal punishes, and a little bit flashy too. Beastly looking excellent, I gotta say.
Yeah, just phenomenal play. I think the entire UTA roster is going to go very far in this bracket. They played amazing. Beastly's a huge threat. Army Ollie's a huge threat. Davey's a huge threat. But right now, we're going to cut to the stage. Looks like Paulie wants to interview one of the winners from the UTA team. Take it away.
All right, I am here with Davey from UTA, local team Arlington. That was an impressive win. Take the crowd here through the match, what you were thinking, and kind of the game plan going into that match.
I'm not going to lie, we're not much of a game plan type of team. Okay. We kind of just threw people in.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. So for all of you that don't know, at home we had a co-stream going on. One of the professional Smash Brothers players, Hungrybox, has been co-streaming the entire last couple hours here. He popped off for one of your kills, and it's viral, going on social right now. How does that feel?
I'm honored to be a part of HBox's legacy.
Woo! You gotta love it. Well, we are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Who is UTA Arlington gunning for in this event so far?
We are beating everyone. All of you. Fisher, MSU, UTD, UT, all of you.
Woo! Finally, a little bit of trash talk today. You heard it from Davey of UTA, one of the local teams here. When we come back, we'll have some more Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action. Desk, back to you. Well done, Davey.
You know, I hate being right. I hate being right. Once again, sometimes strategy does not matter, and our boy Davey had summed it up so nicely. No plan, just go in, bop, 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 win the game. It's simple enough. Miles, you look like that that frustrates you.
It's like the Goku strategy. And like, we talked about this before, but like just the power difference. Again, I talked about how UT Arlington has so many strengths, but that was a showcase of exactly what we meant. We saw moments of brilliance, but oh my gosh, UT Arlington overall just dominated that game.
Absolutely, and you know, we didn't even get to see most of the players on that team. We did get a chance to check out all of them from Manchester, but specifically, a lot of these players were dropping in resources just to take out that one player on the stage, Davey. Miles, tell me about what was really being expended in that moment.
Well, you were losing your ability to counterpick. You don't have the ability to know who you're going to be facing, because in the optimal scenario, when you're trying to coach, you have one person who has a game plan to take down another. Maybe you have a backup, but if you're forced to improvise, if you have one player like Davey running through on the Aegis, then all of a sudden your crew battle plan is shot. You have to be throwing people in, just like UT Arlington was, except you don't have that foundation to fall back upon. And at the end of the day, that meant that we didn't get to see the full preparedness, maybe from Manchester, because they were fighting people who they were not ready to.
Well, speaking of foundation, the foundation of Manchester was comprised of 3 very close quarters fighting game characters. What is the issue, Chicks, when you're running a team that has that same archetype for 3 of your competitors?
Yeah, in general, fighting game characters, they have strong combos. They really have larger move sets that can be really unpredictable. But at the end of the day, it's sometimes hard to find an opening, but with the knowledge that we've said that UTA has on the field, they're just really, really phenomenal at understanding the game in general. All of them knew what to do. They knew what they were up against. It wasn't any surprises. They said they just played because they're just that good. They just have that big of brains. I will say, even though, you know, they're strong on the ground, they were that strong and easily beat. There was one exception throughout that entirety, and that really was Fleetwood being the exception on the side of Manchester.
Yeah, you were a big fan of Fleetwood, Artie. I know you were talking up the Min. Tell us how you feel.
Well, okay, so you've got a group of players on your squad who are all doing the fighting game characters, which is totally fine. It's just that decreases the amount of counterplay you have. It gives a lot of intel over to the other team of like, oh, we really don't have to worry about counter swapping too often because they're going to be pulling out, you know, the FGC characters. And then, you know, our poor player Fleetwood gets told Steve is gone bye-bye for now, hence the player tag above their head of Save Steve, and forced to play over onto Min. Not only does this mean that there was, you know, adaptability, innovation, you know, overcome the tried and true trope of a lot of esports gamers, but we saw Fleetwood get rid of Davey, and then also we're up here on desk thinking, okay, Diddy Kong, Beastly on Diddy Kong going against Min, this is going to be hard. You're maybe looking to get 1 stock off. No, Fleetwood took 2 stocks off of Diddy Kong in that first game, and all of us on desk were really shocked about it. So I have to give a shout out to Min for that one. And Fleetwood, you did a phenomenal job. I'm sorry that Steve was not here to be with you.
Yeah, there's still a lot of opportunities. Maybe, you know, you could play it. If you want to come to my apartment, you can play Steve there. Otherwise, going to be banned. But going forward, UT Arlington, they're still in the running, but they are going to go with that idea that every game could be their last. So that's the struggles with double elimination. The saving grace, they're still in it, but the next one, the following, every single match going forward, you're running against, I guess, death, essentially. Your tournament life is at stake. So, Miles, could you just tell us what the strengths of every player on that team is? Maybe they could beat Fisher. Maybe they'll beat all their opponents.
I mean, you heard that bravado. They were obviously trying to have that happen. I believe them. I believe that they believe they can, but they need to go out there and prove it, and they have the tools to do it. We talked about how UT Arlington really doesn't have any weaknesses, and that's not because the individual players have no weaknesses, but they all cover each other in so many different ways. Like, we saw Davey, the very strong opener, just the battering ram bruising through that first crew battle. We saw Beastly. Amazing. I mean, come on. Adaptable, because even though we saw Fleetwood come out and take down Davey, then Davey comes back in the second crew battle, and, well, don't check what happened in that last match. And then, obviously, we saw a tiny little taste of Curry, who has big, bold, impactful play that just booms your mental game. Army Ollie with patient space control, but not afraid to leave that territory that they're establishing and take advantage. And then, of course, there is Phenom, who we did not get to see yet, who is flashy, dynamic, Fox player who I cannot wait for everyone to see suffocate their opponents. And then, rounding out the whole roster, there's also Smoke, who is maneuverable, a combo-based fiend, but also doesn't need to do that, can also just zone people out. That's a lot of strengths on one team, and all of these players are up around that pretty high skill level. Like, there's no clear weakness. Even if one player finds a matchup they're not comfortable with, there is, I don't think, a single scenario in which they're going to sit there scratching their heads being like, I have no idea what to do. As you just saw, they know they have one plan: attack.
You know, speaking of I don't know what to do, we had a few shots of the players on the stage looking at their phone, and they actually keep some information in their phones. It looks like they're just bored. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. In fact, it's just notes. Artie, could you tell me about what could possibly be written there? Just strategies?
Well, it comes down to, as Miles and I were discussing earlier, each character has their own unique set of abilities, especially are you more of a, I have to drag this out, I have to get them in the high percentile of damage before I can actually go for killing blows, or am I, you know, the Mario who could just wombo combo someone and then decide I'm going to KO you right now type of character? And just because there's such a deep set of different heroes and characters to choose from, you have to really go back through, refresh your brain, and then also, before you pick your character, you want to look at, okay, what is this person playing? What can I counterattack with, especially if you're coming in and your goal is to just take all the stocks if you're really trying to make the hero play, or if you're like coming in and be like, all right, I'm going to be the utility here for my team. I'm not the best at playing this counter, so I'm just going to try and take a stock off, maybe two, and if I get lucky, who knows, maybe I actually do completely wipe all three. But with that being said, you want to give yourself a quick refresher. There's a lot of information in every video game you have to keep track of. I mean, like, we ourselves have notes on desks that we're constantly updating up here, and players, they keep their own unique notes that they know they need to constantly be refreshing and just reminding themselves of what they need to do. They have to have their win conditions set in their brain before they start a game.
Yeah, speaking of having that adaptation throughout the actual match, we had one MVP already set out after the first set. That was going to be Davey, but after just the absolute beatdown that was delivered courtesy of the Diddy Kong, we had to move our MVP for this series to Beastly. Absolutely dominant performance. And even though we had a good run for their money with Fleetwood on the min-min, just the decimation of Manchester, it can't be minimized, truly.
Was that an attempt at a pun?
You know, I thought of it like right after I said that. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, it can't be minimized.
Yeah,
that would have been better. I fumbled the bag for real.
You're just that naturally good. However, speaking of min-min, that is what really set Beastly as our MVP, not just because they had a good performance in Crew Battle 1, because if it was just based on Crew Battle 1, it's Davey. Come on, Davey swept 6 stocks, it was amazing. But as soon as Fleetwood came in, it was eventually, well, very difficult. It was Beastly who had to put them down. It took 2 stocks and they did it. But then the fact that Beastly came in, the second crew battle, came back even stronger and beat the person who they were sent in to counter in the first place. They did their job, and they did way outside their job description, and that's why for this match against Manchester, Beastly is the MVP.
Well said. You know, I still believe that with the confidence that Davey had, maybe this is going to be the team that makes it into the grand finals. I think just the basicness of it all, the no thought in head, go win game. That's how you actually got a game, folks, at home. I'm just saying, sometimes strategy isn't the way to go in game and potentially in life. Artie?
This is why you're ranch dressing.
Okay, well, that's going to wrap it up for the group decider. We're going to come back with a bit more. It's Rocket League on the docket. We'll be back soon with the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup, brought to you by McDonald's of North Texas.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and we delight. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a light. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to present for the Esports U Collegiate Awards, one of the members of the Awards Selection Committee, Mr. Victor Castro, Director, Army West Point Esports.
All right, look at this, look at this. Hello, everybody, how are you? May Madness. I hope everybody's having a good time. We're going to continue on with these awards, and it's my pleasure to present the Club Impact Award. To know the future, ask a student what they are dreaming about. This quote by Mark Garvey Candela tells us that students are the agents for change in building a brighter and better future. The Club Impact Award goes to a club that has been that agent for change. Impact begins with community and includes both academic and competitive focus. Impact is about delivering the best student experience, and we are proud of the achievements and commitments made to those ends. This club has undoubtedly made an impact. The Club Impact Award goes to Arizona State University.
This is crazy. All right, shout out to our Val team over there. I'm not sure if they're all here quite yet, but they've been doing awesome. Thanks to all of our students back at home. And yeah, this is awesome. It's been a great semester, great year for H2 Esports, and shout out all the students back in Arizona watching. But yeah, best of luck to everybody else this weekend, and shout out to the club teams as well.
All right, thank you. A big round of applause to Arizona State University. Fantastic. All right, continuing on. Our next award is for Content of the Year. If no one saw it, did it even happen? The Content of the Year award recognizes an organization that is married to the idea that everyone needs to see it. Their presentation is professional, clean, and has grown over the years through trial and self-imposed thirst for being the best. Through their plate is one of the most full in the collegiate space. They commit to telling the players' stories and do so on multiple platforms. We always look forward to what they and their community creates. The Content of the Year award goes to the NECC. Accepting on behalf of the NECC is Chase Newcomb.
Well, here we are again. Thank you so much. Wow, on behalf of the NECC as the chair of the advisory board, I am thrilled to be accepting this award on behalf of everyone who does content at the NECC. So that's everyone on the back end, the producers, the media team. It is a group effort to put on as many competitions as we can in the NECC. So huge shout out to everyone who does their diligent work. And Jacob Van Ryn would want me to thank everyone on staff and everyone a part of the NECC community for this awesome achievement. Thank you so much.
Thank you much, everybody, and we'll be right back.
Now, introducing on the floor, sitting nice and comfy in the Esports U VIP lounge on our beautiful zip chair couches, please welcome your host, Polly Height, and special guest, Mr. Amon Green.
All right, well done. Well, we're not in the Esports U Lounge, but we are on the McDonald's North Texas VIP couch, and I am here with Amon Green. Please, Amon, introduce yourself and tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
Yes, former running back at the NFL, played most of my years at the Green Bay Packers, and now I'm a lecturer and soon to be director of esports for the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, where I played my college football years at.
Wow, that's amazing. So from college football competing to now being the director and head coach of Nebraska, University of Nebraska, this is amazing stuff. Tell everyone a little bit about the program and the reason why you're here at the CECC.
So the program is going to start officially in the fall when we have right now 10 partial scholarships. I've given out 3, so we're left with 7. And right now while I'm here, I'm basically here recruiting, talking to some of the high schools and even some of the middle schools, getting that early introduction so they understand where the esports industry is going, in terms of scholarships. But then on the back end, once they graduate from college, they'll have the opportunity to go into the workforce with a lot of capabilities from all the things they're learning from being on the esports team.
Wow, so if you see this man, what you're telling me is that you have money to give. You said 7 scholarships left.
Yes.
So if you're in middle school, if you're in high school, and you see Amon out on the field here, make sure you are talking to him. Amon, what games are you looking forward to recruiting for this upcoming fall?
Well, all 4 games here that be in competition in right now, we're recruiting in those games, and then also we got to go Call of Duty, we got to go Overwatch 2, Rainbow Six, Apex Legends, Madden, NFL 2K, and FIFA.
Wow, so really getting a laundry list of titles over at the University of Nebraska. We hope to see you next year in the CECC, of course. What are some of the things that you would say, or something you would say? We come from traditional sports, right, in terms of hobby before gaming.
Yes.
What's something that you would say to someone that also follows traditional sports that they might not know about the competitive gaming or gaming in general as an esport or sport?
Oh, I'll tell them, look, there's a practice schedule just like in football and baseball and basketball. There's, practices that go from, 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock where you're watching game film. You're out there practicing, scrimmaging, internally, scrimmaging with other colleges. There's a time where there's a tryout where we got to find out who are going to be the best players that's going to start on our rosters for the games that we play. So it's really no different than what we see in traditional football, baseball, and basketball, and where that competition is pretty much like grown, so we find out basically who are the best players are.
Sure, like we were talking about earlier, it's not that different from the traditional sport route. We're just replacing the activity with gaming over throwing a basketball or throwing a football, rather.
100%. You know, and once you make that connection from the traditional sports world, then everybody that really quite doesn't understand esports, then they start to understand a little bit more, especially like I found out when we walked in yesterday and I saw the big bracket.
Right.
When I saw that, I was like, that's NCAA March Madness. Obviously, this is May Madness, and it's esports. So then people that don't know esports, they see the connection, and then that switch is flipped to understand, now I get it. Now let me support my school. Let me support my son or daughter in whatever game that they're playing on a PC or on a console.
How's it been so far here at the CECC, just for you personally? What's it been like to just experience the stage and the event and the atmosphere? How's your event been so far?
My event has been 100% fun. You know, meeting you for the first time, we've been talking for
four
years through Twitter, you know, finally seeing you in person, but then seeing all the other colleges, the high schools, the middle schools, coming here and competing in Fortnite and just games they're doing. And I've talked to a high school coach, Luis, from a school way down south near Corpus Christi, and just explaining to him, telling him that I'm a director at the college level, checking out his middle school players. And he was just like, wow. Really? I handed him my card. He was just like, thank you, and telling me how he started the program this past January. So hearing those stories is just more motivation to do what we do. Commentate, coach, direct, and make sure we develop the players and other coaches the right way to make sure we have better coaching throughout esports at every level.
Well, as we round out the interview here, one more question. You come off another college esport hosting job, or coaching job, rather. What's something that you've learned now taking from your first job approach to now the second here in your esports coaching career?
Yeah, great question. I was at Lakeland University in Sheboygan, Wisconsin for my first 3 years. And so the biggest thing I took from that is let the players know the truth. Don't sugarcoat nothing to them, and tell them what it's going to be. Even if we don't have the funds to do an in-person LAN event in Los Angeles or in Iowa somewhere, let them know, hey, we can't do it right now. You know, COVID cut our budget in half. And that's because as long as you tell them the truth, that's how the new generation is. Let them know what it is, and then they'll work to get, adjusted to everything.
Excellent. What's one thing that you would teach one of your college esports students that you learned from the NFL, whether it's work regimen? What's one thing you would pass along, or you will pass along to some of your students?
Yeah, well, something I will and been talking about all day is basically how to take a loss, how to take an L.
That's right.
You know, because you're going to lose more than any competition in anything. So learn how to lose properly and how to take that loss and learn from it to get better in your next match.
I love that. Aman, it's been such a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you,
We have so much more in store. And please, if you see Aman out here, middle schoolers, high schools, University of Nebraska is recruiting ex-NFL player Aman Green.
All right, thanks.
Inspiring stuff. I mean, just the idea that some players from middle school are being looked at. It goes to show that these programs are consistently evolving, and we get to see that right before our eyes here at Esports Stadium, Arlington. Beautiful stuff, but now we have the maturing of competition, of the adolescents coming in with the big boys. We've already made it to the Rocket League playoffs. It's quarterfinals time, and this is a very serious situation. The stakes have never been higher. You lose here, there is no double elimination. You're going right home. And to kick things off, we have Indian River State versus UTA. Now, Chixa, talk to me about Indian River State.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team in the East that has struggled and struggled and struggled this season. They have so much heart in them, but they've just fallen short so many times throughout the season. They constantly just can't seem to make it. But finally, in our last chance qualifier, they won, they made it, and they could not be any happier. I mean, it was really great. This entire team, we saw in the selection show, they had a little bit of a moment, a video dedicated to Seabass, as this is his last tournament. He has been in the Rocket League scene for just so long. He is an influential part of my casting, of both Bass and Taco's casting. So much of us really have looked up to Seabass at times, and he's now playing today with Slayer and Taco Stash on the field, they're a dynamic team. Slayer's the captain. He's always very confident. I've interviewed him so many times. So I'm really excited to see them make that kind of mark, make that moment, understand that this is their last time as this team together. And I think because of it, they're going to do really, really well on the field. I'm looking forward to Seabass kind of giving it his all as his like final showdown.
Do you think this is going to be the final showdown, or does Seabass and crew have what it takes? I mean, this is their big moment here at the CECC Finals. Is this a quarterfinal destination? Is this the last stop for them, or are you feeling confident further throughout the bracket?
You know, it's hard because they're against a team that is almost similar, a very inconsistent roster in UTA, in University of Texas Arlington. I mean, it's Samba, it's Adverse, it's Nava. Samba, it's also his last season, but he's a little bit more confident about it. I interviewed him yesterday. He's like, yeah, we're here. It was an easy bid. We haven't practiced in a month, but it's all good. It's not going to be my fault. We're just chilling. That's kind of his vibe on the field, and it's great to see. Samba is, you know, the player to look out for on that University of Texas Arlington roster. But again, both teams similarly placed in the East and West. In CRL going 8-6, going 9-6 on the other end. So when it comes down to it, who has the more consistent day? Both teams are fighting as their last chance to be with this roster of 3.
Now, Miles, this matchup specifically is a bit of a mystery. We haven't had much of a chance to see these players compete against each other, have we?
Yeah, as you touched on briefly, this is an East versus West battle. They don't play in the same division, and so they don't really have that specific knowledge. Like, I'm sure they've scrimmed together once or twice, but especially building up to this, knowing the pools, there's no way they've been trying to give away any information. And so this is going to be, well, all I'm saying is I don't think the first game is going to tell the full story of this match. There's going to be a lot of information gathering. There's going to be a lot of habit learning as we figure out where can I put pressure on them? Where can I force them out of position? Where can I force a mistake? And once they figure that out, then the game will start to be decided.
Before we go any further, I guess I want to look back into the history of these two teams. Gompers, generally, where are these two squads stacking up in any of the previous events and their peers as well?
Yeah, again, it is hard to make that decision as to who's going to be able to win what, just because, like you said, they are in those different divisions. So it really is about being accustomed to what you've played before. What are you bringing to the table? Why did you get here in the first place? Here, too, I believe, quarterfinals. So, you know, all they have to do is really get past all of those really difficulties. But I do feel like with the way that we've seen Indian River State play, I'm a big fan of Indian River State. I will say, listen, I that was the start of my Rocket League career, watching them in collegiate. And I do have to say, I'm like a proud mother at the same time. So, but I am honestly happy and excited to see what University of Texas Arlington has to offer, because we're in Arlington, baby. Like, this is their state. This is their hometown. They want to make people proud. Like, that's what you want to do.
Obviously, you got that home team advantage. Maybe we got some Arlington fans in the crowd. Perhaps that'll give them the advantage. But regardless, it's time to jump into predictions. Now, I don't know how this is going to go. We've had flawless runs by every single team that's gone on the stage today. I don't know if that's going to continue, but I know with the story behind Seabass specifically that this is going to be a sweet match, so I'm going with Honey.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm
I didn't know how long they were going to hold that.
I guess I'm next. So, you know, it is bittersweet. So, because two teams, really strong ones, I hold close to my heart, so I'm gonna have to go sweet and sour. Yeah.
A lot of mixed feelings there. It's a mixed bag.
Chixa? You guys are both going really, really sweet, but I'm going spicy. Spicy Buffalo. I think this is going to be a hot and heavy matchup. You're going to see a ton of brawling between the mechanics. I said Samba has a lot of confidence. He walks with confidence. He tweets with confidence. his manager has to be by him because he's just so confident, to say the least. So when it comes out to Samba being on the field, you just need to expect the spiciest action on the field. And I think both teams having that much to prove for will indeed put everything out on the field. I'm ready to see the clips happen, and I could not be more excited.
And to kind of bring a hybrid between all that, I'm going with some honey mustard because there's some sweetness, yeah, but it's going to get savory. There's going to be a lot of juicy action in here, and I am excited. Also, because you mentioned it, UT Arlington was actually my first Rocket League cast. So, hey, great to see you all again, and I can't wait to see them get into this game because fighting on their home turf, they're well rested, and they are ready to show us what they got.
Certainly no bias with that one, but let's let the camera slide by us and look over to the stage as we head into the player walkout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the quarterfinals of competition for Rocket League, please welcome the starting lineups. First, to Indian River State College, Taco Stash 84, Seabass Slayer. And the number 9 seed, their opponents, the University of Texas at Arlington. Adverse, Nava, Samba. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We are, of course, delighted to have another match here on the stage. Please, representatives from your team, come on up to center stage. Come on up. Come on up. Here we go. We have Indian River State, 5 seed, taking on UT Arlington in the 9. One last final word here before we get into your match against Indian River State.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. This is our last tournament together, so I'm hoping to go out on a good note.
All right, hoping to end on a good note. Indian River State, one last final word here for UT Arlington before your match.
Yeah, they're the hometown heroes. We're the villains. We're gonna basically send them home early, and yeah.
Woo! You heard it from Indian River State, Arlington. That's a little sauce. Any rebuttal?
No, we're just gonna let Nava do all the playing. Nava's the best player here, so. All to you, Nava.
All right, shout outs to Nava. Let's go over to the casters. Let's get some Rocket League action underway. Woo! Indian River State taking on University Texas at Arlington.
Oh my, oh my. That, I don't think we're going to get a better intro than that. It is the hometown heroes against the on-the-road villains here, but one commonality between the two of them. You might have seen UTA talking about how this is their last tournament together. Same for IRSC. They got one of their players retiring at this point, meaning this could be the last hurrah for either one of these squads. It is UTA versus IRSC. IRSC taking an upset win versus Columbia in the group stage to come out the number 1 seed. But so did UTA. They take an upset win against Stockton, a CRL World qualifying team, and now they find themselves in playoffs. This is a matchup made for history.
Absolutely. And you say it's an upset, but I would say if you ask those players, I don't think they think that so much. These players ooze confidence, even though Samba comes in a little bit saying, I don't know, well, it's our last game. We're just going to go out there. We're going to let Nava carry. He's a super confident player, and it shows in his play style. I think it's going to be a clash of mechanics and also brains. These players have been around for a while. IRSC has not had really the veteran status of this UTA squad, but they've proven through tournament results, through qualifications for all these different events, that they can play with the big dogs, and it's a classic East East-West matchup, which is what you always like to see.
Oh, you just love it so much. This East versus West does not happen nearly enough. It is almost exclusively during LAN competitions like this, but the fact that we not only get one of them, but we get it in the first round of playoffs. Like I said, matchup made for history. This will go down in the records as the last matchup here for UTA if they cannot survive, and it'll be the exact same thing for everyone on IRSC. Although I do believe IRSC, majority of the roster comes back next year. Who knows who they'll pick up as their third. Meanwhile, UTA, they got to kind of scramble a little bit, figure out what are going to be the building blocks, the foundation for the future of this team. No matter what, I think we're in for a show here today. These are two teams that have defied expectations, but now the expectations is a best of 5. That is absolutely going to go to 5.
Yeah, best of 5 in which you don't have to say, okay, let's regain, because there is no regain. It all ends here if you don't pull it together. UTA, you are going to say in the future, yes, we have to fill those shoes. These are massive shoes. Some of the most consistent and highest skill players we've ever seen in the West within all of Collegiate Rocket League, and IRC are the young upstarts. They want to play that villain role. They're embracing it, and they certainly have the pedigree to live up to that. I'm just curious about how this crowd is going to react. UTA is the hometown heroes. I've been at events where they have been in Texas. They travel with a heavy caravan, and they are yelling all the time. So I hopefully can see that propel them. But either way, I don't really know how I lean this way. I did not envy the analyst desk having to make these decisions. So fortunately, I don't have to really weigh in. That's not my job. Your job and mine is just to bring this action. And we're about to get underway with Game 1 of the quarterfinals here for CECC May Madness.
Best of 5. Winner of this one moves on to the semifinals. They find themselves a chance at that grand prize, that grand final where they will be able to compete for such a large prize pool and such an esteemed glory of being the champions here of CECC North Texas presented by McDonald's. But they got to actually get some goals first. So far here, similar to what Keelan Miles was talking about on the desk, this is going to absolutely be a battle where they need to feel each other out. If they come into this one a little too hot and heavy, all of a sudden, they're going to have some problems. Both of these teams have very star-studded strikers, and this is what we're talking about. Although Samba does get back in time, the shot was off target. Had it not been, surely that would have been a goal already here for IRSC.
You have to identify your IGL, and right now I think Slayer on IRC is the best second man in all of Collegiate. He's lived up to that very well. He controls the pace. He doesn't push too far. He doesn't really lead the front charge, but he's always the one that is dictating how the other team has to play. He's really great at being that field general, and you do need that, especially because this is a veteran roster, probably the most veteran roster in the West that we're going to be seeing at this tournament in general. And right now, we're seeing a chess match almost open up. Some unexpected touches, some unorthodox approaches, and nothing breaking as of yet, but all it takes is one demo. Slayer trying to provide it, but no opening provided.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of this at IRSC. They're very much a team that'll send the front man up, try to do a little bit of distracting, a little bit of interference, and let that second man come in behind just to get a good shot on target or do something exquisite, and then they keep that third out at midfield in case they need them to keep that offense alive. Good example there. Slayer sees his two teammates both dive on the ball. They get some decent contact, but can't get a shot on, but he will dive in at least to keep the offense going. And although Adverse does break out momentarily, look how quickly it goes back into the half. Seabass trying to get this one off the backboard. Samba will be in the way, and then following in is Nava, but it's not going to be enough for Arlington to find an offense. So far, just about 2 minutes gone here, and it really has been IRSC controlling the pace of play and controlling how the pitch moves here, just keeping it in their offensive third as long as they can.
And being able to repeatedly get shots is only half the battle. It's making sure that you're stealing that boost, you're getting those demos to keep them off kilter, because UTA certainly has a lot of offensive firepower, which is why Samba's getting so much respect on that. Waiting on that challenge was IRSC. We'll get it away temporarily. Tap through the back line is Nava, I believe playing under Assassin as the name, as we'll see in another flick across, and Slayer will get the temporary. A double kick from IRSC. That could be the opening. Adverse trying to tap it right down to Samba, but unfortunately not able to connect. How about the follow through to the back post and another save coming through?
Well, out of the corner here, Adverse time and space, trying to look for a 50-50. Not going to be nearly enough, but it might be enough for Taco Stash and the rest of IRSC to maybe get back into their offensive ways. Slayer looking for the redirect center. Will get it off the backboard, but no one there to receive. So Adverse now, a chance to go the other way. No 50-50 in the corner means it's kind of just going back and forth. The ping-pong match has ensued here on the Rocket League pitch. Who comes out with the serve that slams to get the first point here? Could it be IRSC? Breakaway in the corner. Taco Stash wins the 50. That means that Seabass can be up. Keeps it close. Wants a follow-up. Another 50-50, but this time Nava can't seem to wrap himself around it to get it off the half. Again, this is what IRSC are so good at. They lock you into their half, put on that pressure, and suffocate you until they find an opening. But here, 3 minutes gone. No opening has been found for either either side quite yet. Taco Stash would like one here, but instead of being able to drop that down to another teammate, he has to go from corner to corner and just keep the offense alive. Touch the backboard. Seabass is there, but his double touch is off target, and we go scoreless still with only 90 seconds remaining.
A couple times now, IRC has been willing to use that backboard, not necessarily to get any particular pass down, but they're trying to go for those dishes, which is an interesting gambit. I don't really see a lot of teams go for that, but at the end of the day, if UTA feels confident in the goal line defense, they want to have those challenges, then let them have it. The problem is IRC has clipped that woodwork a couple times. It's not really a strategy I want to go all in on. I would go all in on Slayer, tapping a pass into an open player. Samba reaches for it and might have just helped him out.
I'm not sure if this was going in, but either way, this should never be a scenario that arrives there. You can see Nava dive, Samba left lonesome. I think that's bouncing out, but you don't blame him for going for the dive there, because either way, that bounces center. Someone from IRSC is there to receive it and put that in. IRSC get themselves their first goal, and it's after almost 4 minutes of play. The question is whether or not for the next minute of play, can they hold off this UTA? They've been so close to finding themselves openings. A lot of good transitions. The big issue is not finding sustained pressure and putting the shots off target. That one goes a little too high, and UTA's biggest chance this game, unfortunately, does not hit the back of the net.
It's not only you have to get that shot off, you have to put it underneath the bar, and I understand the tendency to want to put it into the top shelf, but either way, they can still break through because the fake comes in. Adverse going for a 50, none required, and a little bit of a foible from the back end of IRSC.
Oh, he actually not 100% a fake. He just gets the littlest touch to get it underneath there. I'd still call it a fake for sure, considering that we're expecting a 50-50. No 50-50 ever arise, and that's the same thing that IRSC were expecting as well. They're hoping to at least get in the way of that one, try and get a 50 that can at least keep that off of the half, and it does not happen. As a result, looks like UTA might have finally awoken. They find themselves with a chance here now to continue on with their scoring ways, but wait a minute. Seabass opening here to the backboard. It goes. Up on the backboard, though, easily able to clean this one up and is going to try and get off the half. He gets not a 50-50, he gets a demo instead. It's not going to lead to any more offense here for UTA. They're getting locked into their half. Again, one of the biggest points that IRSC will do is they love to lock you in, keep that pressure on, and wait for a mistake. No mistake found so far here for UTA, so they will hold on. But with 10 seconds left, they need to do a little bit more. More offense coming. UTA trying to escape, looking for an exit. Don't want to let this one all of a sudden drop with 0 seconds. It might actually be IRSC who do it off the backboard. Samba denied. And this one, as long as it hits the ground, we head to overtime. Game number 1 going to be decided with a golden goal.
Brilliant save. That was going in 10 times out of 10 if you didn't put up a hand. Samba is also a player to fear in the air. It's not just on our blue side. He's going for more. Off the backboard deflection, still kept in the corner. Taco Stash does not have the angle. Slayer going underneath. That is an escape route. Nice Houdini trick on by the IRSC anchor in the back. Now Taco Stash, can he reward it? To the back post, to the net, and out back to the corner. Taco Stash trying to keep it alive with a back play, but unfortunately Slayer can only keep possession, throwing it into open space.
Seabass off the ceiling doesn't necessarily get a great touch. He can't get by the over-guarded Nava, who is continually diving on repeat at a lot of these challenges. It makes sense why. Again, if you try and give enough time to IRSC, they will not only take advantage of the opportunities that they have, but they will start to suffocate you, take away your boost, get some demos, disrupt your play to where your rotations fall apart entirely, and you have no escape. There hasn't been much of an escape here for UTA. Almost a minute of play, and it's been spent almost entirely on this orange half. And as Samba misses there in the corner, I thought maybe we'd see somebody diving in to try and go for the goal, but IRSC are going to stay patient. They're going to look for a follow-up here with Seabass. 50-50 doesn't go their way. Taco Stash on the follow, sends it to the backboard, wants his own pass. They cannot find it. 50 out at midfield, but again, no escape here for UTA as they are just being hounded with shot after shot that they have no answer for.
And they're able to get the temporary deflections. The problem is it's only a matter of time before something creeps through. No 50. That's actually how IRSC beat Columbia a little bit earlier on in the day off of a play exactly like that. UTA will not fall for that one. Instead, they'll go on forward. It's Nava through the air looking for a 50, but Slayer so early, so high on that, really no other option for Nava to go through. And now down the other end, Taco Stash feeling confident. How about that follow-up? IRC is trying everything, but nothing is sticking.
I can't believe Taco Stash in an overtime game 1, probably one of the most pivotal games of this entire series, is pre-jumping off the ceiling. My guy, you are not in Pulse, you are playing for IRSC. Please treat it as such, or maybe just double touch it in the face of your opponent. Seabass pass, reads it off the backboard, and IRSC 2 minutes into overtime will take game number 1.
Can't go through your opponents. You go through your opponents. The demo to open things up, and then on the exit out, just gets to watch the fireworks play. IRSC, well-deserved victory, but it took some doing. UTA, there are no slouches. Playing great on that back end, but eventually it has to fall down. The biggest difficulty in playing defense is if you can get the saves, it's fine, but if you can't get the boost, you're basically stranded just waiting for that long clear, and when it doesn't come, that is normally the end result. Indian River taking a close game 1, and if that's a sample for the rest of the series, I'm digging my teeth into this. This is going to be fantastic for the rest of it.
Listen, we had a couple options for the quarterfinals here. We really couldn't decide, but this one in particular, the reason we went here is it's 2 upsets that allow these teams to get here. Again, Stockton, one of the best teams worldwide here for CRL, and have found themselves with fantastic finishes on repeat, whether it's in CECC events, CRL events. In every event, this team has been consistent, but the one day they need to stay consistent, they lose to UTA in one of the most tough groups in this entire event, and UTA find themselves here in the quarterfinals. Similarly, IRSC, it was them versus Columbia for the #1 seed coming out of their group. We could see both of these teams making it to playoffs, which I believe both of them did, but it's IRSC taking that win versus Columbia that really took people by surprise, and now as a result, they're continuing with the surprises. A win in game number 1 here in overtime has shown them to be not just a contender, but a true threat to the entirety of this CECC North Texas presented by McDonald's bracket. I am excited. Taco, we are in for a series, and folks, you guys are as well. You better be glued to your chairs. Do not go anywhere. This is only starting to heat up.
Yeah, seriously, it's really something that I think when we see these players talk about each other, especially with Indian River State, we heard Slayer on the desk saying, I mean, yeah, they're a great team, but we're better. We're going to send them home. And people say, that's just getting a little too overconfident. But it's not. I think it's the accurate level of confidence. Indian River has upset a lot of teams, those Northwood teams that we hear about a lot in these tournaments, saying, well, they're untouchable. IRC is one of the few entire colleges to be able to take a game, a series off of that type of squad. So they certainly have those reaches, but on land, we know how different that can be. It's all about the online era all throughout, but once you're here, things can get a little weird. Your maybe hands are a bit too sweaty, so it's as much about the psychological stability throughout all of this as it is making those crucial saves and shots. And certainly IRC and UT Arlington had to make a lot of saves, but it's really the shot differential, I think, that you start to speak on. It's not just a simple setup and knockdown. You have to really chip away at the defense.
It very much is that IRSC are a team that are so good at locking teams into their half and to the point that they eventually break. And again, that's exactly what we're talking about here. Possession by far in favor of IRSC. And not only is it in favor of them, it's also one of the things where they're intentionally not giving the chances for UTA to even try and strike back. Again, 6 total shots here for UTA. That's not necessarily a lot of shots, but they make it count because they're 1 for 6 in comparison to what is, apologies, caster math, not necessarily my strong suit, 2 for 13. That obviously shooting percentage in favor of UTA. But the point is here is that IRSC, again, they are a type of team that will make you bend until you break. And when you do break down, they are so good at punishing you at the right moments. And again, this is what you were talking about with the history of these teams. You guys sick of storylines yet? I really hope not, because I got more to talk about here. Again, IRSC, one of the only teams to take down Northwood, defending world champions here, and also CECC champions as well. They took them down in AVGL only a couple of weeks ago, and now as a result, Northwood actually were waiting for this exact matchup. They were hoping that Columbia would win that one so they get a chance here in the quarterfinals to try and face this team again. Unfortunately, if they want to, they're going to also have to win their quarterfinal match, and so will IRSC. So like I said, IRSC, they play the villain in many different ways. They are a team that has stood the test of time, and here this time, they're up 1-0 to start off the series.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to be able to get this first game, and we're taking a little bit of a pause here just to be able to collect everyone, make sure everyone is all hunky-dory, which is important because obviously after game 1 that close, you won't take any chances going forward. But as we're going forward into game 2, I think the main thing that I'm primarily looking for out of both of these squads is to see how they respond. And when I say that, I mean you can't come in with the exact same situation, because when you are going into the next, it's so difficult to go for. And as we are actually getting the word on, we are actually going to get a little bit of an update in that actually we're rolling back into game number 1 here for IRC versus UTA. There was a bit of a technical hiccup actually on some of the UTA side. So in fact, we're going to get a little bit of a redo. So now we've seen the preview, but now that's just the trailer for now the actual main event we're seeing.
Oh, if you guys were not already entertained, I hope you are now. That's a preview of the series, and the preview is a 2-minute overtime in which the margin for error was slim to none. So now that we have set the stage, now that you guys understand exactly what we are playing with, you better be prepared. This is going to be a fight to the absolute bitter end, and both of these teams are very well prepared for it. Again, two teams with an illustrious history through a multitude of different events, through a multitude of different ways of winning. Again, UTA, they actually have been, a term that we coined a little bit earlier, Lanimals. This is a team that has been on land, and very consistently they are good on land. They are threatening. They get these upsets like they do against Stockton here today. And IRSC, no different. Like we said, they're just the upset kings. They wear that crown very confidently. So, two different sides of the coin. Which one are we going to land on today when we flip it? Who really knows? We're going to have to find out. Looking like we're about to get ready for game number 1 yet again. Like we said, we're resetting this entire thing over. We had a couple of issues in that first game to where UTA were not at their full force, so we want to let them play at their full force. IRSC going to have to try and win that one again, but I've got full confidence. This is a team that absolutely can take wins, even if they, got to do it again.
I mean, these players have just been grinding out these games. Throughout all of this leading up to the quarterfinals, these players had to play in groups. And honestly, a lot of these players were just saying, okay, we won our series. Okay, next one. Immediately rolls into it. So they've just been cruising. They're in this flow state. So I don't think this is really going to shake them up too much. This is a little bit of an ice in a sense. We're saying, okay, let's figure things out in the back end. Let's talk amongst each other. And honestly, if I'm IRSC, maybe let's shut down Samba a little bit earlier. There was a little bit of some closure issues that led to that adverse goal. Samba had a couple unobstructed reads. And to be honest, if that one shot didn't go over the bar, we could have been looking at a different outcome of that game. But regardless, we will definitely have a chance for another outcome here. Redoing things, we're back to game number 1. Can UTA flip the script this time?
Second verse, just as good as the first. Let's find out if that rings true here for IRSC, who are already starting off with a decent amount of offense here. 10 seconds in, they are back to their usual winning ways, but hold on. This is a breakaway off the backboard. Adverse, got to clean this one up pretty carefully. Keep this close, and I think this is a big difference from game number 1. IRSC, a team that love to, oh my goodness, outpour the aggression. UTA trying to keep this close. They realize that they can win a lot of these 50s, and if they win them enough, they're not going to give room for IRSC to work with, or at least in theory, that's what they'd like. So far, in practice, not necessarily working out. IRSC had a decent amount of offense, and it's only been 30 seconds.
Taco, again, trying to keep those 50s on the defensive side. They're getting those slight touches out of the corner, but not much else. However, the deflection does take it all the way down. Orange trail, and so a UTA player touched it last, but they're not going to touch it when it matters. Seabass is just lurking on that back post. A poacher's goal if ever there was one.
Last time, they went 2 for 13. This time, they're making sure they got a little bit higher of a percentage here. Seabass going very quickly into this 50 seconds in, finding the first goal. Last time, it took us almost 4 minutes to find a single goal here throughout this game. This time, IRSC, they are out the gates running. The question is whether or not they can do it again. They found 2 goals in the first game. That was the winning way. And this time, they're looking to get a lot of good touches out of midfield. All right, this is the issue. We've talked about this before. This is going to be an easy goal. Seabass might get credited, but Taco Stash, arguably the most underrated player in Collegiate Rocket League, and he's showing why.
Going off the ceiling, spiking it down, and getting a bump on the second. You can't really ask much more for them, for their team, except maybe a bump in the third. But that's asking quite a lot, and you got to cover a lot of ground. I think they're doing more than enough. That's a passing grade by far. Adverse trying to make sure he's saying, okay, let's try to take it in my own hands. No wave dash on the dribble, but a miss off of the backboard. Not even UTA was expecting that one.
Listen, we're talking about punishing the mistakes. UTA, if you want to punish a mistake, that's by far the clearest mistake that you guys could have punished. The good thing is, though, they didn't necessarily react too aggressively, so they were able, I was going to say, collect out at midfield, but all of a sudden, the demo opens the lane, and Seabass has had enough of us saying that this is going to be a close series. It's 3-0. We're not even 90 seconds gone.
Yeah, and again, we're witnessing demos through the midfield. Demos typically are a defensive thing, but when it screws with the rotation, it is the most difficult thing to recover from, because suddenly comms fall apart. You have no idea where you're spawning. You just have to play reactive, and that's a terrifying situation when you got Seabass soaring through the air to spike one into your top shelf. Taco Stash, not like this, going for a double. Last second save up and around from Adverse, but it's not going to escape the Hap Slayer. Not only hitting it to the side, but also giving chase to get a boost steal and some bumps.
I'm starting to believe that worse ping equal better play here for UTA. This is not going how they were expecting. They get a clean reset. They get themselves the ability to retry this first game, and unfortunately for them, it's actually gotten worse than the original that we had here, as it is 3-0 with 3 minutes to go. We're not even halfway through the game. Taco Stash, don't you dare. He's trying to look for a really cheeky redirect out of the corner there, but instead, all he finds is Slayer with an open lane, 50-50 into the flip reset. You know what? I take it back. Forget Taco Stash being underrated. Forget Seabass being underrated. Forget Slayer being underrated. This whole team needs to be rated new, because what is this?
Taking a 50 is one thing. Setting up the reset is a whole other. Take a bow, but not for too long. You got to get back to the kickoff, but you got 4-0, so maybe you can showboat a little bit, and certainly it is deserved. We reset the series. For a lot of teams, they're slacking in their chairs, saying, really, we got to play again? IRC says, fine, that's all the more reason and all the more time that I can go and hit some clips on my opponents. We're just about at halftime, and at this point, UTA's goals are just to be able to boost the morale.
I'm realizing now, we might have just awoken the beast. I think we just gave IRC a free warm-up. They were like, oh, okay, cool. Can we just get another play? Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. All right, now our shooting's actually on point. We don't have to worry about missing the shots. Awesome. Let's make it 4-0 with 2.5 minutes remaining. This game might already be out of hand, but I'm not going to say it quite yet. UTA have had some crazy resurgences before. We're going to ignore that. That didn't happen. It's 5-0.
What happened? Sorry, I looked away. I guess
your
it's
day
just
going,
Taco
Taco?
Stash's thing. I mean, it's going great as long as a fellow Taco can also peek on the cast here. I'm having a good time. He's having a good time. And I think all the audience is having a good time. Expect if you're a local, potentially. UTA really going to have to regain here. I think they fixed all those issues, but this is also why Rocket League talks about momentum so much. When a team is rolling, you can't take a mid-game timeout. There is no actual break. You have to just endure and hope you can adjust. And at a certain point, you got to just say GG's and move on and try to strategize, because right now IRC is just like a boulder rolling downhill.
Yeah, this has got to be a pretty demoralizing game, not only for UTA, but like you said, UTA fans alike. They are the hometown heroes here, the crowd favorites, if you will. I know my boy Ben 50K out in the crowd right now is not very happy at the results that we are seeing here. Cheering for his team, cheering for his crowd, and so are the rest of the people here, but unfortunately, they're going to have to cheer in game number 2. I think this one's about done and dusted. 100 seconds to go, 5 goals. I mean, I see miracles happen, but it's usually around Christmas, and we're in the middle of May. I don't think it's happening.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is something that does happen all the time in games. And one of the favorite things about Collegiate Rocket League is that the players are very good at that regain component. A lot of players would tilt out and just kind of get lost, but there's been plenty of series where you can get back into it, and all you need is a little bit of hope, and sometimes getting a nice fake like this is all you need. Samba not flicking it high, beating out Taco Stash by just taking it low.
Okay, I get it. UTA heard me. They were like, oh, you think this is over? Well, hold on now just a second here. We got a minute 20 to try and turn this one around. And if they can't do that, I will say this much. At that point, I have full faith in UTA to take the series, because that would be a monumental comeback. Oh my goodness. Slayer, though, trying to stall any momentum that he can. That would have been a fantastic goal, but instead, now it goes the other way. Samba time in space. No one's back. Wait a minute. It's 2-5. We got 14 seconds in between goals. At this rate, we might be seeing an overtime.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, this is just a brilliant touch from Samba. And CBAS is really stranded on an island. They are too far out of goal to adequately protect it, but they're also so far out of goal that they're not close enough to Samba to get that shot. So you kind of just have to pre-jump it, and at a certain point, you're playing reactive. Again, it's playing from behind. You never want to do that. You never want to lose the tempo. Taco Stash certainly has, and yet another pre-jump to shut things down. They do not want to get another quick goal scored on them, but now at least UTA trying to build up that head of steam and trying to capitalize on it. Pass into the middle and into the back post. Check the record books. That's the fastest hat trick I've seen.
Hat trick for Samba equals out the hat trick for Seabass. Now all they need to do to equal out the game is get another 2 goals. And honestly, 30 seconds ago, I'd call you crazy if you thought this was a reality. Now, 49 seconds left, UTA heating up. Taco, what the heck is happening?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'm enjoying the ride, particularly because when players pop off, this is certainly a spectacle to behold. We'll have to see if anything curtails that, particularly one called Seabass. The flip reset, save off the post. The putback on the bounce also going to be knocked away. Nava into the middle, just trying to buy time, but there's not a lot of boost to work with. It's only adverse in the backfield. Charging in, they're not going to get that challenge, and now it's all about getting another save and maybe a counter. This is a 2v1. Slayer up quickly, but it's red on the side while Nava gets a touch forward, but his pass recipient is demoed. Chasing again is Samba under 1, but not past the corner. Solid 50s, and more importantly, burning down all the seconds.
Oh, that was almost going to give them a second chance here. That one hits off the ceiling and in, and there is at least a chance, but the chance is taken away. UTA late resurgence here in game number 1, but IRC too big to topple here. They build a 5-goal lead, and although it decreases to 2, they at least take the win. Honestly, I didn't think there was a world where we have the first game that we had that had to be redone, almost get topped by the second, especially not after the 5 goals. it might have just done that. What on earth was that first game?
Yeah, in previous land competitions within collegiate, UT Arlington is known for peak. Samba had probably the best individual performance I've ever seen on a land in former events that I've seen them play in. So I'm not surprised they're shooting 100%. Unfortunately, it came about 3 minutes and 45 seconds into that game. So you need to make sure that happens earlier. Indian River State was just unstoppable in the beginning, but you need to find a way to really short circuit that. You need to be able to put a knife in the tires and say, no, get some demos, get some saves forward, build momentum, and more importantly, protect those pads and those corner boosts, because otherwise you're just going to get locked in the back and pretty much just desperately trying to get your saves off. And they didn't actually even make that many. That shows how little they had an input in a lot of those goals.
I mean, honestly, it goes to show you not only the saves, but the shot total for IRSC. We thought that they were just upping the percentage. Instead, they're just upping the amount of shots over and over again. Half volley after half volley, sending it into the UTA half, and then very quickly they would punish. Can they do it again, though? They took the first game, they took the other first game, and now can they take the second game? Is that an early goal? No, Seabass barely able to make the save. I thought maybe we'd have a flip in the momentum. Not going to happen quite yet. UTA out the gates firing, but unfortunately, IRSC, they got the barrier to withstand.
The problem with playing too fast, though, from UTA is you're getting a lot of follow-ups. The problem is that everyone's forward and no one's actually going for the ball on the next one up. So you really have to then back up and then take the brunt of potentially an offense. Slayer plays that so well, plays for 50. Samba able to escape, and now with the air dribble, looking for adverse. Can't get it up and over. 50 to the sideline. Nava. Temporary touch. He does have Samba looking at him, but he fakes it out and rolls it out into the back corner. And strategic tiny touches like that are always nice. The problem is you really do need assistance to be able to make it of any substance.
And that's a big thing about IRSC. We're ignoring that. It's okay. He missed the shot. He didn't expect the shot to happen in the first place. But it's the passing plays for IRSC that have been so deadly so many times over and over again. They are very, very solid at connecting amongst all three of these players. Good example here as Taco Stash sees that touch off the backboard, has full faith in Seabass to win the 50. And when he does, he's there to slam it home. It's 1-0 IRSC.
But it's also just clever play from Seabass. They're going quickly for that, not because they know they can get a shot, but because they know they can at least get it around a defender. Half of offense is just beating out individual challenges, and as long as your rotation is locked in, you can open up wide open shots. The defender didn't even jump for that because, to be honest, there's nothing they really can do.
Oh, can anybody do something about this? Taco Stash, unguarded, is able to send one to the backboard, but Samba is waiting there just in case. He went out the second touch, though. No, Taco Stash immediately beats it, and it's back to this IRSC suffocating offense that we've mentioned so many times today. It really is this pestilence. They do not let them get an unguarded touch. Over and over again, UTA try to find these easy clears, and somebody from IRSC is there. Good example, first miss from IRSC. Seabass recognizes that and is so quick to get there for the second touch just to keep this offense alive. Same with Slayer on the follow-up there. Over and over again, we are seeing IRSC send the house, and it's paying off. Demo in net, and Taco Stash will very, very gladly thank Slayer for his heavy lifting.
Get security. I just witnessed an assault. Slayer going through the backfield, slapping that player into the afterlife, and there's no one back home. You can see the surprise in the second man because ultimately it's so hard to predict. Slayer loves to be able to take that deep rotation on offense through the back line. Half the time, you're so focused on how high flying it is. Taco Stash and Seabass creating chaos with those air dribbles, with those double taps that you never see the third lurking through the backfield and being able to take you on out. It's a huge aspect of IRC's playstyle, and it seems so simple, but my goodness, is it effective. Adverse with a boop. That could be equally effective, could be open, but not nearly enough of an angle. Early clear, and maybe even a third on top of that one. No one wants to reach for IRC, still sitting at 2-0 as we approach halftime.
I hope you guys are starting to recognize this is what we're talking about with the demos being so effective. Could have been another one there as Taco Stash did try to clear the lane. Lane clear here for Adverse, though. I'll go back to my point if they do not score, and they do not. But this is what I'm talking about. IRSC are throwing all of UTA off kilter right now. They don't know how to react. They are seeing these really weird challenges. They're seeing double commits like that, and normally that'd be a death sentence for a team. But IRSC are so cohesive as a three-headed Hydra that they are always filling in the gaps. If a mistake is made, someone is there to correct it. If someone does get a demo, someone is there to capitalize. This is a team that is so well-oiled. The machine continues to click over and over, and although they have found themselves with a couple of vulnerabilities throughout this game, they are still, without giving up a goal. I could eat my words, but unfortunately the pass not quite received. Samba looking for Nava, can't quite get it, and unfortunately for UTA, they are 3 minutes scoreless here in our second game.
It almost looked like Samba didn't trust in the shot. It was open, but it's so far away, it's just easier to tap to Nava, but Nava was between boost and goal, so they didn't really get back to it in time. Either way, good ideas. It's about execution, though, especially when it comes down to game 2. You don't want to be falling down into your opponent's match point, so you got to stick firm, really, on the defense, and make sure you're playing smartly with these touches. How about that one from Adverse? That's a 50 over the top of Seabass. He's going to hold that one up. Samba maybe looking for a pass or maybe calling his own number. That's a reset. Maybe another touch, but ran out of momentum. Adverse going to have to bail that one out. And with only about 30 boosts, not going to really be able to do much more than just hold it in place.
I'm glad that you mentioned in the boost totals here because it really is an important factor, not only for the fact that the team is now getting outpaced by IRSC, but on top of that, it's the aerial superiority. That's just superiority in terms of mechs. What a shot that was. Would have wished it had hit the back of the net, but it's not going to. But it doesn't matter because, like I said, IRSC have dominated the air right now. Because the boost totals are in their favor, they're able to go up quicker, they are able to dominate it, and they are doing more while they're in the air as well. Looking for touches to the backboard, having someone there to pre-jump. Good example, a Slayer puts a shot on, and although it doesn't turn into anything, this is what we're talking about. So much quicker in the air, so much more dominant when it comes to those skies, and unfortunately for UTA, they have had no answer through about 4 minutes of play. They're getting shut out so far here in Game 2, and although they had a late game resurgence in the last one, I'm not so sure if they're going to do that this time. This has been a much more dominant game at IRSC, but wait a minute, double commit, Slayer by his lonesome, can't make the save! I gotta stop doing this. Every time I count UTA out, they're right back into it.
Samba loves showing up in the clutch. Problem is, it needs to be in a clutch situation to get that goal. 39 seconds remaining. It's within a striking distance, and so is the goal on that one. The late delay on the air dribble. So difficult to save, and hung out to dry as Slayer by his team. Can they hold firm, get that second victory, IRC, or does UTA have a surprise? Maybe not on that pass. They have to get back. That's a miss. Maybe a double to the back post, and it's going to go past that post. UTA still in it.
They needed that touch, though. They needed a good clear to try and get some offense together because they're fighting two things right now, IRSC and Father Time. And I think they're also fighting a Seabass that puts it off target. 15 to go. Seabass with a chance to slam the door closed, and instead, UTA now find a way to pick the locks. They still got to try and go for one more offense, though. This one off the sidewall. Seabass is up, but he's beat out by the offense. No boost to the tank. This one's awkward, but no one gets there. IRSC escaped by the little hair on their chinny chin chin. But the good thing for them, they're forcing a reverse sweep. UTA, you want this? It's got to be 3 straight in perfect fashion.
Fantastic fake also by the end of Taco Stash. Just want to count that one up. So many times players try to keep the ball alive, thinking they need to smack that away. Taco Stash goes up for it, and then leans back just enough, letting it drop to that near post. Again, really tough from UTA because they look great in the back half, but where is it on the front half? It's almost like they're waiting for counterattacks, and they're effective. There is an element of a play style that you can take in saying, okay, we're really just going to batten down the hatches, park the bus, get the saves, and then wait for the overcommit. But the thing is, Indian River, they drill the rotation like it's clockwork. They want it to be consistent. You really have to rely on them making a mistake, and you do see them, but they're not enough to actually rely on it to get consistent goals. You can't always rely on Samba to use the mechs in the peak moment.
The big issue for me right now is the fact that it feels like UTA are constantly trying to catch up to the playstyles at which IRSC are coming into this one. They are more cohesive. They are better in the air. They are quicker. There's just things that are in favor of IRSC. And although at moments UTA are catching up to them, you can't catch up to a team like this. You have to be better than them. If you don't have the advantage over IRSC, like we said, they will punish those little moments where you are the worst team in the battle here. So IRSC, they've played this one exactly how they want to. Found themselves in a 2-0, but the job is not done yet. You want to see a Championship Sunday bid? You got to win this one. UTA with their last life, quite literally. They lose this, the last tournament for these guys ends in 8th place.
This is building a legacy, and you never want to go out quite like this, even against a team like IRC. Off the backboard, off the crossbar. Slayer dives in. Samba calls his own number, going past. Seabass has to get back and try to get that 100 boost. They will, but no momentum. Tries to work their way around 2. Only can do so much, and a little bit of a scary moment there from the side of IRC, and also from UTA. Everybody just gambling their lives away, going too far upfield, and luckily the woodwork got their back.
I'm sorry, I thought this was Rocket League, not Olympic diving, where we just go over and over again, sending the house, hoping somebody makes contact. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, as both teams have upped the pace of play. I think IRSC now trying to match UTA. They heard me saying that, hey, you guys aren't as fast. They went, hold on now, what if we went to Mach 28? I'm not really sure if this is an effective move, though, here for UTA, as it kind of feels like their coordination now has gone out the window. And we've talked about how they needed to be a more coordinated team, or maybe they just get breakaways. IRSC give them a freebie. We got to watch this one back. What happened?
It's a brilliant move from Samba. It's so easy to hit that forward, but they know the gap is there on the sideline. Nava doesn't have to win that one or really do anything. It just guide that one into the back of the net. IRC not necessarily overcommitting, but certainly diving in on that third man position where you really don't need to. UTA very intelligent to be able to pick that pass out.
It's the first lead that we've seen out of UTA here throughout all 3 of our games, including the warm-up game that we had to redo here. But the issue for them, though, IRC, not a team that usually goes down quietly. They're very aggressive, and they'll get back in your face, and they'll put shots like that! Not on target. This one should be. Never mind! Taco! What?
Bruh. Bruh moment.exe has been clicked accidentally on the desktop. That is not what you want to see. Now trying to make up for it on the near post. It's still sitting, but that's why Adverse is there. Nava with the follow-up, just trying to throw that one in open space where Samba is lurking, looking for a double. IRC knows very well from watching the game tape, you can't do that. That would have been a crazy pass across, almost pre-jumping that with Seabass.
Hey, yo, IRC, I get it. You guys are mad that you've now missed 2 golden opportunities. Maybe don't dive on everything. We already criticized it at the beginning of the game. I'm going to be critical now 2 minutes into it because you guys need to be just a little bit more precise, and so do UTA. That one's scary. Samba can't quite read that one, but luckily enough, he's got a teammate on the backboard that can save it out. This is very thin margins. We're talking about playing with a knife's edge. That's exactly what it is. UTA have one over-aggressive dive. They find themselves with an equalized game. Similarly, IRC find themselves with a passing play that doesn't connect and that is read by their opponents. It's going to go 2-0. One of these teams is going to have to make a mistake to see a second goal come through here. I am confident in saying that at this moment, that mistake could be the difference between going to a game 4 and closing the series out here and now.
Brilliant shot from Adverse on the corner because it doesn't necessarily need to go in and just be able to force awkward positions. I'm a huge fan of that approach. Just throw the ball into strange positions, force defensive miscommits, and then you can capitalize on it. UTA doing well, but I think right now we're more concerned about the defense. It's not necessarily, I would say, a frequent occurrence where they've been in the lead here. They've mostly been on the comeback. So how does that adjust for the mental when you know it's more about the defense in the final 2 to keep your series and tournament hopes alive?
Ooh, Taco Stash taking this out to the corner. He's got time and space, setting it up for Seabass. Shot not really on target, but it's at least awkward enough that this should allow Slayer, to dive on in. That's the big difference right now, though. Before Slayer in the first couple of games, we're talking about it being one of the best second and third mans in all of Collegiate Rocket League. And then all of a sudden, they find themselves now going for those dives but not making contact. UTA have read the ways that IRC are playing this with this very locked-down position out at midfield, and they are able to beat them out on a majority of these plays. What about this one, though? Taco Stash finds some open space. Samba to the backboard. Is anyone going to fill it in? It's going to be Seabass. Wins the 50. Where's the third? Slayer off the backboard. Can't turn it into a shot. This is what IRC need to do. Again, send the house, but make sure it pays off, and make sure someone's there for the follow-up. Did a couple demos, open space, eventually closed out by Samba, and it's catastrophe. Triple in the corner. Somebody, please, go back to rotations.
Yeah, poor IRC. They have all the boosts, but none of the positioning to work with it, so now they're going to have to give up some space to Adverse. That is not the man you want on the touch. He tries to get the flick early. It's not able to actually access that on that back bumper, so instead it's down to Samba to play the hero again out of the backfield. He plays that role so well. Slayer trying to throw forward. Now that he's not there, no read on the backboard, but a late challenge from Nava will keep things at bay for now. Still fending off shot after shot. It keeps rolling at the goal, and it keeps being turned away. Nava with the spike down. Think they were looking for the putback. Samba had no boost to do anything with it. Everyone retreats, and we all reset.
Oh, this one out to the center, though. Seabass would have been the one to receive, but unfortunately he is demoed for his troubles, and that means UTA now can waste even more valuable time off the clock. This would be a very impressive victory if they can take it. They almost are able to take it in 2-0 fashion, but instead now they've got to try one more time to get this one and put the dagger in. Samba up high, gets it off the backboard. Seabass is there, though. Touch up. Taco Stash shot on target! And IRSC tie it with 9 to go.
It's such a clean contact as well. He's been playing so well every single moment of this series, so why not get a goal underneath Isabel? Slapping that one in the back of the net. It's not super well placed, but it was struck so true. It really had no other choice, that ball, than to go in the back of the net. 1-1 UTA.
No.
Can you keep things alive? Maybe not the kickoff, but Nava brilliantly read and gets the double 50.
Uh-oh, but Seabass, he wins that out, wins the follow. If that stayed up, there was a chance we see this end before regulation, but instead, it's do or die now for UTA. They lose this overtime, pack your bags, and, well, I guess, drive home. You guys aren't all that far, but it could end already. Taco Stash looking for the follow-up, looking to end this, and Seabass sends it to the backboard. Oh my goodness, we start off with an absolute bang. How many chances will IRC get in the first 20 seconds?
I gotta say, whatever UT is paying that post, you gotta double it, because my goodness, the amount of times that Fletch has just gone past Samba with the fake and the flick to the back post, and it will be in the back of there. UTA not going out quietly. They're gonna be yelling a shout there saying, this is just the beginning.
We ain't done yet, folks. You thought that you might be ready to pack your bags and, take a quick seat down. I think you're all standing up now. No edge of the seat, tip of your toes, because UTA have found themselves a resurgence. There might have been a late goal there at IRSC showing that they're not done yet either, but UTA with a bigger one. They find themselves a continuation of the series, their first year now in this best of 5. But again, job's not done. They got to do that twice in a row, and if they fail to do it either one of those games, they're heading home.
And honestly, we got to think just how much of this team is revolving around Samba's contribution. So many saves, so many last-second touches, but also almost 90% of the goals pretty much in this entire series. He has been productive, and they really do need that. I wouldn't say UTA even looks shaky. IRSC is just putting so many different shots on. Still, another game in which IRSC is eclipsing 10. They're getting to 11 shots on the game, and it's still not enough. UTA's, I would say, the tide is completely turned, but they did exactly what they needed to do. It's been steady improvement. It's a shame it took until game 3, but that's exactly when they do have to have it. Their backs are against the wall, and like a rabid animal, they're just biting and scratching and clawing to be able to get where they are now.
I think the biggest thing to note in this one is the shutdown of Slayer. He was such an impact. We talked about this again, how as a second or third man, he was so good at filling in those gaps and just not allowing UTA that escape. All of a sudden, this game, they're winning the 50-50s. They're beating him out on challenges. Slayer becomes more or less a non-factor in this game, but I don't think he's going to stay that way. This is a player that he might have one bad game. I don't expect him to take 2 in a row here. So IRSC now got to try and pick up the pieces and see if they can find themselves a solid win. They almost do. Slayer does make contact that time, but unfortunately defense well prepared for it.
Adverse also prepared behind Samba, but Samba just immediately going to challenge. Now an outlet pass, Taco Stash into the ceiling. Nava looking for a double off the ceiling. Does he have a reset? He certainly had something in the back post, and so IRC had to shut that one down immediately. Look at the cut rotations here from Samba. I like this aggressive kind of wild card approach. Really hard to read.
Ooh, Slayer, though, trying to be in a bit of a nuisance position. He's not necessarily trying to go for those 50-50 dives as much as play a shadow defense that will not allow UTA out of their half. Uh-oh, but he makes one mistake, and it almost turns into a goal there for UTA, but not quite. Seabass for follow-up touches, wants to win this 50 out of the corner and get it off his half. Same with Slayer with that charge down, but it's not going to be enough. Although Samba, not the greatest aerial, someone from IRSC should be there to try and punish, but it's only Taco Stash with the first touch. No follow-up found. You can tell it's a different game. IRSC are slowing down the pace of play. They are recognizing that they might have been too aggressive out at midfield, and they do not want to have that happen again. Slayer, though, he might not have gotten the memo there. This is going to be an easy open goal. They put it off target. Oh, my gosh.
That demo comes in too late. Granted, IRC's really playing with their food there, just trying to tap the ball up and over, get it to a safer position to clear, and they do get it off. Now, what can they do with it? Slayer trying to get the drag does not work out. Nava will show them how it's done. To the sideline again, another deflection. Seabass not setting it up for themselves, but they will at least try as they had that late challenge through, and now IRC almost feels improvisational on some of these attacks. Certainly, it's working. They have the mechanics. Taco Stash is not going to shy away from any of the angles, but it doesn't seem as concrete. It doesn't seem team-based.
It doesn't seem team-based, but I think the one thing they are doing is making UTA nervous again. It feels like the touches that UTA are going for here are touches just to interfere, not touches to try and connect. Something similar to the first couple of games. And the last one was the first time we were really starting to see team plays there, even a team play to end it in overtime. In comparison now to a UTA, they're just looking for an escape. Boost totals are low. Cohesive plays are not being found. They feel like they are just struggling to keep up with IRSC. And although IRSC are receiving shots against their net, it doesn't feel like any of them have been all too threatening in comparison to where Adverse has to dive twice in a row just to try and stop IRSC with the momentum that they have found. But not really momentum for either team, if I'm being real here. We're about halfway through the game. Neither one of them have been able to find a goal. And this touch out of the corner, not going to be enough to find a goal here for UTA. Seabass doinks this out towards midfield, but nobody to receive. And we continue to go scoreless here as half the game is gone. Almost ate my words. IRSC looking for another approach.
A nice throw into the ceiling, but again, spread out rotation. Slayers all the way back. They're going to challenge early. They're going to go over the top. A player's trying to get bumped, and they do get it! Samba with a goal! A breathtaking affair, showing the mechanics yet again.
Samba will not let this team go down silently. He has proven that he is the thief in the night, stealing that goal from Adverse. Yes, he does also set him up. The fact that he somehow gets that extra touch at the end and gets credited with the goal as well, chef's kiss, if you will. Unfortunately for IRSC, though, it might just be the kiss of death instead. This team has been slowly losing the momentum that they built through the first couple of games, and now they've got to try and wrangle it back. 2 minutes to go. They have been very, very different when it comes to their offensive presence, and their defense also struggling a little bit. A lot of desperation dives to keep it off their half, and they are not able to do so. Maybe this breakaway can make it a bit different.
Oh, the missed touch there from Nava, but ultimately it's still in touchable moment there as Adverse was trying to keep it close, but Taco Stash plays it so well. They're not shying away from really any challenge. Taco Stash highly mechanical, so is Seabass. Open space, what can they do with it? They're trying to get back to it, and you don't need a contact if everyone assumes it's gonna come through. A clunky looking goal, but they all count the same.
I mean, he's going for the 50 here. He doesn't want the follow-up. He recognizes the player's diving. He's just trying to keep this close because, again, this is how IRSC play. If somebody can get that 50-50 in front of the net, someone will be there to dive, and that's why you see 2 players at UTA dive already. Because they recognize this turns into a 50, yeah, we're getting scored on. They understand the stakes. They know every single player from IRSC has a like-minded approach when it comes to these offenses, so they do not want to even give them a chance to come through with it. And in doing so, they give up 2 chances almost in a row. That shot blazing towards the net, but not going to be enough to penetrate it. IRSC have finally found themselves the mojo again, and it might be enough for Taco Stash to put in the dagger, if not for Samba off the backboard, denying the second goal here for Indian River State.
Again, look for those short passes. However, it's cut out there. Samba in the backfield has to get to it late. Going to be underneath. Deflection high. It's going to be Slayer up in the air looking for a 50. That first touch really got away. It's got to stay a little bit higher than that one. So then trying again. Taco Stash maybe trying to show him how it's done. Playing for that aerial 50 yet again. We pointed that out so many times, and you can see the strain it makes for the UTA. They're great at getting to the ball, but it's about actually having enough boost to get the first touch and then power through it to push it out of your path.
Oh, speaking of power, what a pass out to Adverse here, and he might even be able to double it if not for the defense. Slayer showing up huge yet again. We talked about this guy being a non-factor in Game 3. That is absolutely not the case here in Game number 4. He's had his mark on everything, and so has the rest of the team. This one off the sidewall, I imagine Seabass is trying to receive, and indeed he does. Sends it all the way to the other corner where Slayer is waiting, and he might not get a touch, but he's done a lot to be a nuisance here to make this difficult for a clear. 50-50 does go in favor of UTA, but Seabass will be there to at least send it to the backboard, and a demo will open up some space. 15 to go. Seabass and the rest of the crew for IRSC are looking for one last approach at offense, but a touch out at midfield could change this up if not for Taco Stash. Over one off the backboard. Who is there? Seabass with the dagger! IRSC moving on to the semifinals.
It doesn't take 4 minutes. It takes 5. All 5. 0 seconds for the winner. IRSC has been tested, and they're going to pass with flying colors. It is not the final, though. They still got a ways to go. But if that's our quarterfinals, we got a treat for everyone. GG's to UT Arlington. Indian River State College just a bit stronger on the day.
UTA, take a bow. You guys put in a stellar final performance. We are sad to see you go, but we're happy to see that you arrived. They put in a heck of an effort. What looked like it could be a 3-0 shutout, even with the first game of the series almost being a 5-0 shutout to start it off. They come back in monumental fashion. Everybody, please give it up for UTA. This was a fantastic performance, and they deserve all the praise for it, but so do IRSC. What a way to end this series.
I mean, getting the 0 second is one thing, but that's really what it takes, and you have to dive in. UTA, right before that, had that last second thought of saying, what if we half rotate real quick, just throw them back in, and it unfortunately landed right to Taco Stash, which was able to set that one up, but that's just how Rocket League is. Eventually, you can play safe. Yes, you can get those touches around the outside, not really stretch too far, but you eventually have to take some form of gamble, and unfortunately you can't win them all. IRSC showing their quality, and also showing the grace under pressure as well. The amount of times they're forced into those awkward moments and still endure. UTA is one of the most mechanical and talented teams in the West, and it's unfortunate we're not going to be able to see them much more, but we are going to be seeing at least a little bit more of IRSC on the stage.
All right, welcome back here. I am with IRSC, who just won 3-1. Please, take us a little bit through that match. Take us through the momentum, what the team was talking about, and how you did.
Yeah, no, we had really good vibes. We made sure to have a good mindset. You know, we had great comms, and we made sure that was just positive all around. That was the biggest key. And we knew we were the better team. We knew we could beat them one-on-one, and we could just keep the pressure on them. So that's basically what we did. We had a couple mistakes, but we knew what to fix, and it was a pretty good game by us.
IRSC, you know, Indian River State has been dominating a lot of the college Rocket League landscape. What are some of the practice methods or just kind of some of the quality attributes that go towards your team that lead to such success?
Yeah, no, at IRSC we get a full ride and we get a bunch of support from the school and staff and everything. So at the end of the day, we get everything that we need to perform and practice and get ready for this. Preparation is key. But yeah, no, it's been an absolute blast there, and they've given us the tools and the keys to success, and we've taken full advantage of it. And I think it's showing right now heading into the semifinals.
Well done. Who is on the radar as we move forward? Who's on the radar for Indian River State College?
I know Columbia might still be in it with Northwood. I'm not too sure how that match went yet, but would love to beat them again. Would love to take down Northwood. I mean, give us anybody, we'll beat them, so we're ready.
All right, loving the confidence here exuding from Indian River State. Well done. That's a 3-1 victory. Make some noise. Let's wake up in here. It's the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. All right, let's go back over to the desk as we have some more Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action coming up next.
A ton of hype felt in the arena. A ton of hype from the hype man himself, but really it comes from an amazing series. I have to say, probably my favorite the entire day today. Indian River State College, UTA. Certainly a battle of titans, two equally found teams coming together, giving us technically a 5-gamer, even though the first one, a little bit of technical difficulties. But at the end of the day, this was a phenomenal performance by both of the squads, but I got to give it up to IRSC. First, I want to talk about how their play style was essentially taking every single advantage that they could away from their opponents in UTA, almost a total war style. Miles, can you tell me about that?
Yeah, Danger and Bass hyped it up, but oh my gosh. Did IRSC put the screws on them and never let up? UT Arlington, they tried to get out, but as soon as they got an advantage, they noticed all the boost was gone. They were getting demoed. They had no resources with which to mount an assault. And of course, that forced players like Samba to get crazy aggressive, going all the way forward in a role they don't usually play to get these crazy goals. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough.
Certainly not, and I want to talk about most of the dogfighting that we saw. It was an aerial battle all series long, Chicksa. What was the strategies in the air?
Yeah, being in that aerial play all the time in Rocket League, it's your most unpredictable kind of way to play Rocket League at times, because at the end of the day, you have ways to just stay up, stay high, get flip resets just like on the replay and extend it even further. The only way to combat that is committing someone to an early challenge, to a way to get upfield in order to just get rid of the play. If not, you're going to go off the backboard, which we saw a ton of. We saw some mistakes as well, missed backboard reads in the air just due to boost or a misread, because it's difficult, to read those angles. And at the end of the day, because IRSC dominated so hard in the air, constantly passing and utilizing that boost that we said they gained the advantage of, they just kept on shooting and scoring. I think almost every replay that we've seen thus far was literally a shot in the air. They dominated that space, and they had just the best in the world. I mean, huge shout out to Seabass in these.
Certainly, that was a photo finish. You'll see at 0 seconds. But I want to talk about the very beginning. Just as the matches get going, we often saw IRSC take those first goals, take the early advantage. How important is that for a majority of the series as well as just a singular game, Gompers?
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I think first goals, yeah, they're very beneficial, right? It gives you a lead. It gives you that feeling of comfortable, right? And being comfortable is probably the best thing that you can feel in a game like Rocket League that is so inconsistent. And right now, in that moment, I mean, Chicksa brought up a good point to me, actually, while we were watching the game. Every first goal was the winner, and that was important. That was pretty much just put out there as to where, yeah, I mean, those first goals, at least in this game, were incredibly important to the point where it really led them towards that first win. The momentum and the timing that we were going at for the game that we just saw, it really felt like, okay, that first goal came in. It took almost 2 minutes to see the second one. So there was a lot of stall. There was a lot of these players really just trying to fight for that first goal to come through, and then waiting, and then trying to just keep things together from there on.
Keeping things together and fighting. It's definitely a theme that we saw as an attempt from UTA. Game 1, 5 goals up. You'd imagine maybe let's just pack it in and go to the next one. But no, Samba had that fighting spirit, and Miles, I know you were roaring along with them.
I really was. The fact that you're down 5-0, you have 100 seconds left, Both the casters said it. It might as well be a done deal. You're done. But they didn't stop fighting because the game wasn't over. There was still time on the clock, and Samba kept fighting, kept pushing, and got those 3 goals. They didn't end up winning, but they showed they had the fighting spirit throughout that entire push. And, well, I feel like that was just a microcosm of the narrative as a whole. They kept fighting. UT Arlington never gave up, even when it felt like they were so down. They kept fighting, and they gave us one heck of a show.
Even secured a win for themselves. But Chicksa, you also mentioned to me while the games were going on that this would be a much different series if it was a best of 7. How exactly would the landscape have changed if that were the case?
Well, I had mentioned a little bit earlier that UTA, unfortunately, maybe hasn't practiced as much as they necessarily needed to lately. So when it came down to it, they had a lot more feeling out to do. That's why that first game was such a large chasm of 5-0 to start off that series for IRSC. But then Sama came back, got 3, narrowed it down, and then you saw it was kind of 2-1, 2-1, really close games. If it had gone the distance, you give UTA another shot to keep on playing. They were starting to gain serious momentum. They were starting to understand how to combat the likes of IRSC, how to shut down Slayer. We had mentioned in that game, Taco and Bass in particular, that Slayer was quiet. And because he was shut down, such an advantage was given to UTA. So I think at the end of the day, if it does go to 7, it would have went the full length of 7. And there would have been a lot more unpredictability of who actually does win out that match.
Well, there's no need for guessing now. It's going to be IRSC making their way to the semis. And we had a bit of guesswork in terms of who was going to walk out as our MVP. You'd think from the straight-up goal scenario, it's got to be Taco. But really, Seabass in the absence, it's not about the committing and completing of opportunities. It's all about creating those moments where you can succeed.
Absolutely. I mean, Seabass, granted, give him the goals at the end. He had that 0-second winner to take the series for IRSC. I think he played a phenomenal series to play his part. That's the thing about being as experienced of a player as Seabass. He has constantly, time and time again, understood how to play with his team. When Slayer wasn't doing as well that game, he did his best to step up, and that makes the most on the field. When you're playing as 3, you all have to play together. You're only as good as your weakest link as times, and sometimes you just need to lift them up a little bit. So Seabass, we saw in those replays, a majority of them were him. For that reason, he just stood out when needed to. And Taco Stash, yeah, may have been flashy, may have cleaned up a lot of those goals, but Seabass really started it all on the field. I mean, though, granted, if this went UTA's way, I'm going to give a huge shout out to the likes of Samba as well. This was also his last tournament. And you know what? You told me in the interview, your motto that the team goes by, a little bit as a joke, is it's not my fault. Samba, that series was not your fault. You gave it your all, and you really played the best that you could on the field. So huge shout out to you for trying your best to bring up that UTA team. It was a phenomenal series. IRSC gets to continue on a little bit forward, but UTA as a 3, I think they ended off their season as best as possible.
Honestly, a incredible match that they gave us here today. And though their story ends, the memory will live on for a very long time. But that's going to wrap up this matchup. IRSC continue to the semifinals, but I think we have to wrap things up by seeing, did our predictions of our saucy predictions go well? I think that series, that was sweet like honey. I thought it was going to be heartfelt, but ooh, it was just so delicious.
You know, I kind of go with Chix's now because it makes a lot more sense.
Spicy!
It was very spicy, sweet and sour. I'm throwing that away. I'm going with Chix's pick. I believe in the spicy buffalo.
The goals were hot. The plays were hot. We got all the time of those double taps. The angles are wild. Flip reset goals. That's what you wanted to see on the field. Seabass, the 0-second goal. This is Rocket League moment for him. I mean, it couldn't be spicier than that. I really thought the players would put their heart on the field, play the best they did, and they did indeed do that.
And you know what? I'm sticking with mine too, because we had the sweetness, because we had Seabass and Samba, the two, graduating class people. They're moving on, but they put on one amazing show. That's the savory part. But the fact that it was them being the stars of this show, that's a little sweet, if you ask me. Just a little bit of honey added to that mix. that mustard.
Well, I think all these sauces lined up to a delicious meal of a series. But we're going to head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas will continue. But before we go, we got to let you know that this is the official quick service restaurant of esports. You get a free large fry with any minimum purchase of $1 when you download the McDonald's app. Get a Pauly Hype meal when you download from the link below. And make sure you bring it over to the analyst desk because we're hungry.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seems so clear. It's a new day and I need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
My name is Hannah Arif. I go by Hans, and I am representing Carleton University FE for Valorant. My current major is environmental engineering. Honestly, this is all of our first lands, basically, coming out from a different country and stuff to just play. So we're all very, very excited, and we're all really happy with how organized everything is because we feel so official. So it's really nice. It's a really good experience. I mean, we kind of dominated UH Scarlet, which was, they were titled to be one of the best female teams in NA, and we just kind of overcame them and showed that we were the best. So honestly, like, we're just here to show what we got and represent why we did what we did and why we're better than UH Scarlet and a lot of teams. Honestly, for CECC, definitely really excited to compete against Army West. We were supposed to scrim against them a couple of times. They said, you know, like, you should scrim against them, but we haven't really gotten to, but I think, like, it'll be a fun fight. And in terms of Paideia, obviously, really excited to see Powerpuff Girls and UH Scarlet compete to see which one of them get to play us. Just play your game, honestly. Obviously, like, we all are pretty unique in our own ways. We all kind of played Valorant, starting Valorant in our own different ways. So just play your own game, play as a team, and communicate like we're a team. Definitely very stigmatized to be probably on the lower end of things, but we definitely want to show that we can put up a fight for sure. Definitely just a good experience overall. I don't expect us to be winners of everything, getting out of everything, and just coming out on top, but definitely just a good learning experience for everyone, because I know that we all want to continue Valorant in different ways. Definitely a good learning experience and have a lot of fun. And we're having a lot of fun so far, and we've only been here a couple hours.
My name is Eric Chen. I am from University of Buffalo, and I'm the team captain. My in-game name is Face. The feeling for being here is actually really crazy because we're not a really big school for esports. We were one of the few schools that want to bid and got invited from CECC. We are from the MAC conference, so our competition wasn't like crazy. We had a couple good schools, but it just feels unreal for being here right now. The competition this semester has been up and down because we have a new roster. Like every semester, our roster changes, and then we have our ups and downs. We've had a lot more downs this semester, but that doesn't mean that we're not one of the best in the East. Our team is looking forward towards versing probably Fisher because they are the number 2 seed, I believe, and we're the number 15. We feel a little disrespected for being at 15, but definitely Fisher because their competition is probably the highest we'll ever face, and just being able to verse them is a privilege. A message that went well with the team is it's going to be very silly, but just get yours and someone will get theirs and everyone will get 5. The perception that people probably have for us is that we're a bunch of nobodies because we haven't versed like the top-notch competition, whether that's CVAL, like we haven't versed any of these schools, I believe. So people will probably look down towards us, especially since, you know, University of Buffalo, like it's not a big school name for esports. There's a reason why we're not in the top 30, but we will definitely fight pound for pound. We wouldn't like give up. We didn't come here to lose. So there's 2 results that we're looking for. One of them is the realistic one. The realistic one is definitely get out of groups, especially with, we believe that we are in the group of death with Fisher, with St. Clair's, and SNHU. We're definitely in one of the harder groups. So realistic one is getting out of groups, but obviously the goal for everyone is to win it all.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seems so clear. It's a new day and we need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready,
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
The team is excited to be here. I mean, it's the biggest event of the year, biggest event any of them's been on. And right now, we really just got the killer mentality. I mean, this is a business trip, and we're coming here to win. So anything less than that is a failure, and we're walking home. I mean, competition it's been awesome this semester. I feel like the semester as a whole for Collegiate Overwatch was awesome. I feel like a lot of new people rising up, and Ball State being one of those new people. I mean, if you haven't been keeping up with us, first off, what are you doing? And second off, I mean, we're the youngest, best team here, and only going to get better. The most exciting competition is the next competition. I mean, whoever's going to be next to unfortunately lose to us, that's the one I'm most excited for, the next to win. We're never out of fight. I mean, it could be a 2v5, and we're not trying to lose that fight. So you know, it's not something we always say, but we're gonna keep fighting. We got that dog mentality. So I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I'm expecting to see pure dominance. I mean, we got Manway on the tank, masterful tank. We have Spencer Ninja with, I mean, lion-like prowls, hunting prey like when they do. And then Yake and Raven in the back just keeping everyone together. So, I mean, I'm expecting great things. Happy to be here, excited to be here. So, already happy with that. But of course, at the end of the day, we're coming here to win. So,
my name is Brendan Sullivan. I'm the captain of the Akron Varsity Rocket League team. I'm an aerospace engineering student. Currently, the mentality for this event is super excited. Like, we're absolutely stoked to be here, and we think we have a pretty good chance of winning. Well, this semester's been a little interesting because I'm not actually on the team with my two other teammates. They've done super well, and I'm hoping to step up and maybe help elevate us to the next level. This is not our first time competing together as a team for an event specifically, but for something college-related, it is. Currently, I am most excited to compete against UTA because we have a bunch of beef against one of their players, and I love them so much. I gotta beat them. One of the mottos that we absolutely live by is that you gotta stay true to the blue and not fold to the gold. Currently, our perception is going to be a little interesting because they're expecting us to not play super well because it's a new team for CRL, but I think we'll catch them off guard with that factor. For results, I'm expecting to win at least one game.
My name is Meg Deshmukh. I go by Meta. I'm the coach for Arizona State University, and I'm the coach for Valorant. I started like last semester, so not too long. It's like my first time coaching, but you know, it's been going great. I mean, the team feels great. We've been practicing a lot. We're ready for this tournament. Well, you know, like we're ready for any competition we're against, but A couple of my players, they have a couple friends on Winthrop, so that's like that's a matchup that we're excited for. We had like a strong showing in the winter split for CVAL. Unfortunately, we went out for the spring split. Weren't looking too great. We had like a couple kind of map issues, but we've bounced back since then. We've been feeling strong in practice. You know, obviously like the Boise one really, you know, felt great. We're LAN players. We're ready to show it. I mean, like I said, we're LAN players. Everyone's just ready to play at LAN. LAN energy gets them hyped. I don't say anything special. On the other side, I have to like make sure that they keep calm and stay focused because, you know, they can get super excited. For this weekend, you know, we're here to win it all, but like we're trying to go like matchup by matchup. So we're focusing on Temu. That's our first opponent. So we're just starting from there and going forward.
My name is Zach Schaefer. I am Daisy for Overwatch, and I play for Bethel University. Criminal justice is my current major. Yeah, my team is, we're very excited. We're very, very excited. We just got an extremely close series against a team in our conference. We're pumped to be here. It's crazy that we're in Texas. 2 years ago, you know, we got on campus. We're just very excited. We're very excited. It was tough. It was a lot tougher than it's been in past semesters. It was a lot of close-fought games. We just had an NECC championship against a very good team. The qualifying game, I mean, we won 4-3. There are a lot of tough teams that really pushed us, so I think this is the best we've ever been. We've had a lot of teams that have gotten us to that next level. We are most excited to compete against St. Clair. I personally have played a lot of tournaments with their main tank player, Squeak, so we have a good relationship. And we also share the same coach when it comes to Overwatch. So we have a good connection as a team, and I believe we start against them. So I'm excited. We've never played against them before. We don't really have any mottos or any sayings or anything like that. We just kind of go out and have fun. We have a very good relationship. We're constantly messing with each other in between rounds and just shooting jokes at each other. So we don't really have any mottos in that. I don't think we really believe in anything like that. We kind of go play, have fun, and that's all it is. It's just about the relationships. I hope that our perception has become that of more of a competitive team. I think in our first year, we were kind of known as having personalities and stuff like that, and that's great, but I also want us to be taken seriously. I want us to be taken as a team that can come out and play, and we didn't just qualify to just show up and have fun. You know, we're here to play, here to get wins. So yeah, I hope we're seen as a competitive team. I'm not really going in expecting any results. I want us to fight hard, and you know, if we make it through bracket, we make it through bracket. We're here, it's a great experience, and this is just a great way to grow our team, not just as a program, but our skill. You know, we don't really feel like we have a lot of pressure on us coming in, and that's a great feeling because we're used to a lot of pressure. So we can kind of just come in, have fun, play hard, and try to make that bracket.
Hi, my name is Kyle Dodd, in-game name Enjoyable, represent Bryan Stratton College, Virginia. Mostly I specialize with the first-person shooters, so Overwatch, Valorant, Call of Duty, Halo. The trip was a little long, but everyone's excited to be here. Everyone's pretty stoked, so a lot of energy. I would say it's been pretty successful. I mean, we played in NACE, top 8 finish for Overwatch there. NECC, we made playoffs. And then to qualify for CECC, we won both NJCAA and the MAEC. Yeah, I'd say we're one of the few small schools that are competing with the big dogs. So I'd probably say, I don't know if my players share this, but Ball State, they're in our group phase, and that's a team that we've never played against. So we have a little bit of knowledge about just about everyone, but we've never played them. So I mean, something that I just always reiterate and kind of put out there is communication, and then just always staying positive, keep a vibe, and be loud. I'd like to say we definitely get out of group phase. I know we have probably one of the best number 1, number 2 team in our group, but the other 2 teams, I do believe that we could beat them. So I think we're confident in getting out of group phase.
My name is Xavier Morales. I'm a Rocket League player, and I represent Bruton Parker College. I believe the team is feeling very confident. We feel very excited. We've been waiting for this ever since we qualified last semester, sometime around October, I believe. We've just been ready to play. I've been so excited. The competition has gotten, I feel, more daunting as time has gone on, but we've worked harder to make ourselves more equipped to be able to handle it. and I just hope that it's able to pay off. I'm most excited to compete against West Virginia. We lost to them recently in the qualifiers for, I think we did the qualifier for this again. I just want to get our get back on them. Cut a lot as second man. I believe that motto is what we've been using a lot, just to cut a lot as second man. I think the competition definitely thinks that we're not as good as we are. I think that they think that we just demo, and I think we're here to show them that we can do a lot more than just demo. I'm hoping for a win. Those are the results I want. I want to get a win.
Welcome back. We are so excited to be here. We got to introduce ourselves first.
I know. This is so exciting. I'm
Yeah.
happy to be here with you.
Same with you. My name's Camilla Panda, and this is
Miss Ash Rocks. You can call me Miss Ash or Ash works too. And I go by she, her pronouns.
same here, she, her pronouns. Now, I'm sure you're wondering what is going on right now. Well, we're super excited because, as we saw earlier, Charleston was the first women's team to be on the Collegegate Esports Commissioner Cup stage. And we are getting ready for our first match with 2 all-women's Valorant teams.
Yes, and that is UH Scarlet and Powerpuff Girls. We got to peek in on their previous games this morning, and let me tell you, they are powerhouses. Both of those teams, they were fighting for their life. The communications was going insane. Just the comms were perfect, and just to see these high-level players in person and to see how they play. Unlike me, I'm a diamond player, so I'm just hard-stuck diamond. But seeing these high-level Ascendant Immortal players, even some diamond that are in this tournament as well, it's just awesome to see them play. So we're so thankful for this opportunity, and shout out to Padia, Xbox, and Esports U for this opportunity. And this is our first time casting together on stage.
Yeah, it was honestly just inspiring to see the players and getting to chat with them too, and just how honored and excited they are to be here. If you do not know what Padia is or what Padia Cup is, so the Padia Cup serves as a powerful outlet, and it's shining a spotlight on aspiring women games and gamers and emphasizing the promising future of women in Valorant, which is also how we got here. Yes. We are part of this thing called Cast This, where we got to go to a boot camp a couple weeks ago, about a month ago, out in LA, where we learned from incredible people like Miss Harvey,
Van Sealy, and also his duo,
Rivington.
So,
and we also had Camille there too. It was an amazing time and just so inspiring to hear from folks who have worked in this industry for as long as they have, and just hear about their journeys, and also get to kickstart ours a little bit, along with seeing some incredible players, currently Collegegate players, and I'm sure most of them, after seeing them play, they're going pro. They are amazing.
And it's funny to hear like their major in school. They're like, yeah, I'm doing whatever. It could be science, it could be biology. I'm like, you have this talent as well in Valorant that you could utilize for a career too. So it's like they have 2 different paths that they can take, which is awesome. You set yourself up very well, being in college and being young.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but additionally, the matchmaking season, which you're currently tuned into right now, we're still getting started, but this season offers women players the incredible opportunity so they can transition from these online battles that they've been doing for so long and, into an offline setting after dedicating 9 weeks of intense competition to earn their well-deserved spots here. So again, we have our 3 teams right now. We have UH Scarlet, we have Powerpuff Girls, and Carlton. So, yeah, and we haven't seen Carlton play today yet, but I know they are well prepared.
Yeah, they played earlier at CECC, much earlier in the morning.
Yeah.
And we've kind of just been checking out all the Padia teams that have been playing. They had 2 matches previously, both of which were on Fracture and Ascent.
Yeah.
Our current map is about to be Pearl. So I'm excited to see how this works out for them. And in case you're wondering a little bit more, what also is going on. So after these teams have competed all season, all this 9-week period.
9 weeks.
Participating in best of 3 scrimmages, they ended up, as a culmination of their efforts, they went to the playoff bracket, which unfolded live on the Xbox Twitch channel. So, like, big stage, not physical stage, but still.
A big audience, for sure.
Big audience. And then from there, we have our top 3 teams, and they all earned an invitation to come play here, live, on this stage.
And speaking of Pearl.
Oh, no.
Pearl is the map we are always casting on. Like, that is just our map. That is our strongest map, I think, at this point. And I know that that's the map that we even practiced the most on when we were in LA. So you'll see that on a cast this series. It'll be on the Apadia Gaming YouTube. It'll be a 5-part series. So yeah, you'll see a lot of Pearl from us. A lot of practice from there.
You can tell by my face that I am so looking forward to Pearl right now.
We love Pearl. Best map, right?
Maybe.
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 Lotus, cough.
I still miss Breeze. I'm an outlier. I know that.
I think I miss Breeze at this point.
Yeah.
You know, we got split back, we got bind. I'm like, yeah, you could take it back again. I don't need it. But with the bind changes, it helps a little bit, especially with the teleport area now. It is terrifying. You could do a fast rotate within 10 seconds at this point.
The first time I played on Bind, when they made the changes, I forgot they moved the teleporter. So I was just like, oh, I've got time. I just heard it go off. And then I'm like, oh, I don't have time. I have no time. Just
Well,
suddenly they're there.
Have you used that window on B site yet?
Oh, I have. It's great. I love that window.
Okay, so what have you utilized it for? What kind of util?
I've utilized it for a sky. So the sky flash is exactly what I've been using it for, just because I'm like, blind them, then peek out.
Yeah.
It's fun.
A quick pop flash, a little bit.
I've seen folks use Dizzy there while playing Gecko. Solid choice, honestly.
Yeah, raise paint shells on default when they're planning. Fade haunt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can use all sorts of fun util through that window.
Absolutely.
And I still don't expect it. So I think it's a good change, especially for retake on B, which is probably what I hate the most about bind, if I'm being honest. Retake on B is terrifying. I could retake on A anytime. I could teleport, I could flank, but it's hard flanking on B. You have to go through link, go through hookah or long, and then there you go. But yeah, bind, the changes are good. I just have to get used to it and be a little more creative with my gameplay. But yeah, bind is cool. I think, what other maps do we have in rotation right now? Ascent, we have Fracture. I love me some Fracture.
Fair. We no longer have Icebox.
No, that's okay with me too.
I liked Icebox.
It's very chill.
I see what you did there.
Very chill. But I think the problem with Icebox is B-site. It's just so hard to push. Even you can have a Sova drone, you can have prowlers, and you can still get picked off easily. You know, they could just swing off of that utility, get their pick, or, you know, it could be traded as well, but it makes it so much difficult to push. It really does. But Icebox is fun. It is. I like A-site. Easy.
I'm a Viper person on Icebox, so
it's fun for you automatically.
Yeah. Easy win on the fun part.
Yes. And I think right now I'm just loving Lotus. I hope we can see Lotus in our near future with casting, because I think we have the most fun on Lotus. You know, it's a 3-site map. People are lurking, people are flanking. As we saw in a previous game we watched earlier this week when we did our casting at home, we saw the KJ ult for retake and then the Omen ult behind them because they knew they would be pushing back.
That was great.
Just overall pure game sense, okay? So it gets chaotic on Lotus, but I love it. I love watching attack and defense on it. So yeah, it's my favorite one for sure. I would take Lotus over Haven anytime, any day.
Fair. So I know the answer to this, but I'm sure folks at home are wondering. We clearly have favorite agents. So who's your favorite? I know the answer, though.
Oh, you do? You know the answer to
I think I know your answer.
Well, I have my top 3. That's Killjoy, Fade, and Brimstone. Those are my top 3. Okay? Fade, I'm not having as much fun with her right now, but Fade is the best initiator. You can't talk me out of that either, okay?
Yeah.
I think you agree with me, though.
Yeah, Fade's fun.
Yeah, her Prowlers alone are overpowered. I love them, and her ult. And Brimstone, I love his smokes. He's an easy agent to play. And then, of course, his Orbital Strike, his ult is, good for post-plant, getting space for the team, and so forth. And KJ, she's just the best agent in the game, so.
Look, I am a Viper. I'm a person that also plays Fade. However, I've started playing Skye, but I only started playing Skye, not because I unlocked them. I utilize that PC Game Pass.
Oh.
It's $10. I get all the agents. I got Gecko the day Gecko came out. Didn't have to play through all of that or pay for
I have a
Gecko.
Story.
But absolutely.
I have a story for you.
Okay.
I bought Gecko, even though I've had Game Pass for 3 years. I don't know how that happened, but I did. So don't be like me. Make sure you have your Xbox account connected to your Riot account so you can take advantage of the benefits of Xbox Game Pass. Okay, $10. You can do Ultimate Edition for a couple more bucks, but Xbox Game Pass, you get all the agents, you get an XP boost as well. So why not take advantage of it?
Mine as well. May have utilized that XP boost quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely. And buying a Battle Pass too, double up.
I'm not going to talk about how many Battle Passes I've bought lately.
I like the Battle Pass. This
Same.
act. Yeah, the skins are. I think. Let's talk about skins though. We haven't talked about skins. I do like the Battle Pass skins we have right now, but all right. We had this discussion before, and I think we talked about it on our Cast This series, but let's just start off. Vandal skin. What's your favorite skin?
It changed since then. It's no longer the dragon. It's the newest one that came out.
I'm happy you have grown from that.
Wait, no, sorry. That was Phantom skin, not Vandal. They don't have a new one. It's still the dragon skin for me.
For Vandal?
For Vandal, yeah. Sorry.
I love her dearly. So if she loves the dragon, I love the dragon too. But there are better skins out there, Camilla.
I love the new skins, the gaming ones.
The arcade ones?
The arcade ones. It makes me only play Phantom right now.
That is the only, that's the only skin I bought, the Phantom one. I love the Dance Dance one. That's my
so
favorite.
much fun.
But overall, favorite Vandal skin is Prelude to Chaos, okay? It's very clunky, it's loud, but it's aimbot for me. It is. I head tap all the time. But Prelude to Chaos, we have Prime Vandal. I used to like the dragon. It's a favorite, I will say. But, okay, which color dragon?
Oh, man.
Pink and blue?
Pink and blue. But, yeah.
I like the pink and blue.
Pink and blue.
Pink and blue, yes. I didn't buy the whole pack of the dragon. I just have the Vandal. But I do want the Frenzy if it does pop up in my
I
store.
would love the Frenzy. I just discovered the Frenzy existed.
Really?
I didn't play.
Really?
I didn't play when the dragon skins came out. I found that after the fact.
Yeah, that was the first pack, I believe, for Valorant. I believe that was the first pack that they released.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've been playing with it for a while. I think that's why I'm burnt out on that skin.
That would do it.
Yeah. Anybody in chat, tell us your favorite skins. We're going to go on to Phantom skins now, okay? I'm going to just tell you, it's Recon Phantom for me. I don't know if you use Recon, but, ooh.
So,
what's your favorite Phantom skin? Is it the arcade one?
It's definitely the arcade one.
Okay. Okay. Do you like the dance or?
Dance.
Dance, yeah. That's
The
just
finisher.
It's the best finisher.
100%.
Yes. Feel free to share your favorite Phantom skins as well in chat. But we're going to break now. So we'll see you in a little bit here. We're still getting prepared. So thank you so much for being patient.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we need a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
My name is Trevor Groeschel. I go by Quicks in game, and I'm here representing Converse Overwatch. My major is Professional Leadership Program. It's a master's program at Converse. I actually just graduated. This will be my final collegiate tournament. I mean, I think everybody's excited. We've gone through a lot of roster changes this year, so it's kind of like one of those things where we came into it and we're just thinking, what can we do with what we have? And I think like the team's been cooking and we're cooking up some good stuff. I think we're gonna do well. I mean, with all the roster changes, all things considered, pretty good. I definitely think that we can do better here. We've had some really good practices recently and have looked good overall. So I think the year's been a successful year. There's 3 teams that I know we're definitely looking out for and want to play against. We definitely want to play St. Clair and Boise, but in our own groups, Maryville, definitely one of the favorites here. But we think that we can definitely give them a competition if we don't beat them necessarily. I mean, we're a bunch of like funny guys, so like when in doubt, ball out, because Hammond and like let us cook, that type of stuff, you know. I mean, it's just like ape strong together, you know, just go in and like do things and win. Like I think a lot of it, like I think our competition for the most part across the board like likes us as players and like individuals. I definitely think that they're like, to some degree, we're like a wild card to them. They don't know exactly what we're gonna roll out on or what we're gonna do into them. But I definitely think that even the best teams are a little cautious playing us. I think we're going to give it our all, and I think if we play well, we can definitely win this event. But I think realistically, I'm hoping for top 4, make it into the second day bracket.
My name is Blade Taylor. I am the captain of Indian River State College, and we're competing in Rocket League. The team is super pumped to be here. We're super excited. It's our first LAN as a team and as a college, so super excited. We're here to prove to a lot of people that we're one of the best teams, if not the best team in Rocket League, and we're excited. Competition this semester has been pretty solid. We've competed in a lot of really good tournaments like CRL. We've played against some of the best teams. We've had our ups and downs, right? We've lost to some pretty rough teams, but we've also beat some of the best teams, including the reigning world champions. So we know what it takes. We know that we can't get too comfortable, but we also have the confidence to win every match we have. So at the end of the day, we're ready to go. We're locked in, and we have good vibes going into this. We're pretty good vibes all around. I mean, we don't have a specific saying. We just sometimes we laugh. I say something pretty silly, so we keep the vibes going with that. But nothing too repetitive. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, no. I think our competitors look at us as a potential threat because we've been able to do so well this year and nobody expected it. I think if anyone takes us lightly, that's going to be a major mistake. We're going to capitalize on that if they do. The biggest thing for us this weekend is obviously to enjoy it. Not many teams get to compete at a LAN, but at the end of the day, we're here to win, right? So we're going to take it one step at a time. We're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we know we can win this whole thing. We just got to take it one game at a time, make sure the mental and the vibes are good, and we're ready.
Welcome back, folks. We are so excited to be here. Real quick, I just want to say immense gratitude to Xbox, Padia Gaming, and Esports U for the support in this amazing event right now, since we're leading into the semis. Real quick, I know we will be chatting with some team members soon.
Yes, I'm excited.
But we're leading into the stage. We had UH Scarlet already take the 2 maps earlier today, which means regardless of the next map, the team that's moving on to play against Carlson is Scarlet. However, it's been so close this whole season, and they've been playing their hearts out. We want to give Powerpuff Girls one last shot to prove themselves. And I know they're going to do it. They're going to be absolutely amazing. So, a little bit about the teams while we're waiting.
All right, let's do it.
Powerpuff Girls. They aren't from one school. They're from a mixture of schools, a good chunk of them being New Jersey.
New Jersey.
NJCU, NJIT. We also have a kid on that team from MSU and Caldwell. I was chatting with them a little bit earlier, and like some of us here, I know Breeze is my favorite map, but Icebox is another one. They also love Icebox.
That was a favorite when we asked everyone. Icebox.
Icebox was a strong favorite, but they joined just because they wanted to play together, and they saw.
That's so sweet.
They saw like the opportunity, and they wanted to do something really fun, and they ended up getting all the way here.
All the way here.
Yeah.
Wow. That's talk about impact. Talk about impact. Well, we're going to be chatting with some players, one from each team. Excited to learn a little bit about their journey in the tournament, and probably learn about how I can get better at this game.
Yeah, and real quick, since we already introduced Scarlet a little bit, UH Scarlet, University of Houston, they also were the Game Changers team, Scarlet, for the most part. Yes, they played Game Changers 2023 Series 1 in North America. I believe it was most of the team with one player swapped out from what I was told. And it looks like we have our new friends up here already.
Hi.
Hello, I believe Melanie and Raven. Happy to see both of you here.
Good to be here.
No,
Happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your hard work it took to get to here. So first, let's just start with you, Melanie. How does it feel to be here in this space with other women?
It's so exciting. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. It's been 9 weeks of this matchmaking tournament, and I am just looking forward to going up on stage and playing.
Yes, and I want to ask you, what is your favorite role to play for your team? Initiator, controller, or duelist? Or?
Definitely duelist. I like being the first one out, like getting the first kill, hopefully. Working with my initiator and, just running in there, honestly.
So the complete opposite of me. I am the lurking killjoy, okay? I love that. So who's your favorite duelist?
Controversial pick. I really like Phoenix. I main Phoenix.
Oh, I agree with that. I don't know about you ladies, but I agree. Phoenix, yeah, the curveballs, everything, and run it back is probably one of the best ults in the game. Absolutely.
That running back can be so
Deadly.
Oh my goodness, yes. And then you also have that meme moment from, I believe, the TSM game with someone else where that KO happened to have noticed exactly where the Phoenix was about to run it back, and it was just unfortunate timing, and now that's forever immortalized as a spray in the game.
I'm always the Phoenix player that gets knifed in the back when I come back.
You gotta have your teammate watching your back. That's what they're there for.
But they don't in Diamond.
That's true.
Yeah.
They don't in Diamond. I'm sorry.
It's so unreliable.
It is.
Raven, same question.
Same question. Probably Astra Killjoy are like my favorite agents that I do like to play. Just because I like to be on that like lurk and like sentry role. But yeah, I do enjoy playing Astra and Smokes. I actually have over 700 hours in Smokes, so that's why I play for my team. But yeah, I enjoy it.
It's a lot of hours on Smokes.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you like to play any other controller other than Astra?
I do play Omen and I did play Viper. I actually started playing Viper only until I got to about Plat, and then I started switching into different controllers and then exploring other agents. And then recently I've been working on Sentinels.
Yeah, I think my favorite Sentinel is just KJ. I want to learn Cypher. He's pretty easy, but I think my trips are gold at most, so they always get shot. But yeah, Cypher is very reliable with the camera. You can, hold it for
It's super
if
helpful
they're rotating.
for long distance too. You have a lot more liberty from your team. So
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And how does it feel to be in a space with other women?
honestly, it's just like so awesome. Like we're just so happy to be here. You said, win or lose, like we're just happy that Padia gave us a space and a room for us to showcase our talents and stuff and the exposure that we get and also the future opportunities for other women that may come after us too. So it's really exciting. We're all really happy to be here. Nothing can like put us down, honestly.
And I believe, is it both of yours first lands?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
And I'm sure it's a very different experience from playing on campus than here,
yeah,
right?
we actually don't get to play because we don't have an arena, so we don't play together on campus. We actually play from our homes. So we're really excited to be just like playing with everyone together. It's actually super fun just to have everyone right next to you that we can just like look next to, look back to.
Yeah, we were
it's
lurking.
really awesome.
Yeah, we were lurking on both your games, and oh my gosh, we saw the energy and how hype you were, just hyping each other up every round you won. We love that. And I'm glad you get to do that together, especially since you play online. So that's great. For you, do you have a campus at your schools that you play together?
I don't. I'm actually the only one on the team who doesn't go to the same school as everyone else. Yeah, so this is my first time meeting everyone. I think it's everyone's first time meeting everyone. So it's just been really fun, really great hanging out and sharing a hotel room and everything.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely get a closer connection.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially spending the past 9 weeks playing together and everything. It's just been really fun to meet everyone and hang out with everyone. And again, so grateful for the opportunity.
And after this experience with your team, do you have any goals as a player and as a team after this weekend?
I mean, after doing this, I think we've grown a lot as players, as individuals, and really created a bond together. And I hope that we get to play more together in the future. So it's just a matter of what and when.
I love it. I love it. And then same question for you, dear.
We actually have competed in Game Changers quite a lot. This would be our second Game Changers that we competed recently. So we as a team, we keep trying to improve and, get into other female non-binary tournaments that are maybe smaller, but we do try to compete as much as we can, even if it's not just in the collegiate scene. Actually, our main focus is the GC scene. So Game Changers is like our main goal is just to come to Game Changers, make it out of groups, and just have fun, have the experience. But yeah, we've been playing for an entire academic year, and we're lucky enough that we have only had one player switch out, and it was just because she was graduating. So
yeah. Wow.
We still have the same core 4 that we started with and we've been playing with for a year. So it's really nice to just have them like still here and just compete with them because we're just so used to each other. It's just like so like home that we just like. It's just a good time no matter what we do.
That's awesome. I'm so happy to be here. I'm honored to be in your spaces because your teams are insane. They play so well. I just want that in my Diamond lobby so bad. That's all I can ask for. If you are here and you're in Diamond, we need to play better so we can get on their level, okay? But we were talking about Phantom and Vandal skins. All right, we're gonna start with you, Melanie. What is your favorite Vandal and Phantom skins?
I don't touch the Phantom.
Oh.
The head dink will get me, and I can't. Vandal skin, right now I think I have the blue ion on, but Sentinels of Light is pretty kind of loud though. But pretty much that one.
I agree. I agree with both of those.
I probably say the Oni Phantom is what I always go back to, but I've been playing a lot with the Red Recon Phantom. And then
High five.
High five.
Boom. My favorite.
And then probably Prelude to Chaos right now. That's at least what my loadout is right now. But Prime is always a good safe choice for Vandals.
Always a safe haven, right? Yes. And we have Camilla here with what is it called? The dragon skin?
Yeah,
What is the official name?
Elder Flame?
Elder Flame.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's the Elder Flame gal.
I'm the outlier. It's okay.
Oh no, you're fine. No shade or anything, I promise.
Maybe the smallest bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Now, I am double checking my notes. Both of you, one of your favorite maps is Fracture. For both of you? All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I like Fracture.
What is your favorite part about Fracture?
You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. Probably, even though it's a little bit more hectic because it's technically 4 lanes, I actually do enjoy that we can do like crunches a lot on the map, and it feels very much like once you have control of the map, it's really hard to take it back because you have so much space already. So I really do like that we can, fight lower side or top side of the map. That's probably my favorite, and then also just like as a Smokes player and Killjoy player, I like playing in tower with the Shorty is just like my favorite.
That's my biggest enemy, a Shorty.
Yeah.
My Shorty never does what the enemy team Shorty does.
Thank you. I blame Ping. Ping diff, always.
Ping diff?
Yeah, I don't know if we can use that excuse here though.
Oh,
that's true.
Yeah.
There is no copium.
Oopsies. So what's your favorite things about Fracture?
Because I'm a duelist, because I'm so attack forward, I just enjoy being able to have those more aggressive plays. And like Raven was saying, the pinches are really useful. And especially with Phoenix, especially with Run It Back, I can take this space, get into spawn, and kind of do as much damage as possible. So that's kind of the benefit of Fracture.
Yeah, I love Fracture. I love it.
Everyone's a hater, I think.
Yeah,
Listen.
someone told me that I was crazy for liking Fracture, but it's so good.
It's a good map.
It's a balanced map out of all of them, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Fracture has so much to offer, especially as a Sentinel player, KAJ. You could literally take the entire site with just her ult. So yeah, that makes it fun for me. And any controller is good there. Well, not Omen, but any controller is good there. Brim, Astra. I think for me, I love double controller on Fracture. I don't know if you can both agree to that, but Viper Astra is OP because you could just use Viper Wall to entry onto site and then use Astra Stars for post plant if you're attacking. So
yeah.
A lot of maps are actually really favorable for double controller.
Especially Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus.
Lotus is a big one.
Yeah.
I think the only map that maybe isn't, and I say this very loosely, is probably Haven, just because it's a 3-site map. But most maps, like double controller, is like so strong. Split especially, like oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, I think Split is interesting. It's in an interesting spot for me at the moment. I think attacking is hard. I don't know why, but attacking mid has been a little bit difficult because I think they open vents a little bit wider.
I think so.
Yeah, so I don't know. They've just been swinging out of smokes lately and just one-tapping me. I don't know about you, but I've been getting one-tapped mid all the time. And I think A-site is better with the changes on Split. here and there, you know, with the rafter changes and an A main. It's cool. It's just hard.
How do you feel about the bind changes?
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, that teleporter threw me off the first round that I played it.
Absolutely.
I need to adapt, I think.
I think the bench triple angle, the abuse that has, especially if you're either catching flankers once you have the sight, or when you're just sitting there and people are like running through U-Haul and everything.
Absolutely.
Just abusing that.
Yeah, it's an easy headshot angle on the bench. So yeah, I just learned that actually a couple days ago. I said, wait, this is the best god tier angle on bind. So yeah, I like bind. It's okay.
Yeah,
That's my brim map.
I feel like I haven't seen people abuse the new vent that they have in elbow. So
I think it's good for retakes.
Yeah, I just haven't personally seen it, but
we were just talking about how we just throw like sky flash through there.
Yeah,
raise paint shells on default when they're planning.
Yeah,
so.
it's really good for breaking Killjoy elbow too. You can probably get a molly in from like a brimstone molly or a KO molly.
I would have never thought about that.
Yeah.
See?
Just have to find the right line.
High ranked players. I'm so honored. See, I just learned something new. I'm going to hit Ascendant this weekend.
Absolutely.
Just from that window.
Oh, 100%.
But I think I miss Breeze the most right
my
now.
God.
I used to hate that map.
I love Breeze.
I'm
love
a
it.
Breeze hater.
Breeze.
Oh.
You're a Breeze.
Tell me why. Tell me it's Halls. Halls is the problem, right?
Well, I think if I say that I'm a Breeze hater, it's people are just going to say you can't aim. So that's typically the response.
It is a Vandal map, but you're a Vandal player.
Yeah,
You know how to
I
aim. I've seen you. Yeah, you know how to aim.
I don't know. I think it's just the long distance. I can't see. I'm blind.
Felt that wholeheartedly. I can't play Valorant without my glasses. That's for sure, and especially Breeze. Those
fair.
long fights.
Just move the monitor just right up to your face.
Wait, can we talk about that? I don't know how y'all play with the monitor this close.
Yeah,
I've seen.
I don't.
I can't
Okay.
do it.
I'm like,
There's
I can't
gotta
see
be
anything.
There's got to be a balance between like the JDM lean and the up close.
Yeah, I've seen you play where you have your keyboard over here and
Oh my God.
your mouse over
Always
here.
talks about it because I play with my hands kind of out like this, just because I rest my elbows on my desk.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just one of those like, everyone else I've seen just like
they like crunch up their hands, kind of just their body.
It's just
I used to play with my keyboard like this.
I've seen
Vertical.
lots of people do that too.
Yeah.
That's a very like
Faster reaction.
it's a very like Fortnite thing to do. It's
Is it?
like I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
I can't build for anything in Fortnite. So
There's no build mode.
you're right. You're right. It's been really fun, actually. But yeah, I just break my wrist
Well,
and play.
especially
All right. Well, we had some good convo. Thank you so much for joining us up here. And we're going to a break now. We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Racers, are we ready? Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race. I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seems so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave a lot. He got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage in the semifinals for the Paydia Cup, presented by PC Game Pass, your starting lineups. At the number 2 seed, please welcome to the stage the University of Houston. Orchid, Binko, Raven, Altier, Alita. And at the 3 seed, please welcome to the stage the Powerpuff Girls. Nozomi, Mel, Pauline, Sasha, Leah. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Space Ghost.
Hey folks, how's it going? All right, can I get the team captains over here? Just for a little, I just want to talk. Just want to have a little chit chat, if you don't mind. All right, we're gonna do a handshake, but first, I'd like just the smallest amount of trash talk. I know you're in a precarious position, so we'll keep it low key, but what do you have to say to your last words for your competitor here?
I just hope they don't choke on stage.
Ooh, very serious words from someone who didn't choke on stage, actually. So, what's the response? Or you can have your own trash talk.
Well, we've beat them multiple times in the past, so we're just going to keep doing what we're doing and hope for the best.
Damn, the burns are getting hot and spicy. Let's get a handshake here. Look each other in the eye. Tell you love each other. And we're going to have a good, clean game. Let's go back to our beautiful casters. Take it away, ladies. All right, you guys.
Hello, hello.
Sorry, the heat from those burns are getting to me right now. It's suddenly really warm in here.
Just a little bit. Wow, just a little playful banter. I can't wait to see these ladies battle it out. And welcome back to the Paydia Cup Women's Matchmaking Season. We're going to get into the next map, which is Pearl. And we're excited for it, right? Yes,
Absolutely.
we are. I can't wait to see these women battle. and see the strategies and the comps that they run for this map.
Yeah, we've already seen them on Fracture and Ascent. So I am interested to see how Pearl turns out.
I am too. Maybe we'll see double controller. We love double controller on Pearl.
I am very much a double controller person. I think that is the best way to go. However, you know what? These players are ranked higher than me. They definitely know way better than myself at this point. So I'm sure they're going to do what is best for them in the situation. And I know they're going to play their hearts out, and they're going to do absolutely amazing.
Yes, and we have UH Scarlet and Powerpuff Girls. Let's talk about the teams a little bit. We've seen some strengths from both teams. I think UH Scarlet, they literally have comms on point. They calm every single thing they're doing. They communicate about the strats. And of course, any information on where the enemies are. They play really well together. They're really strong together.
They do. And also that team specifically, when I asked them, they said Pearl was one of their favorite maps to play on.
Oh.
So they are going in with a favorite map, of course. Going over to Powerpuff Girls, they do have 2 IGLs. They have a pre-round IGL, which is Mel, and then Sasha for mid-round. And they also communicate so well together. They just understand each other incredibly well.
You see the synergy when they're in person, for sure. So I'm glad they get to play together, too.
Yeah. Both teams have such great synergy. Both teams play very well. We'll see how they work together on a huge stage like this. Granted, Scarlett already has that experience being on a stage. However, this is a different stage.
Absolutely. And talk about this venue. Absolutely stunning. So many wonderful brands here as well. So thank you everyone for tuning in and hanging out with us. And again, a shout out to Xbox and of course Esports U and Padia for having us here and having all these wonderful teams here to play it out.
Yeah, I am interested to see which players actually pick their different agents and everything.
Yeah.
You know, we talked with Melanie already, who is a duelist. Her favorite is Phoenix. We heard from Raven as well. So I'm interested in seeing which player plays what. We've seen Raven on Astra earlier, and amazing Astra player. Absolutely amazing Astra player. But all of them play so well together. And regardless of which ones they were playing, they were amazing. So guess what? We get to find out. We get to find out who they're picking.
Yes, yes. And we have Scarlett locked in with KJ already, Astra pick, and Fade. And we're going to see Orchid on Jet this time. I'm excited to see that. And Powerpuff Girls, we have the Breach lock in. Breach has a lot of great utility for Pearl, so I'm excited to see that. And of course, Astra. And we're going to see Mel on Phoenix, potentially. I'm loving a pick so far.
I'm intrigued. We see both teams have currently the double initiator lineup right now. Both teams have a KJ and an Astra, and it seems to be dabbling. We do actually have the KO getting locked in, and we have Phoenix getting locked in for Melanie, which we know that's Melanie's favorite. So
she's going to flourish this game for sure. Can't wait to see it. I think Phoenix takes so much space on Pearl, so I'm excited to see what they can do. And then, of course, KJ picks. That's just the #1 Sentinel pick you would want for Pearl, especially for retake with KJ Lockdown. Absolutely. That's what we want. And we see the teams. They're getting ready. We have some smiles on their faces. They're just excited to be here. I love it. I love
Absolutely.
it. All good vibes. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, and I see Nozomi, which we didn't talk to, but they are initiator. One of their favorite agents is Fade, and they are also playing Fade. Pauline, favorite is Brimstone, but also plays Breach, so playing one of their preferred players as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing to have these matches, especially knowing that these players are playing who they love playing the most. So they're going to be super comfortable, and it's just going to come very quickly to them, and they're just going to be able to go right on into this. And as we're starting out, it looks like we have Astra Stars getting placed down. I'm interested in seeing our defenders, which is Scarlet, see how they play. So it looks like they're playing default, which makes sense. We have Jet on A, KO hanging around, Fade lurking, which absolutely makes sense. And our attackers right now are going A site. I feel like that's a solid choice when it's the first round. We have some Ghosts popping up. We have some Classics popping up. Two shields, so we can safely assume there's more utility being used.
Yeah, especially on KJ for defense. You want more utility for sure. All right, now we're going on to A site. We're getting that Fade Prowler. Now we're going to have a curveball out, getting some space here with Phoenix. Getting that Fade C's backside as well. Now A is free. We can get a plant here for Spike. Now we're forced to play retake here from Scarlet. All right, we have a lot of aggression here towards dugout, towards spawn area. Getting that Molly there. A nice shot from Pauline. Fade Prowler's pinching our breach. Unfortunately gets taken down. Now we're in a 4v3 situation. Here we go, we have some mollies here on Spike. Fighting towards Art. 3v4. Getting that KO molly there. Trades for trades going out. Now it's a 1v1. We have Zomi with 41 HP. Can we jiggle to secure this round? But gets taken down by Altier. And that is one round for Scarlet. What did you think of that round, Camila?
It was a strong first round. I loved seeing the double flank from KO and Jet.
Yes.
I felt like that was a very smart move because, you know, they had someone to trade off to just in case they ended up not making it fully onto that flank. They were clearing corners together, as you could see on the little mini map, and then brought it back home.
Yeah, they tripled up into Art there. They probably could have made some more space onto main or even flanked the defenders too at that point. But now it seems like we're going to lean towards mid here. We have a full buy for our defenders.
Yeah, I see it's looking like a bit of a mid push right now just to get some more of that space. And also, if you control mid, it's easy to...
And we had a fake Nebula there to get some space here towards connector. Fade Prowler going towards our attackers. And now we're just going to back up. We have that Fade C's on two of our attackers. They're stuck for a little bit there. Are we going to commit to this water flank? Oh, we might catch Ash off guard there. Trading some shots, but then we get stuck underwater. No, unfortunate. But now we have a free Spike plant here. And that's a free Spectre there for our team. Have the KJ turret for information there on default as well. Now we're forced to do a retake. Most of Scarlet is in Art now. We have a flank from Mel here. Could possibly get that Spectre down with 30 health, but gets taken down. Now, that's a round for attackers. Come on now, that was a good round.
That little sneaky sneak on with the Phoenix, getting right behind the KJ was solid right there. But then we also saw the double flank again.
They're taking advantage of it. Hey, take that space if you can, why not? And that's a round for Powerpuff. And now we have Scarlet on an eco round. Let's see how they can utilize the utility that they have for now and hold down mid, it seems like.
Yeah, I would bet, based on ult points, that KJ is going to probably be utilizing their ult soon, because they had 7.
Oh my gosh, we see 4 of Scarlet here in mid, and they trade a lot of damage. And that's a free gun. And now we're leaning towards B site here, getting all this space. We have smokes down, now we have a Spike plant on boxes. Here we go, we're forced into another retake here. Scarlet having numbers here. We do have 2. We have Astra and Kale on low HP. But let's see what they can do. We're seeing some stars being placed on Spike. Holding from heaven. Trading some damage there. Kale Flash coming in hot. Getting an incredible pick with the Phantom there. Now we're in a 3v3. All right, seems like we want to try to stick this defuse here. And that is another round for Powerpuff. They held it down from Heaven, from Spawn, everything to secure that round. They utilized Astro Stars and everything. All their utility was used that round, for sure.
Yeah, that was their first time hitting B site, so that was amazing first B site for sure.
Yeah, and that was an eco round for Scarlet, so they did get that pick in top mid. They got that Spectre. They did a lot of damage. They took down a lot of guns, but now we have buys across. We do have Light Shield on ult here for Scarlet.
And Sasha has that ult ready, which I apparently cast a curse just now, and I apologize.
And ult here does need one more ult point for KO ult, so we can use that for retake if we can get an ult point for them. We have that Astro Nebula down, using our Fade Prowlers out onto sight. We have the Rolling Thunder coming in hot, clearing sight, but it doesn't hit anybody. They're just playing for retake at this point. I think that's their strongest suit right now for Scarlet. But getting taken down, we get 2 picks for Powerpuff, and then we're trading back and forth. Spike is down. We have a 4v1. What can Leah do? This Nebula's gonna go down any second now, and they're waiting. That KO knife to detect that they're still there. Okay, a little jiggle there, but then we get shut down. That's a round for Scarlet.
That's a team ace, too.
Yes, they applied pressure, and they were successful with it.
Yeah, they have been playing the retake game, and at least for A side, it seems like they have learned and they're adapting pretty quickly. So we'll see if they can. We'll see if Powerpuff Girls do end up going to B site this round.
I would love to see a mid push here. I just love mid fights. Going through Link and Art is just chaotic.
It is so much fun. You have so many choke points too that you can utilize if you go through mid.
Absolutely. All right, seems like we're leaning towards mid, as I manifested. Seems like we're leaning more towards Link here. We have that KJ turret watching. Fade Prowlers coming through towards Connector. And we're just getting rid of that KJ turret. We have a hold from Lita here, but then gets taken down after that curveball. Now we're in a 5v4. Powerpuff, more numbers here. Are they ready for the art hold from KJ? All right, and looks like we have a flank from Jet here, doing a long flank.
Right there.
Towards A site. All right, we have that KJ hold, like I said, with the alarm bot and everything. Our Asher getting picked off in dugout here, so now we have a spike plant. And Sasha holding Art, getting 2 incredible picks. What a spray transfer. All right, now it's a 5v1. We had Orchid flanking here. See what they can do. We do have full Jet utility. Have our dash activated. All right, we're getting those cloud bursts out there, but then we get shut down, and that's another round for Powerpuff. One incredible round. They played together, they played slow, they took space, and secured that round.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing them go up through mid to then go through the defender's side spawn to get to A site. That was something a little bit on the unique side that I've seen today. So.
They went through mid to Connector, which is probably the best space you can take attacking on Pearl. And they're ready. You see their game face? I'm loving it.
Oh, yeah. And I see attackers have 3 ults ready, which I'm super excited for. KJ saved their ult last round. We'll see how they use it this time, or if they just continue to save it until they really need it.
Absolutely.
And then on our other team, Astra also has their ult ready.
Yes, now we have 4 ults ready. We're going to use that KJ lockdown for A site. We're going to see if Orchard can get a pick here, see if they'll go in last minute with the KJ lockdown. Nope, we're going to back up. Just going to play retake here. We have those Nebulas down. And now we can plant for default here with Spike. And we have the run it back going towards Art here. Going to try to get a pick, get some more space. And there we go, the shots do connect. We take that 1 pick with us, making it a 5v4. Getting rid of that Fade Haunt. Then Pauline gets 2 here. Now it's a 4v1. Fade does have Nightfall, but the shots connect with Pauline with an incredible 3K hold on site.
That's a tricky fade haunt.
It
Because it had
was.
the whole site you could see just because of where it landed.
You know, as a fade player, I still need to learn lineups. I really do. I've seen some really good lineups these games.
Oh yes, and it seems we've had a little bit of a consistent going A site lately, so we'll see if they
Yeah.
swap it up this time.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of A site and mid very well.
Incredibly well.
Yes.